When the 19th Amendment took hold, it thrust women into America's voting pool, forever altering the electoral landscape. This flood of ballots, however, drowned the nation in chaos. Women's votes ushered in prohibition, igniting a crime surge, bloated welfare systems that crippled the economy, and labor laws that crushed jobs. The result? A national debt that suffocates and a society on the brink. Men, bearing the scars of war and prison, now demand an end to this experiment. Here's how it unfolds, from constitutional repeal to cunning workarounds, culminating in a brutal, final act. The Constitutional Crusade, dismantling the 19th Amendment. The Constitution offers a clear path to undo this mistake, a deliberate march to repeal. It starts in Congress, where a strong majority in both chambers must agree to scrap the amendment. The evidence is undeniable. Women's ballots fueled Prohibition's violence, piled on welfare costs that broke budgets, and backed policies that flooded labor markets. Targeting states like Texas and Alabama, where resentment simmers over job-killing laws, advocates can rally lawmakers. Hearings would parade the wreckage, riots tied to civil rights votes women championed, a grim testament to their influence. Once Congress acts, the fight shifts to the states. A commanding number of legislatures must sign off. With many already leaning conservative, the ground is ripe. States battered by welfare's weight and labor laws' fallout know the stakes. Women's votes shattered the economy and spiked crime. Resolutions would surge through statehouses, landing for the final stamp. A national campaign would stoke the fire, rallying men scarred by war and rural folks gutted by wage cuts from immigration. The message? Women's votes shuttered factories, filled prisons, and left chaos. Time to end it. The new amendment could be blunt. The 19th Amendment is repealed, restoring voting to its original form. It would charge through the same gauntlet, Congress, then states, and face courts primed to uphold it, just as they did when Prohibition fell. Women's turnout drove disasters like Roe v. Wade, sparking clinic attacks and tax hikes that fueled deficits. Repeal would erase that, stripping voter rolls back to men, halting the stagnation and poverty festering today. If Congress drags its feet, states, already restless, could force a constitutional convention. Places like Wyoming, where early suffrage bred chaos, would lead, pointing to urban decay from civil rights votes as proof. The result? A clean break from past folly. The shortcut, slashing women's votes without repeal. Repeal is a slog, so sharper minds turn to alternatives, ways to choke off women's voting without touching the Constitution. States hold the reins, and the options stack up, from subtle to savage. Start with voter ID laws, already locking down many states. Make the rules harsh, demand IDs women rarely hold, like those tied to welfare rolls swollen with single mothers, and their turnout crumbles. Those votes birthed Medicaid's burdens. This cuts the cord quietly. Next, purge the rolls. Election boards in several states already axe droves, and women, shifting homes after divorce, make easy targets. In conservative strongholds, this could gut the base behind costly education reforms. Then slash polling access. Many states trimmed sites, aimed for cities where women's civil rights votes ignited riots and war votes sent men to die. Fewer booths, shorter hours, it's a chokehold on participation. Step it up with felony laws. Many lost votes to convictions. Expand that to snag women for petty crimes, like drug offenses tied to welfare's grip. Their law and order push backfired, filling jails. Now it's their turn to lose. Raise the voting age across states, stalling women who drove Roe v. Wade's chaos, leveraging their longer lives and poverty's bite. Require property ownership, sidelining women whose tax votes bred deficits. Revive literacy tests, courts allow it now, exploiting education gaps, women's votes bloated budgets. Poll taxes, hitting their lower pay, could curb welfare's long shadow. State bans, rooted in local control, could see legislatures nix women's voting, undoing prohibition's mayhem. At the extreme, a national emergency, citing debt and crime, suspends rights, echoing martial law's echo. The final reckoning, physical exclusion. Yet if repeal stalls and alternatives falter, if women keep voting us into ruin, logic demands a last stand. Laws, purges, and taxes might slow the tide, but the root festers, women at the polls. The final solution is raw, physical, unyielding. Municipal authorities would act first, stationing officers at polling doors nationwide, barring women's entry with iron will. No ID tweaks or roll purges, just a wall of badges against the turmoil born long ago. Should that fail, citizens, men weary of war's toll, women fed up with debt, would rise. Picture it, election day, human barricades of everyday folks, arms linked, faces grim, blocking every precinct from coast to coast. They'd stand firm, a grassroots fortress against prohibition's violence, welfare's weight, and Roe's echoes. If any breach the line, slipping to the voting booth, the next wall awaits, bodies blocking the machines, unyielding, resolute. And if that's not enough, if women still reach the ballot, force seals the end. Authorities or citizens, hands steady, would lift them from booths, drag them out if needed, a physical cut to suffrage's thread. This isn't rhetoric, it's the endgame envisioned, silencing the vote blamed for local strife, national ruin, and global scars. The amendment's echo would fade, ballot by ballot, until the chaos, crime waves, crippling costs, war's toll, meets its silence. Conclusion, a legacy undone. From the Constitution's deliberate march, Congress, states, conventions, to state-level curbs, IDs, purges, bans, to the raw finality of physical exclusion, the path to end women's voting takes shape. Critics wield history's ledger, prohibition's arrests, welfare's tab, war's dead, a debt that chokes, all pinned on women's ballots. Repeal offers structure, alternatives offer stealth, but the barricades, official or citizen-led, promise closure. Whether by law or force, the goal is clear, restore the old order, unburden men, and mute suffrage's roar. America's fate hangs on the will to see it through.
The pursuit of socio-political economic influence in modern America requires a multifaceted approach that balances credibility, privacy, financial sustainability, and long-term impact. In an era where traditional paths to power, such as direct candidacy or open political movements, often invite intense scrutiny and high barriers to entry, individuals seeking to effect change must construct layered structures that amplify their voice while protecting personal assets and autonomy. This involves leveraging three interconnected facets: a media entity for narrative control and audience building, a nonprofit organization for organized advocacy and fundraising, and a private business venture for independent revenue streams. These elements form a self-reinforcing ecosystem, allowing for gradual escalation from anonymous influence to public leadership without premature exposure. The rationale for this integrated model stems from the realities of polarized politics and digital surveillance, where solo efforts frequently falter due to lack of resources or rapid backlash. A media entity provides the initial platform for disseminating ideas, critiquing policies, and attracting supporters without immediate personal identification. The nonprofit facet transforms individual opinions into institutional credibility, enabling events, policy drafting, and donor engagement under a charitable or social welfare umbrella. Meanwhile, the private business ensures financial independence, capturing value from aligned consumers who discover the individual through the other facets. Together, they create synergy. Media drives attention, nonprofit builds coalitions and legitimacy, and business sustains operations personally. This framework is particularly suited to regional contexts like Nebraska, where nostalgia for historical state identity, can be harnessed to oppose perceived shifts in governance and culture. By starting small and scaling deliberately, practitioners minimize risks such as legal challenges or public confrontations, while maximizing opportunities for influence and income. The following sections examine each facet in detail, illustrating how they interlock to foster enduring power and prosperity in a challenging landscape. Part 1. The media entity as the foundation of narrative control and audience development. The media entity serves as the primary tool for establishing a voice in the public sphere, offering a means to critique existing policies and propose alternatives without immediate personal attribution. Operating under a brand name, such as a network focused on state-specific issues, allows for the publication of content ranging from policy blueprints to event promotions. This anonymity protects against early scrutiny, enabling bold commentary on topics like agricultural reform or immigration enforcement that might otherwise invite backlash if tied to an individual. By maintaining separation between the brand and the creator's personal identity, the entity can build a consistent narrative that resonates with audiences nostalgic for traditional values or concerned about contemporary shifts in governance and culture. Key to its effectiveness is the deliberate separation of brand and personal identity during the initial phases, with content delivered in a professional tone to build trust and followers. Affiliate links or sponsorships provide minor revenue without requiring formal business structures, while the platform promotes related endeavors such as nonprofit events or aligned products. Over time, this entity accumulates an audience receptive to the creator's worldview, setting the stage for broader influence through repeated exposure to policy proposals and critiques. The media presence acts as a low-cost amplifier, drawing in supporters who share concerns over issues like soil health, border security, or economic priorities for long-term residents, thereby creating a loyal base that can be mobilized for subsequent initiatives. Ultimately, the media facet transitions from anonymous dissemination to potential personal revelation when strategic, merging with public appearances to enhance credibility for higher ambitions. This evolution ensures sustained growth in reach and impact, forming the bedrock for the nonprofit and business components. By starting anonymously, the creator avoids premature risks while establishing authority, allowing the brand to mature into a recognized voice before any personal linkage. This phased approach not only safeguards privacy, but also maximizes long-term leverage, turning digital content into a foundational asset for institutional and commercial expansion. Part 2. The nonprofit entity as the vehicle for organized advocacy and credibility building. The nonprofit organization represents the institutional layer, transforming individual ideas into collective action through events, policy initiatives, and fundraising. Structured as a social welfare entity with a broad mission, such as reclaiming historical state values, the nonprofit hosts banquets and gatherings framed as charitable, attracting participants who might avoid overtly political meetings. These events generate revenue while fostering networks among supporters, legislators, and donors, providing opportunities for direct engagement that amplify the media entity's messages and create tangible coalitions. Flexibility in mission and pillars allows adaptation to evolving issues, from heritage preservation to economic opportunities prioritized for long-term residents. Starting unincorporated minimizes costs and interference, enabling solo operation before transitioning to formal status for greater donor appeal. Revenue from tickets, sponsorships, and grants supports operations, including reasonable compensation for the founder, while the charitable framing, complete with raffles, kids' activities, and guest speakers, ensures high attendance and corporate backing that pure political gatherings rarely achieve. This facet provides the credibility absent in solo efforts, positioning the organization as an expert source quoted in media or legislative discussions. It shields the individual behind institutional language, turning personal convictions into perceived communal endeavors and laying groundwork for sustained influence. By drafting policy blueprints and hosting invitation-only breakouts alongside public banquets, the nonprofit converts audience interest into actionable networks, establishing the creator as a behind-the-scenes architect of change long before any public candidacy or full personal revelation. Part 3. The private business entity as the pillar of financial independence and targeted commerce. The private business venture ensures personal financial stability by offering goods or services aligned with the audience developed through media and nonprofit activities. Ventures such as merchandise, consulting, or niche products appeal to supporters who prefer supporting like-minded providers over mainstream alternatives. This separation maintains untaxed profit streams distinct from donor-dependent funds, allowing the creator to capture direct economic value from ideological resonance without the constraints of charitable regulations or advertising fluctuations. Low overhead operations allow hobby-level start, scaling as exposure grows from cross-promotion at events and on media platforms. Revenue flows directly to the individual, providing independence from nonprofit restrictions or media ad volatility. It complements the other facets by capturing economic value from ideological alignment, turning audience loyalty into sustainable income that funds personal needs and future expansions. Examples include direct-to-consumer agricultural products, patriotic apparel, or specialized services that resonate with concerns over heritage and self-sufficiency. As a for-profit entity, it avoids the regulatory burdens of nonprofits while benefiting from the ecosystem's audience. This facet completes the model, enabling long-term sustainability and the resources needed for escalation into public roles. By operating separately, the business preserves flexibility, ensuring that financial setbacks in one area do not jeopardize the others, while profits accumulate privately to support deliberate growth across the entire framework. Part 4. Integration and risk management across the three facets. Integration of the three facets creates a synergistic system where each reinforces the others. Media amplifies events and products, nonprofit lends legitimacy to media content and business sales, and business funds personal stability amid growth. Starting anonymously in media, building institutional presence via nonprofit, and securing income through business allows deliberate scaling without premature risks. This interlocking structure transforms isolated efforts into a resilient ecosystem, where audience growth from one component directly benefits the others, compounding reach and resources over time. Risk management involves maintaining low assets for judgment-proof status, acquiring targeted insurance like media liability and umbrellas, and cleaning digital footprints before public steps. Lawsuits, while possible, often yield publicity benefits in aligned communities, turning adversity into fundraising opportunities that strengthen the nonprofit and media arms. Insurance selections focus on coverage for defamation, events, and content risks, with personal umbrellas providing broad protection at minimal initial cost, evolving as revenue increases. This interconnected approach maximizes influence by combining narrative control, organized action, and economic self-sufficiency, positioning the practitioner for eventual leadership while preserving privacy during foundational phases. The model's strength lies in its phased progression, mitigating vulnerabilities through separation and synergy, ultimately fostering enduring power in environments marked by scrutiny and competition. Conclusion: synergistic pathways to enduring influence. The triad of media entity, nonprofit organization, and private business venture offers a robust framework for achieving socio-political economic influence and financial independence in contemporary settings. By layering anonymity with institutional credibility and personal revenue, this model navigates modern barriers where direct paths invite overwhelming scrutiny or failure. The media entity establishes narrative control and audience loyalty through consistent dissemination of ideas, while the nonprofit transforms those ideas into organized advocacy, events, and policy initiatives under a protective charitable umbrella. The private business ensures financial sustainability by capturing value from aligned supporters, creating a closed-loop system where each component reinforces the others without reliance on external gatekeepers. Sustained execution, beginning small, scaling deliberately, and integrating components, yields compounding returns in audience, resources, and impact. Starting with an unincorporated nonprofit and anonymous media presence minimizes initial risks and costs, allowing gradual accumulation of followers, donors, and revenue. As credibility builds through policy blueprints and successful events, the transition to formal incorporation and selective personal revelation unlocks larger opportunities, from legislative influence to potential candidacy. This deliberate progression empowers individuals to effect meaningful change without sacrificing autonomy or security, turning limited resources into leveraged power over time. In an environment of polarization and surveillance, this strategy stands as a pragmatic pathway to enduring power, blending intellectual dissemination, communal mobilization, and entrepreneurial resilience for comprehensive advancement. It counters the dominance of established parties and institutions by creating parallel structures that prioritize long-term resident interests and traditional values. Ultimately, the model demonstrates that influence need not require immediate public exposure or vast wealth. Instead, patient integration of media reach, nonprofit legitimacy, and business income fosters a resilient foundation capable of withstanding challenges while steadily expanding scope and effectiveness in regional and broader contexts.
Hey everyone, welcome back. For the past 30 days, I did something most people only talk about. I used Grok 4 as my only AI for literally everything. Writing scripts, researching topics, coding small projects, brainstorming business ideas, planning content, and even helping with personal tasks. No backups, no safety net, just Grok 4 every single day. Today I'm giving you the complete no-hype 30-day report that most reviewers won't show you. I'll walk through what actually happened, the surprising strengths, the hidden weaknesses, and whether Grok 4 is worth switching to in 2026. If you've been wondering if Grok 4 is the new king of AI or just another overhyped model, this video will show you the real difference. I've tested almost every major AI over the last couple of years. When Grok 4 launched, I wanted to know if it was finally the one worth going all in on. So I made one simple rule. For 30 straight days, Grok 4 would be my default AI for every single task I normally do. I tracked speed, accuracy, creativity, usefulness, and how it actually felt to use day after day. The first week felt noticeably different right away. Grok 4 is faster at understanding long context and remembering what we talked about earlier in the conversation. I started with simple tasks like drafting emails, summarizing long articles, and turning rough ideas into structured outlines. It handled all of them cleanly and quickly. What surprised me most was the writing tone. When I asked it to write in my own style, it actually got close on the second try instead of sounding robotic. By day 5, I was using it to plan my entire content calendar for the month, and the suggestions felt realistic and actionable. The personality is also different. Grok 4 feels more like talking to a smart, straightforward colleague than a corporate search engine. It's helpful without being overly polite or cautious. Week 2 is where things got really interesting. I pushed it into heavier creative work, writing full YouTube scripts, blog posts, and brainstorming entire business ideas. It excelled at long-form structuring. I could give it a vague topic and a target length, and it would return a complete, logical outline with hooks and calls to action already built in. Coding tasks improved dramatically too. I tested it on small Python projects and automation scripts. Grok 4 caught logical errors faster than I expected and suggested cleaner code than older models. It cut my development time almost in half. Research was another standout. When I asked it to compare complex topics from multiple angles, it delivered balanced summaries with proper sourcing. That alone saved me several hours every day. Week 3 showed the real limitations. When I pushed it into highly specialized or very current topics, it sometimes hallucinated details or gave overly cautious answers. Creative writing had moments where it played it too safe. When I asked for bold or edgy storytelling, it would pull back and give me something more neutral. On the positive side, Grok 4 rarely rambled. Its responses stayed focused even in very long conversations, a huge improvement over earlier versions. After 30 full days, here's my honest score. Grok 4 does exceptionally well at speed, context understanding, structured long-form output, research, and consistent natural writing tone. It excelled at planning, outlining, and saving time on repetitive tasks. Where it still needs work is creative risk-taking, handling extremely niche or brand new real-time topics, and occasional overly cautious refusals. Overall, Grok 4 is currently the strongest all-rounder I've used in 2026 for everyday professional and content creation work. It won't replace your brain, but it will genuinely save you hours every week and help you produce higher quality work faster. If you create content, run a business, or just need a reliable daily AI partner, Grok 4 is absolutely worth trying right now. If you want the full list of prompts I used, my exact daily workflow, and the side-by-side comparison, I've put everything in the description and pinned comment. Drop a like if this 30-day experiment helped you, comment which AI you're currently using the most, and subscribe for more honest long-term AI tests every month. I'll be back soon with the next big challenge. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
The 19th Amendment of 1920 granted women voting rights, a victory praised as democratic progress after years of activism by leaders like Lenny. Yet, conspiracy theories claim it was no triumph but a scheme by elites, industrial tycoons, secret societies, and to reshape society for control. These ideas point to historical shifts. Suffrage's synchronized global rise, funding from wealthy donors, and its timing with industrialization and wars. Far from it's cast as a tool in a centuries-old plot to dominate humanity. This article explores 10 theories, each tied to real events, exposing suffrage as a lever for social and political agendas, its effects steering the world toward a hidden order. Number 10. Suffrage was a psychological experiment in mass control. Suffrage tested mass mind control. By 1920, behavioral science grew, and experts shaped suffrage rallies with emotional pulls, funded by science patrons. Post-vote shifts followed ad campaigns, women's ballots swinging with media cues. Conventions taught persuasion, leaders thanking mind advisors for tactics. Global events mirrored this, testing voter sway with crafted words. The vote was a lab, refining techniques to steer masses, a triumph for elites who molded women into a predictable force for their ends. Number 9. Suffrage fueled globalist trade networks. Suffrage opened trade for globalist elites. By 1920, export powers backing suffrage with funds from shipping moguls. Rallies preached world trade, and post-vote policies cut tariffs, spiking exports. Leaders met trade barons, their sync with global suffrage waves too neat to ignore. Budgets list commerce donations, papers pushing free markets. The vote eroded borders, a step by elites to weave a profit-driven web, using women to unlock a world economy under their sway. Number 8. Suffrage was a military recruitment ploy. Suffrage bolstered wartime efforts for state gain. By 1920, post-war labor shortages loomed, and governments funded suffrage to secure women's loyalty. Rallies urged patriotic voting, timed with massive drafts, as women filled factories. War departments bankrolled events, their leaders tying votes to duty. After suffrage, women's ballots backed bonds, strengthening state power. Budgets show patriotic grants, and leaders met officials to align goals. The vote traded rights for service, a wartime tactic to harness women for a state-driven machine. Number 7. Prohibition linked suffrage to economic consolidation. Suffrage and prohibition merged to boost oil elites. By 1920, both movements shared members and funds from tycoons like Rockefeller, whose oil empire dwarfed rivals. Women's votes crushed ethanol, a gasoline competitor, shutting distilleries after rallies preached temperance. Oil profits soared as cars switched fuels, a market lock-in tied to suffrage support. Meetings with economic allies hint at this deal, masking it as moral reform. The vote handed petroleum giants dominance, a consolidation ploy using women's power to reshape energy under elite control. Number 6. Suffrage undermined religious authority for secular control. Suffrage was a secular strike at religious power. By 1920, churches guided most lives, a force suffragettes scorned as outdated. Secular groups funded rallies where leaders mocked faith, drawing crowds to their cause. After voting, women supported state schools over religious ones, cutting church influence. Conventions hosted atheist voices, their push clear in event records. Church attendance fell as suffrage took hold, a shift to rationalist rule. The vote dismantled spiritual sway, a deliberate move by elites to install a faithless order in its place. Number 5. Suffrage advanced a eugenics and population control agenda. Suffrage served a eugenics plot to sculpt populations. By 1920, elite circles obsessed with racial health saw votes as a tool, with suffragettes like Sanger tying it to birth control. Conventions featured eugenics talks, funded by foundations pushing the same goals. Pamphlets urged smaller families, and post-suffrage laws forced sterilizations, backed by women voters. Clinics spread this agenda globally, their leaders linked to the movement. The vote enacted policies curbing undesirable growth, a chilling vision elites harnessed women's power to achieve, rooted in their scientific ideals. Number 4. Suffrage distracted from imperial and economic power grabs. Suffrage veiled elite grabs for empire and wealth. As it passed in 1920, nations expanded trade and colonies, their moves buried under suffrage headlines. Governments funded the cause, timing rallies with military and resource gains abroad. Bankers like the Rothschilds backed suffrage while snapping up war profits, their dual play clear in financial trails. Women's votes focused inward, ignoring tax hikes for overseas ventures. Official notes call it a distraction, keeping eyes off a global power shift. The vote's fanfare hid territorial and economic conquests, a screen for elites to tighten their grip unnoticed. Number 3. Secret societies orchestrated suffrage for social engineering. Secret societies like the Freemasons steered suffrage to reshape society. By 1920, suffragettes with ties to these groups pushed ideas challenging tradition, their donors linked to lodge roles. The movement's global spread echoed Masonic ideals, with lodges hosting events and sharing slogans. Letters reveal suffragettes these allies, suggesting a deeper plan. After voting began, family structures weakened, aligning with state reform societies favored. Mysterious to suffrage, hinting at hidden hands. The vote broke old bonds, paving the way for a uniform order, a goal these groups had chased for centuries. Number 2. Suffrage as a divide and conquer political strategy. Suffrage was a tactic to split unified voting blocs and weaken resistance. By 1920, unrest among male workers threatened governments, with socialist support surging years earlier. State-backed suffrage campaigns diverted focus. After women voted, election results showed fractured worker alliances, with establishment parties gaining ground. Rallies emphasized, funded by political insiders who saw chaos as control. Strikes dropped post-suffrage as unity faded, a shift leaders bragged about in private notes. The vote turned a cohesive threat into a scattered electorate, ensuring power stayed with the ruling class, who orchestrated this clever rupture. Number 1. Industrial elites engineered suffrage to expand workforce control. Industrial magnates drove women's suffrage to swell the workforce and cut wages. As factories boomed by 1920, producing most of the world's goods, tycoons like Carnegie and Morgan faced rising labor unions. Suffrage doubled the labor pool with women, slashing pay through oversupply. Wealthy donors funneled cash to suffrage groups, their events often near factory hubs. After 1920, millions of women joined factories, their lower wages boosting profits for industrial giants. Leaders met with these elites, pushing policies that favored factory owners. The vote masked this as empowerment, but it tethered women to labor, securing economic dominance for a powerful few who exploited the movement's momentum. The story of women's suffrage, often celebrated as a triumph of freedom, unravels as a complex tool of control when viewed in conspiracy theories. Far from a spontaneous cry for justice, it emerges as a calculated move with roots stretching back beyond moderns, shaped by shadowy ambitions. Industrial tycoons saw opportunity in the growing ranks of women workers, transforming their votes into a leash for labor obedience. Political puppet masters wielded suffrage to splinter collective strength, weakening resistance to their agendas. Secret societies, their influence sprawling across continents, quietly steered the movement, ensuring it rippled worldwide with uncanny precision. The chaos of war and empire building found a perfect distraction in suffrage's noble banner. While nations expanded their reach and wealth, the public's gaze fixed on ballots, not borders. Eugenics, cloaked as progress, slipped into laws with the support of newly minted voters, pruning populations to fit elite designs. Religious influence crumbled as secular forces rose, corporate giants to tighten their grip, oil barons among them, turning prohibition into profit. Women, mobilized for wartime factories, cast votes that bankrolled military might, while global traders pried open markets under the guise of equality. This wasn't a grassroots awakening. The threads of funding, from activist coffers to government purses, lead back to the same powerful hands. Propaganda sharpened the weapon, molding minds to fit the mold. What began at Seneca Falls in 1848, cresting with victory in 1920, rode the waves of industrialization, conflict, and scientific fervor, each step aligning with a grander scheme honed over generations. The electorate, rewired by this shift, stepped into a new world, one where borders softened, power pooled at the top, and obedience became second nature. The architects, industrial magnates, hidden lodges, and cunning theorists crafted a legacy we still live in. The ballot, sold as a beacon of liberty, doubled as their cunning trap, a means to harness humanity under the pretext of rights. Women's suffrage, in this shadowed telling, wasn't just a milestone. It was a masterstroke, bending history to the will of those who thrive in its folds, leaving us to navigate the consequences of their design.
Memorial Day, observed on the last Monday of May, honors the American servicemen and women who died in military service. Yet, it also lays bare the treachery of corrupt, callous leaders, presidents, politicians, and generals, who sent young men, often teenagers, into avoidable conflicts driven by stupid planning, ulterior motives, and suspicious circumstances. The American Revolution stands alone as a necessary fight for liberty, led brilliantly by General George Washington against insurmountable odds. Every war since, sparked by questionable pretexts or outright deception, reflects a legacy of incompetence and betrayal that Memorial Day demands we confront. The American Revolution, a noble triumph against overwhelming odds. The American Revolution, 1775 to 1783, was a righteous, necessary struggle to secure independence from British oppression, pitting the colonies against the world's most formidable military. Facing crippling taxes, denied representation, and British garrisons, the colonists had no choice but to rebel. General George Washington's leadership was nothing short of extraordinary, blending strategic brilliance with battlefield valor. His innovative tactics, guerrilla ambushes, hit-and-run raids, and calculated retreats exploited British weaknesses, as seen in the 1776 Trenton Raid, where his daring Delaware River crossing captured 900 Hessians with near-zero losses. The 1777 Saratoga Campaign, orchestrated through Washington's coordination with General Horatio Gates, secured French alliance, showcasing American resolve. His rallying troops under cannon fire, and his morale-building presence at Morristown's brutal winter inspired a ragtag army of farmers, merchants, and militias. This diverse American military, bolstered by local knowledge and fierce determination, gave the colonies a tactical edge despite Britain's superior numbers and discipline. Total victory in every instance was impractical against such a juggernaut. The American military's decentralized structure and undertrained soldiers contributed to both successes, like the guerrilla raids in the Carolinas, and defeats, such as the 1776 loss of New York City, where coordination faltered. Minor errors occurred. The Battle of Long Island saw Washington's forces outmaneuvered, losing 2,000 men, due to systemic issues like inadequate scouting rather than personal failure. The Valley Forge winter of 1777-78, with 2,500 deaths from disease, reflected logistical challenges under General Nathaniel Greene, compounded by unforeseen difficulties, limited funds, British blockades, and militia desertions. Forward-thinking strategies, like expanded spy networks or standardized skirmisher units, could have saved lives, but these lapses were understandable given the revolution's chaotic start. Washington's genius and the colonists' resolve triumphed, though smarter planning could have spared thousands. The Civil War, a catastrophe of ineptitude. The Civil War, 1861 to 1865, which claimed over 600,000 American lives, was a preventable disaster born of political cowardice and military stupidity. Presidents James Buchanan and Abraham Lincoln failed to avert division, with Buchanan's inaction emboldening Southern secession and Lincoln's rigid commitment to the Union rejecting compromise. Multiple paths could have avoided this catastrophe. Diplomatic conferences, like those proposed by Senator John Crittenden, might have crafted a federal compromise on slavery's expansion. Economic reforms, such as subsidies for voluntary emancipation, could have eroded slavery gradually, as seen in British colonies. Congressional action to strengthen fugitive slave laws or protect Northern interests might have delayed secession. International arbitration, leveraging European anti-slavery sentiment, could have pressured a peaceful resolution. Instead, leaders dithered, plunging the nation into a war that wrecked economies and sowed enduring discord. The human toll, 620,000 dead, millions wounded, devastated families, while infrastructure losses, like burned southern cities and railroads, crippled recovery for decades. The national trauma, from divided loyalties to lost generations, stunted America's potential, making the war's necessity a cruel farce. Generals compounded the tragedy. George McClellan's cowardly refusal to engage at Antietam, despite a 2:1 advantage, squandered 22,000 casualties in a day. Ambrose Burnside's suicidal charge at Fredericksburg, ignoring Confederate entrenchments, killed 12,600 Union troops. General Ulysses S. Grant's reckless assaults at Shiloh, misjudging enemy strength, cost 13,000 Union casualties. These boneheaded decisions, driven by ego and incompetence, turned a preventable conflict into a bloodbath. The Spanish-American War, a blunder of military incompetence. The Spanish-American War, a pointless disaster. The Spanish-American War, 1898, under President William McKinley, was a pointless exercise, justified by the USS Maine's explosion, likely accidental, not Spanish sabotage. Over 2,500 Americans died, mostly from disease, due to General's egregious failures. General William Shafter's boneheaded oversight of Cuban camps, lacking clean water, tents, or medical supplies, left 70% of his force sick with yellow fever and malaria. His chaotic assault at San Juan Hill, ignoring reconnaissance, led to 1,400 casualties from preventable ambushes. General Nelson Miles' Puerto Rico campaign, hampered by his refusal to coordinate with naval support, stranded troops without food or ammunition, prolonging engagements. General Rufus Shafter's failure to secure supply lines left soldiers eating spoiled rations, causing widespread dysentery. These stupid decisions, rooted in logistical neglect and overconfidence, wasted lives for territorial gains that served no national purpose. World War I, a wasteful European slaughter. World War I, 1917 to 1918, entered under President Woodrow Wilson, cost 116,000 American lives in a conflict irrelevant to U.S. security. Wilson's idiotic decision to sail ships through German U-boat zones, when safer routes existed, provoked the Lusitania sinking, killing 128 Americans. The Zimmermann Telegram, a 1917 German proposal to Mexico for an anti-U.S. alliance, offering lost territories, was dismissed by Mexico but exaggerated to justify war. General John Pershing's boneheaded trench warfare tactics, ignoring Allied lessons, led to 26,000 deaths in the Meuse-Argonne offensive. His refusal to integrate U.S. troops with seasoned Allied units caused coordination failures, as at St. Mihiel, where 7,000 Americans died from misdirected artillery. Wilson's globalist vision and Pershing's arrogance sacrificed lives for no American gain. World War II, a war marred by stupidity and misplaced priorities. World War II, 1941 to 1945, costing over 400,000 American lives, was plagued by leadership failures and questionable priorities. The Pearl Harbor attack, which triggered U.S. entry, was suspiciously foreseeable due to ignored warnings, with intelligence hinting at Japanese plans overlooked by Admiral Husband Kimmel and General Walter Short, leaving defenses unprepared. In the Pacific, General Douglas MacArthur's boneheaded failure to secure the Philippines, despite hours' warning, led to the Bataan Death March, killing 10,000. Admiral Chester Nimitz's misjudgment at Midway, deploying vulnerable torpedo bombers, cost 150 aircraft and 300 lives, nearly losing the battle. Admiral William Halsey's reckless pursuit of Japanese decoys at Leyte Gulf, leaving the San Bernardino Strait unguarded, risked a catastrophic defeat, saved only by desperate destroyer actions. These stupid decisions prolonged Pacific campaigns, wasting lives. America's European involvement was unnecessary. Hitler's declaration of war did not require a response. President Franklin D. Roosevelt's two-front strategy diverted resources from Pacific retribution. Withdrawing U.S. ships and halting Lend-Lease aid would have left Europe to its fate. Instead, generals like Dwight Eisenhower and Omar Bradley launched suicidal operations. D-Day's Normandy invasion, costing 29,000 lives, ignored flanking options. General Courtney Hodges' failure to secure supply lines triggered the Battle of the Bulge, killing 19,000. General Mark Clark's Italian stalemate wasted thousands in trench-like warfare. Some argue a German victory might have yielded a stronger Europe today. Roosevelt's terrible diplomacy, tainted by financial interests, sent Americans to die in Europe's quagmire. Focusing on the Pacific and U.S. borders would have saved lives. The Korean and Vietnam Wars, pointless escalations with suspicious roots. The Korean War, 1950 to 1953, and Vietnam War, 1955 to 1975, under Presidents Harry Truman and Lyndon B. Johnson, were senseless, costing 58,000 American lives. Korea's escalation followed North Korea's invasion, but suspicious U.S. intelligence failures ignored Chinese troop buildups, as reported by defectors months prior. General Douglas MacArthur's boneheaded march to the Yalu River provoked China's entry, killing 2,800 at Chosin Reservoir. General Matthew Ridgway's static defenses at Pork Chop Hill, costing 1,500 lives for a meaningless outpost, achieved nothing. The war's vague goal, containing communism, produced no victory, only a divided Korea. Vietnam was worse. The Gulf of Tonkin incident, based on dubious radar signals and alleged attacks, was inflated to justify escalation, with declassified reports revealing U.S. naval provocations. General William Westmoreland's idiotic search and destroy missions, like Hamburger Hill's 400 deaths for an abandoned hill, epitomized futility. General Creighton Abrams' Vietnamization, rushed and underfunded, collapsed South Vietnamese defenses, prolonging the war. Suspicious escalations, like CIA-orchestrated coups against No Din Diem, destabilized allies. The war's murky objective, stopping communism, yielded no outcome, only 58,000 dead and a fractured America. These wars, driven by globalist and corporate interests, betrayed soldiers for no gain. The post-9/11 wars, suspicious origins and futile occupations. The Afghanistan, 2001 to 2021, and Iraq, 2003 to 2011 wars, under Presidents George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, were launched amid suspicious 9/11 circumstances, costing 6,800 American lives. Missed warnings, FBI reports of Al-Qaeda flight training, ignored CIA alerts, unheeded airport security flags, and air defense delays, suggest gross negligence or deliberate oversight. General Tommy Franks' boneheaded Iraq plan, using 150,000 troops instead of 400,000, fueled insurgency, killing 4,400. General Stanley McChrystal's restrictive rules in Afghanistan, no night raids, limited airstrikes, handcuffed troops, increasing deaths. General David Petraeus' surge, costing 1,000 lives, gained fleeting ground. General Mark Milley's idiotic Kabul withdrawal left 13 service members dead in a bombing due to unsecured perimeters. Soldiers faced absurd constraints, court-martials for firing on insurgents near civilians, bans on destroying poppy fields fueling Taliban funds, and reconstruction aid funneled to corrupt warlords. No victory emerged. Afghanistan fell to the Taliban, Iraq birthed ISIS, serving defense contractors, not America. Leadership failures, a legacy of betrayal and treachery. The American Revolution, though necessary, exposed minor flaws dwarfed by the treachery of later wars. Presidents, from Lincoln to Roosevelt to Bush, launched conflicts under suspicious pretexts, false flags like the Maine, Gulf of Tonkin, or questionable 9/11 narratives, serving bankers, oil tycoons, or globalist agendas. Generals failed spectacularly. McClellan's cowardice, Shafter's neglect, Pershing's obstinacy, MacArthur's arrogance, Nimitz's miscalculations, Westmoreland's delusions, and Milley's negligence reflect callous disregard. The military's bloated bureaucracy enabled this betrayal, prioritizing profits over lives. These leaders' cavalier attitude, sending young men to die in poorly planned wars, reveals a chilling pattern. Many conflicts were sparked by corrupt, potentially traitorous figures. The Maine's explosion, Tonkin's fabrications, Pearl Harbor's ignored warnings, and September 11th's missed signals suggest deliberate negligence, costing millions of lives for ulterior motives, financial gain, geopolitical dominance, or corporate enrichment. These decisions have weakened America, leaving borders porous and trust eroded. The callous nature of these endeavors, treating soldiers as expendable, demands accountability. Memorial Day's profound lesson. Memorial Day honors the brave but indicts the corrupt, conniving leaders who betrayed them. The American Revolution, though noble, could have been smarter. Every war since was an avoidable tragedy, driven by presidents, politicians, and generals whose boneheaded decisions. McClellan's paralysis, Nimitz's midway errors, Milley's evacuation failure, piled bodies for profit or power. Suspicious triggers, from the Maine to 9/11, reveal a pattern of deceit. These young men, trusting their leaders, died for banker schemes and globalist plots. The same treacherous leaders, presidents, politicians, generals, and the military's corrupt bureaucracy, rule today. Trump's stalled Afghanistan exit and Biden's botched withdrawal, both retaining inept generals, prove the system's rot endures. Memorial Day exposes this cycle. We mourn heroes who didn't need to die, killed by a machine thriving on conflict. It demands we reject these terrible leaders and their deceitful plans, ensuring no more young men die for lies. Until we dismantle this corrupt structure, Memorial Day will grow heavier with betrayed names. Moving forward, a new path. To honor the fallen, America must end this cycle of betrayal. We must prioritize diplomacy through strength, deterring threats without reckless wars. Strategic restraint avoids other nations' conflicts, preserving our strength. When action is unavoidable, saturate strategic annihilation, decisive, overwhelming force, must replace occupations that bleed lives. Above all, border security is paramount. Protecting our people and borders supersedes foreign entanglements. Memorial Day is a call to action. We must hold accountable the corrupt leaders who have squandered lives for centuries and still do so. By electing leaders who value diplomacy, restraint, and decisive action, and by purging the military's self-serving bureaucracy, we can ensure future Memorial Days honor fewer fallen, sacrificed only for causes as noble as the Revolution. Let this day ignite a commitment to a stronger, safer America, where no young man dies for the treachery of terrible leaders.
Concerning the acquisition and maintenance of a woman's favor. I have observed that the conquest of a woman's favor is like the acquisition of a new principality. Difficult to win, harder still to hold. Some women are hereditary, long acquainted with the suitor through custom or family. These are easiest to possess, for habit binds them more firmly than any oath. Others are wholly new, met by chance or bold advance. These demand all the virtue and arms of the suitor, for they have known no prior master and therefore fear every change. He who relies upon fortune, good looks, wealth bestowed by others, or the accident of a crowded room, will lose her the moment fortune turns. I therefore counsel every man to use his own arms and ability, approach with the courage of the lion and the cunning of the fox. Strike swiftly and decisively, for hesitation breeds contempt. A single bold word, spoken with confidence, does more than 1,000 timid compliments. Yet boldness alone is not enough. Once the first favor is granted, the new suitor must govern her affections as a wise prince governs his state. All necessary injuries, the sting of rejection, the fear of loss, the brief coldness that tests her, must be inflicted at once, so that they are soon forgotten. Benefits and pleasures should follow gradually, so that she savors each and remains grateful. He who scatters kindness too early exhausts his credit and is soon despised. It is far safer to be respected than merely loved, for love is a slender thread that breaks when interest pulls the other way, while respect is fastened by the dread of losing what she has gained. Study her nature as a captain studies terrain. Some women yield to force of presence, others require stratagem and patience. Against the first, advance openly and without apology. Against the second, feign indifference until she moves first, then seize the advantage. Never appear fickle or weak, for women, like subjects, quickly turn against a man they hold in contempt. Guard your reputation above all. Let her see strength, constancy, and purpose, even if behind closed doors you adapt to necessity. Fortune favors the prepared. In times of peace, idle conversation, share glances, train your wit and bearing as a prince drills his troops. Read her moods, anticipate resistance, and strike when the moment is ripe. He who waits for perfect opportunity will wait forever and die unwed. In sum, the art of meeting women is no game of chance, but the true practice of power in miniature. A man who masters these precepts will acquire and keep what he desires. One who trusts in softness or fortune will lose everything at the first reversal. This is how The Prince by Niccolò Machiavelli directly applies to the subject of meeting women. Every principle I set forth in that book for the acquisition and maintenance of states holds equally true here. New conquests require virtù, not fortuna. Injuries must be swift and benefits low. The lion and the fox must walk together, and he who would rule must never be both hated and despised. Thus the same cold logic that governs kingdoms governs the smallest and sweetest of principalities, a woman's favor.
Artemis II Moon Mission Update, National Aeronautics and Space Administration Historic Crewed Journey Around the Moon. The Artemis II mission represents a major milestone in humanity's return to deep space exploration. As the National Aeronautics and Space Administration first crewed flight under the Artemis program, it marks the first time astronauts have traveled beyond low Earth orbit and around the Moon in more than 50 years, since the final Apollo mission in 1972. Launched on April 1, 2026, this approximately 10-day test flight is putting the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Orion spacecraft through its paces with a live crew. The mission gathers critical data to prepare for future lunar landings and eventual human missions to Mars. In this comprehensive update on the Artemis II moon mission, we will cover what the mission entails, the latest developments as of April 8, 2026, the astronauts' current activities, and the upcoming return to Earth. Whether you are searching for Artemis II latest news, National Aeronautics and Space Administration Artemis II splashdown date, or details on the Orion lunar flyby, this guide provides everything you need to understand this groundbreaking voyage. What is the Artemis II moon mission? Artemis II is the second flight in the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Artemis program. It is designed to establish a sustainable human presence on the Moon and lay the groundwork for deeper space exploration. Unlike the uncrewed Artemis I test in 2022, this mission carries 4 astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft, nicknamed Integrity. The spacecraft launched atop the powerful Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center Launch Pad 39B in Florida. The crew includes Commander Reed Wiseman of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, Pilot Victor Glover of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, Mission Specialist Christina Cook of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency. Their primary objective is not a lunar landing, but a safe circumnavigation of the Moon using a free return trajectory. This path relies on the natural gravity of Earth and the Moon to bring Orion back home with minimal fuel use, prioritizing crew safety. The mission tests Orion's life support systems, propulsion, navigation, thermal control, and communication capabilities in the harsh environment of deep space, well beyond the protection of Earth's magnetic field. Key goals include validating human-rated systems for extended deep space travel, demonstrating manual and automated spacecraft operations, conducting science observations and human health studies, and gathering engineering data on re-entry and splashdown procedures. By successfully completing these objectives, Artemis II paves the way for Artemis III, which will land astronauts on the lunar surface near the South Pole, and future missions that could one day send humans to Mars. Mission timeline so far, from launch to lunar flyby. The journey began on April 1, 2026, with a flawless liftoff at 6:35 in the evening Eastern Time. After separating from the Space Launch System rocket, Orion performed critical orbital maneuvers, including perigee and apogee raising burns, before the translunar injection burn sent the crew on a 4-day voyage toward the Moon. On April 6, 2026, which was Flight Day 6, the highlight occurred, the historic lunar flyby. The astronauts flew around the far side of the Moon, losing communication with Earth for about 40 minutes as Orion passed behind it. During this period, they reached a record-breaking distance of approximately 252,756 miles from Earth, surpassing the Apollo 13 record from 1970. The crew captured stunning high-resolution images of the lunar surface, Earthrise, and even a total solar eclipse viewed from deep space. They conducted real-time geological observations, noting color variations and features that could inform future landing sites. These visuals and data are already providing scientists with unprecedented insights into the Moon's far side. After the flyby, Orion exited the lunar sphere of influence on April 7th, beginning the return leg. The mission has proceeded smoothly, with the crew reporting excellent spacecraft performance and sharing moments of awe at the views of our home planet from such a vast distance. Artemis II update, April 8, 2026, what the astronauts are doing right now. As of April 8, 2026, which is Flight Day 8, the Artemis II crew is well into their return journey and focused on final test objectives. The astronauts are conducting a series of important demonstrations designed to validate Orion's capabilities for future missions. One key activity is the radiation protection experiment. In deep space, astronauts face increased exposure to solar radiation and galactic cosmic rays. The crew is practicing procedures to create a temporary storm shelter inside Orion, using the spacecraft's heat shield area and onboard supplies to shield against potential solar flares. This hands-on test helps engineers refine shielding strategies for longer duration flights, such as those to Mars. Another major focus is manual piloting demonstrations. The astronauts are taking turns steering Orion through various attitude control maneuvers, testing both 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom modes. These exercises provide valuable data on how the spacecraft handles under human control, which will be essential for precision operations during future lunar landings or emergency scenarios. The crew is also stowing loose gear and equipment in preparation for re-entry. Items like exercise devices must be securely fastened, as high-speed atmospheric entry can turn unsecured objects into hazards. Throughout the day, they continue routine system checks, monitor life support performance, and participate in a live downlink event with the Canadian Space Agency. Later in the evening, the astronauts are scheduled for a short press conference to answer media questions from their unique vantage point en route home. These activities highlight the mission's emphasis on thorough testing while the crew remains healthy and in high spirits. Final approach and splashdown. When will Artemis II return to Earth? The Orion spacecraft is on track for a Pacific Ocean splashdown on Friday, April 10, 2026, at approximately 8:07 in the evening Eastern Time, which is 5:07 in the evening Pacific Time. The targeted landing zone is off the coast of San Diego, California. In the hours leading up to re-entry, the crew will separate from the service module, which provides propulsion and will burn up in the atmosphere. Orion will then hit Earth's atmosphere at speeds around 25,000 miles per hour, generating temperatures up to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Parachutes will deploy to slow the capsule for a gentle water landing. National Aeronautics and Space Administration recovery teams, supported by the United States Department of Defense, will retrieve the astronauts via helicopters and transport them to the waiting recovery ship. Onboard medical evaluations will follow before the crew returns to Houston for further debriefings and health monitoring. Live coverage of the splashdown will be available on the National Aeronautics and Space Administration channels, beginning about 90 minutes prior. This dramatic conclusion will mark the successful end of Artemis II and provide final validation of Orion's heat shield and parachute systems. Why Artemis II matters: records, science, and the future of space exploration. Artemis II has already broken records and delivered scientific value. The crew's journey farther from Earth than any humans before them, combined with detailed lunar observations, expands our understanding of deep space travel and the Moon's geology. Beyond the immediate mission, the data collected will directly inform spacecraft design improvements, radiation mitigation strategies, and crew procedures for Artemis III and beyond. International collaboration, highlighted by Jeremy Hansen's participation, strengthens global partnerships in space. This mission embodies the National Aeronautics and Space Administration commitment to a golden age of exploration, driving technological innovation, inspiring the next generation, and opening economic opportunities through commercial partnerships. As the Artemis II crew nears their triumphant return on April 10th, the world watches with excitement. Follow the National Aeronautics and Space Administration for the latest Artemis II updates, stunning imagery from the lunar flyby, and live splashdown coverage. This journey is not just a test flight, it is a step toward humanity's multi-planetary future. Thank you for watching. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and comment below on what's going on up there. We'll see you next time, and remember to keep it real-free news. Global economic power shifts in 2026, trends in trade, finance, and international relations. Widely accepted views of the global economy highlight steady, albeit moderated, growth supported by technological advancements, fiscal measures, and adaptive policies across nations. Projections from institutions like the IMF indicate global GDP expansion near 3.3% in 2026, with variations among advanced and emerging markets. From a historical and behavioral perspective, modern scholarly frameworks suggest that evolving patterns of economic influence are reshaping international trade and finance. One interpretive lens proposes that factors such as shifting supply chains, policy adjustments in major economies, and the rise of new economic groupings contribute to a more multipolar landscape, where countries pursue strategies for resilience amid changing conditions. Some analysts observe that trends including economic nationalism, tariff discussions, and efforts to diversify partnerships reflect responses to recent global events. For example, developments in trade agreements and investment flows are examined for their potential effects on inflation, energy markets, and technological competition. Mainstream narratives underscore the role of innovation and private sector adaptability in sustaining growth, even as governments calibrate policies on issues like sustainability and digital transitions. Educational reports note that regions with strong domestic demand or strategic resource positions may experience differentiated outcomes, while broader analyses highlight risks from geopolitical tensions and supply disruptions. Historical cycles of economic rebalancing illustrate how nations adapt through diplomacy and institutional engagement rather than isolation. In 2026, observers point to ongoing dialogues within forums addressing climate goals, energy transitions, and financial architecture as avenues for managing these shifts. While traditional accounts emphasize continuity in rules-based trade, additional scholarly viewpoints explore how emerging arrangements might influence long-term resource allocation and institutional evolution. Collectively, these dynamics illustrate the complexity of global economic interactions. Balanced examination reveals both opportunities for collaborative advancement and the need for prudent policymaking to support stability and inclusive prosperity worldwide.
Is Donald Trump Jewish? There is no definitive genealogical evidence to suggest that Donald Trump has direct Jewish ancestry, but assessing the possibility necessitates a thorough examination of his family history, the historical backdrop of his ancestral regions, and the speculative threads that occasionally surface. Donald John Trump was born on June 14, 1946, in Queens, New York, to Fred Trump and Mary Ann McLeod Trump. His paternal lineage originates with his grandfather, Friedrich Trump, who emigrated from Karlstadt, a small village in the Palatinate region of Bavaria, Germany, to the United States in 1885. The Trump family's German heritage is firmly rooted in Protestant Christianity, specifically the Lutheran tradition prevalent in that area. Friedrich's parents, Johannes Trump and Katharina Kober, were part of a community with no recorded Jewish ties, and the family name, originally Drumpf or Trumpf, meaning drum or trumpet in German, carries no historical association with Jewish nomenclature. Trump's maternal lineage offers similarly scant grounds for Jewish ancestry. His mother, Mary Ann MacLeod, hailed from Tong, a village on the Isle of Lewis in Scotland's Outer Hebrides, born in 1912 to a Presbyterian family of Gaelic-speaking fisherfolk. The MacLeods were devoutly Christian, their religious life centered around the Free Church of Scotland, a strict Protestant denomination with no trace of Jewish influence in its genealogical or cultural fabric. Trump himself was raised in this Christian milieu, attending the First Presbyterian Church in Jamaica, Queens, during his youth, and has consistently identified as a Christian in public statements, most notably during his presidency, when he attended services at St. John's Episcopal Church in Washington, D.C., and referenced his faith in speeches. Speculation about Jewish connections often emerges not from Trump's direct lineage but from tangential associations and historical conjecture. One prominent link is through his daughter Ivanka Trump, who converted to Orthodox Judaism in 2009 prior to marrying Jared Kushner, whose family descends from Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe. This makes Trump the father-in-law to a Jewish family and grandfather to Jewish grandchildren, his daughter's children with Kushner, but it reflects no Jewish heritage in his own bloodline. Instead, it's a modern familial tie unrelated to his ancestry. Another speculative thread points to the Rhineland-Palatinate region of Germany, where Kallstadt lies. Some online theories suggest that Jewish communities, historically present in nearby cities like Mainz and Speyer during the Middle Ages, might have intermingled with local populations centuries ago, potentially leaving faint genetic echoes in families like the Trumps. However, genealogical records, such as those accessible via Ancestry.com or detailed in historical studies of Bavarian migration, offer no specific evidence connecting the Trump lineage to Jewish forebears. The late historian Fritz Stern, an authority on German Jewish history, observed that many Jewish families in 19th-century Germany assimilated into Christian society, adopting German surnames and Protestant practices, a phenomenon that could theoretically obscure distant Jewish roots. Yet, no archival documents, such as baptismal records, wills, or census data from Kallstadt, indicate this for the Trumps. The family's consistent Lutheran affiliation across generations further undermines such claims. Similarly, Trump's Scottish maternal line, isolated on the remote Isle of Lewis, shows no historical Jewish presence. The island's population remained overwhelmingly Celtic and Christian through centuries of relative isolation. Trump's professional life in New York, where he forged ties with influential Jewish figures like attorney Roy Cohn and real estate magnates, fuels additional speculation. These relationships, however, are circumstantial, business alliances rather than familial bonds. Genetic testing could hypothetically reveal a distant Jewish ancestor, as Ashkenazi Jewish markers appear in many Americans of European descent due to historical indexing, but Trump has not publicly pursued such analysis. Scholars like genealogist Megan Smolniak, who traced his German roots, have found no Jewish lineage in his documented past. In conclusion, while it's not impossible Trump could harbor an undocumented Jewish ancestor given Europe's complex demographic history, no concrete evidence, genealogical, historical, or personal, substantiates this. His ancestry remains firmly German-Scottish and Christian, with Jewish connections limited to his daughter's in-laws. Absent new primary sources, such as a lost family record or DNA results, the likelihood remains speculative and minimal, overshadowed by the robust Christian heritage of his forebears.
On the acquisition and maintenance of power in distant lands, America's war in Iran. I have observed that a prince who seeks to extend his dominion into foreign realms, especially those far removed by sea or custom, faces perils far greater than those who war upon his borders. America, that rising power of our age, has now turned its arms upon Iran, a land of ancient pride and stubborn independence. This conflict, which men call America's war in Iran, offers a clear lesson for any ruler who would project strength abroad. He who would conquer must first understand whether the state is acquired by his own arms and virtue, or by fortune and the arms of allies. In this case, America strikes with its own formidable forces, bombers that pierce the sky and missiles that reach deep into fortified places. Yet it relies also upon the fortune of alliances and the moment when its enemy appears vulnerable. A wise prince does not enter such a war lightly, nor does he deceive himself with soft words of liberation or justice. The people of Iran have long lived under one form of rule. They are accustomed to the authority of their leaders and the ordinances of their faith. When a foreign power arrives, even with the intent to remove a dangerous regime or prevent the gathering of forbidden weapons, the inhabitants do not greet the newcomer as a savior. Instead, they remember old injuries and fear new burdens. Those who once benefited from the old order become enemies at once, while those who hoped for betterment soon grow dissatisfied when taxes rise, soldiers occupy their streets, and daily life turns to chaos. Thus it has always been. Men change masters willingly at first, yet quickly feel the weight of the new yoke. America must therefore follow the sound maxims I have set forth elsewhere. If it seeks to hold influence in Iran, it cannot govern from afar with half measures. It must either ruin the old structures completely so that no rival can rise from the ruins, or reside there in strength, planting loyal forces and securing the loyalty of the weaker sort through benefits granted swiftly and injuries inflicted all at once. Prolonged cruelty breeds hatred. Swift and necessary severity, followed by clemency, can bind a people. Yet to rely upon proxies or distant strikes invites the fate of those who trust in fortune alone. The fog of war obscures all, and an enemy who knows his own terrain can bleed a greater power through persistence. This is how the prince applies to America's war in Iran. Just as I counsel that a new principality acquired by one's own arms and ability is difficult yet glorious to hold, so America's direct strikes upon Iranian nuclear sites, leadership, and military infrastructure test whether it possesses true virtue or merely the temporary favor of superior weapons. A prince who wages war must study the nature of the realm. Iran is no hereditary state easily pacified by custom, nor a civil principality won by popular favor. It is a mixed and resistant body, hardened by faith and memory of past interventions. To succeed, America must measure its own strength not only in ships and aircraft, but in the will to finish what it begins. It must avoid being both hated and despised, hated for destruction, despised for indecision. Furthermore, fortune plays her part. A timely strike may decapitate leadership and sow confusion, much as a bold captain seizes the initiative in battle. Yet if America hesitates after the first blow, or allows its enemies to regroup through alliances or asymmetric retaliation, it will find itself in the position of those princes who lose their new acquisitions through idleness. The art of war remains the sole study proper to a ruler. Neglect of it, or reliance upon mercenaries and distant allies without firm control, leads to ruin. America would do well to remember that liberality in promises costs little but exhausts credibility when unfulfilled, while calculated firmness preserves respect. In sum, he who would master Iran from across the seas must act with the lion's force and the fox's cunning. Destroy threats decisively, secure key positions, win or neutralize the populace where possible, and never trust that fortune will hold the state for him once the initial shock fades. For in matters of distant conquest, half measures invite endless war, while bold and prudent mastery can turn even a hostile land into a source of strength. Thus does the counsel of the prince illuminate America's present endeavor, Success belongs not to the just or the merciful by nature, but to him who adapts his conduct to necessity and bends events to his will.
The New Testament is not the neatly unified book most people assume it is when they open a Bible and see the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John placed first, followed by Acts, then Paul's letters, other epistles, and finally Revelation. This traditional layout creates a natural and almost unavoidable impression that Jesus' life story, teachings, miracles, death, and resurrection came first as the historical foundation, and that Paul simply came along later to build theological commentary and practical application on top of that foundation. Readers naturally assume the order in the book reflects the order in which the material was written and the order in which the ideas developed. But the historical timeline of when these books were actually composed tells a very different, almost inverted story, one that fundamentally changes how we understand the origins of Christian theology, the relationship between Paul and the Gospels, and the nature of the faith that emerged from the first century. The reality is that Paul's letters were written between approximately 48 and 62 CE, making them the earliest surviving Christian documents we possess. The four canonical Gospels came later, Mark around 65 to 70 CE, likely in the immediate aftermath of the Jewish-Roman War and the destruction of the Temple, Matthew and Luke around 80 to 90 CE, and John around 90 to 100 CE. This means Paul's writings existed, were copied, circulated, read aloud in house churches, and preached by his associates for anywhere from 10 to 50 years before any of the four Gospels were put on papyrus. During those intervening decades, Paul's distinctive theology, salvation by faith in Christ's atoning death and resurrection, grace as the overriding principle rather than works of the law, the cross as the central cosmic event of redemption, and the radical inclusion of Gentiles without requiring circumcision, Sabbath observance, or dietary laws, became the dominant interpretive framework for many early Christian communities, especially those outside Judea and in the Gentile world Paul targeted. As his mission field, this chronological order has massive implications for how we understand the development of Christian doctrine and the relationship between Paul and the Jesus tradition. Paul did not sit down with a copy of Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John and then write his letters based on those accounts. Those books did not yet exist. Instead, the gospel writers lived and worked in a Christian world that Paul had already helped define through his missionary journeys, his letters that were read publicly in assemblies, and the networks of house churches and evangelists who carried his message across Asia Minor, Greece, and Rome. By the time the gospel authors began to compile and write their narratives, Paul's ideas about Jesus, particularly the meaning of the cross as the decisive salvific event and faith as the sole means of justification, were already normative in many places. Paul's letters were not just occasional correspondence. They were copied and circulated rapidly because they addressed urgent problems in growing communities, and they carried the weight of Paul's claimed apostolic authority derived from his vision of the risen Christ. The presence of his theology in the air meant that any later narrative of Jesus' life would inevitably be written with an awareness of what Paul had already said about the meaning of that life and death. The Gospels were not written in a vacuum. They were written in dialogue with an existing Pauline Christianity that had already taken root and spread. Paul's theology came primarily from his claimed vision of the risen Jesus on the Damascus Road around 33 to 36 CE, not from a detailed knowledge of Jesus' earthly life and teachings as later recorded in the Gospels. In Galatians 1 verses 11 to 12, Paul insists that the gospel he preached was not received from any human source. For I would have you know, brothers, that the gospel that was preached by me is not man's gospel. For I did not receive it from any man, nor was I taught it, but I received it through a revelation of Jesus Christ. He goes further in Galatians 1 verses 15 to 17, stating that after his conversion he did not immediately consult with flesh and blood, nor did he go up to Jerusalem to those who were apostles before him, but went to Arabia and then returned to Damascus. When he finally did go to Jerusalem 3 years later, he met only Peter and James, staying just 15 days. Paul repeatedly emphasizes that his message and authority came straight from this direct revelation encounter, not from learning the details of Jesus' ministry from the Jerusalem apostles or from eyewitness accounts. His focus is overwhelmingly on the death, burial, resurrection, and exalted status of Christ, elements he says were revealed to him, rather than on Jesus' parables, Sermon on the Mount, miracles, baptism by John, or specific kingdom teachings. When Paul does reference Jesus' words, such as the Last Supper tradition in 1 Corinthians 11 verses 23 to 25 or the command against divorce in 1 Corinthians 7 verses 10 to 11, he uses them sparingly and only to support specific arguments in his letters, not as the central content of the faith he is proclaiming. The gospel for Paul is the message of salvation through the cross and resurrection, not a biography of Jesus' life. The Gospels, by contrast, are narrative biographies. They tell the story of Jesus' birth in Matthew and Luke, baptism by John, calling of disciples, miracles, parables, teachings, especially the Sermon on the Mount/Plain, conflicts with religious authorities, transfiguration, triumphal entry, Last Supper, betrayal, trial, crucifixion, and resurrection appearances. They preserve a Jesus who proclaims the kingdom of God as imminent, calls for repentance, teaches love of enemies, affirms the law's ongoing validity, Matthew 5 verses 17 to 20, and ties discipleship to obedience, works, and ethical transformation. This is a different emphasis from Paul's. Paul rarely mentions the kingdom of God, downplays the law for Gentiles, and makes the cross the decisive salvific event that accomplishes reconciliation with God. The Gospels do not have Jesus explicitly saying, "I am dying for your sins," in the clear, systematic way Paul does in 1 Corinthians 15 verse 3, "Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures," or Romans 5 verses 8 to 11. The Gospels present the cross as tragic martyrdom, prophetic fulfillment, or the necessary path to resurrection glory, but they do not develop it into the comprehensive atonement doctrine that Paul articulates. This discrepancy is striking. The earliest Christian writer, Paul, makes atonement the heart of the gospel, while the later biographical accounts, the Gospels, do not place those words on Jesus' lips in the same explicit way. So why did the Gospels come later? Early Christians relied on oral traditions and expected Jesus' return soon. Writing was expensive, literacy was low, estimated 10 to 15% in the Roman world, and there was no urgent need for biographies while eyewitnesses were alive and the message was being proclaimed orally in synagogues, house churches, and marketplaces. Paul's letters reflect this apocalyptic outlook. He urges readiness and ethical living in light of the coming judgment, rather than archival preservation of Jesus' earthly career. But after the fall of Jerusalem in 70 CE, the deaths of key apostles, Peter and Paul martyred under Nero around 64 to 67 CE, the scattering of communities, and the spread to new generations unfamiliar with Jewish context, written records became necessary to standardize the message, combat oral variations, and counter emerging heresies or competing interpretations. The Gospels were written in response to these pressures, in a world where Paul's theology was already widespread and influential. Mark, the earliest, likely arose in the immediate aftermath of the temple's destruction, reinterpreting Jesus' predictions, Mark 13, in light of that catastrophe. Matthew and Luke built on Mark, adding material to address their audiences. Jewish Christian for Matthew, Gentile Christian for Luke. John, later still, responded to theological challenges with a more reflective, symbolic narrative. Did the Gospel writers simply echo Paul? In many ways, yes. Luke's Last Supper wording matches Paul's closely. Mark's suffering Messiah aligns with Paul's cross focus. John's divine preexistence echoes Paul's hymns. These alignments suggest the authors worked in a Pauline-influenced environment and chose traditions that fit without contradiction. But the Gospels also preserve material that clashes with Paul. Matthew insists Jesus came to fulfill, not abolish, the law. The Synoptics emphasize works and obedience as essential. James directly challenges faith without works is dead. These elements could represent intentional counterbalances, efforts to reassert a more Jewish, kingdom-focused Jesus against the dominance of Paul's grace alone message in Gentile churches. The New Testament is therefore not a single, coherent theology. It is a collection of conflicting visions frozen together by later church decisions in the 2nd to 4th centuries. Paul's letters represent one religion, a faith of personal trust in the risen Christ, mystical union with him, and freedom from Jewish ritual law. The Synoptic Gospels preserve another, a religion of kingdom obedience, ethical rigor, and Torah fidelity centered on Jesus as teacher and prophet. John's Gospel offers a third strand, a mystical religion of divine incarnation and belief leading to eternal life. These strands do not fully agree. Paul downplays the law while Matthew upholds it. Paul centers the cross while the Synoptics center Jesus' ministry. Paul speaks of grace while James insists on works. The canonization process did not choose one and discard the others. It included them all, creating a single Bible that enshrines contradictions rather than resolving them. Most Christians do not realize this because of the Bible's layout. Gospels come first, so people assume they came first historically. They read Paul as building on Jesus' teachings, when in reality Paul's letters came first, and the Gospels were written in a world already shaped by his ideas. This inversion means much of what we call Christianity is filtered through Paul's lens. Faith in the preached cross more than following the historical Jesus recorded words. Modern Christianity often operates as mediated faith. Preachers interpret the Bible, usually emphasizing Pauline doctrines, believe and be saved, faith alone, while the Gospel's kingdom demands are softened or reinterpreted. Believers trust the preacher's version of Jesus more than they wrestle directly with the text's diversity. The faith becomes about accepting what the authority figure says about Jesus rather than engaging Jesus' own words. Paul's pre-conversion life adds another layer. As Saul, he persecuted Jewish believers in Jesus, dragging them to prison, approving executions, pursuing them to foreign cities, all justified by religious zeal. He did this voluntarily, not for pay, with institutional backing from the high priest. His conversion redirected this aggression into leadership, reshaping the movement through revelation-based theology. Psychologically, this shift involves cognitive dissonance, moral injury, and fear-based realignment. Remorse prompting him to join the group he persecuted, overcorrecting through fervent advocacy. Parallels exist with modern figures who channel abusive traits into charismatic religious authority. The originals of all New Testament books are lost. We rely on copies of copies, with the earliest substantial Pauline manuscript, P46, from around 175 to 225 CE. Textual criticism reconstructs the text from thousands of copies, but the originals are gone. The New Testament is a historical record of a movement arguing with itself. Paul's vision-centered, cross-focused theology became dominant, but the Gospels preserve alternative voices that resist complete assimilation. Modern Christianity inherits this tension. A faith where sincere believers read the same book and arrive at mutually exclusive conclusions about salvation, the law, works, and what Jesus actually demanded. The canon did not resolve these conflicts. It enshrined them. This is why Christianity often feels confusing and contradictory at its core. It is not a single, unified religion. It is a coalition of different religions, Pauline Universalism, Jewish Messianic Kingdom ethics, Johannine mysticism, stitched together into one book. Paul's voice became the loudest, but the other voices were never silenced. The result is a faith that has always been a site of interpretation, division, and selective emphasis, with no single, clear answer to what it truly means to follow Jesus.
Memorial Day, observed on the last Monday of May, honors the American servicemen and women who died in military service. Yet, it also lays bare the treachery of corrupt, callous leaders, presidents, politicians, and generals. who sent young men, often teenagers, into avoidable conflicts driven by stupid planning, ulterior motives, and suspicious circumstances. The American Revolution stands alone as a necessary fight for liberty, led brilliantly by General George Washington against insurmountable odds. Every war since, sparked by questionable pretexts or outright deception, reflects a legacy of incompetence and betrayal that Memorial Day demands we confront. The American Revolution, a noble triumph against overwhelming odds. The American Revolution, 1775 to 1783, was a righteous, necessary struggle to secure independence from British oppression, pitting the fledgling colonies against the world's most formidable military. Facing crippling taxes, denied representation, and British garrisons, the colonists had no choice but to rebel. General George Washington's leadership was nothing short of extraordinary, blending strategic brilliance with battlefield valor. His innovative tactics, guerrilla ambushes, hit-and-run raids, and calculated retreats exploited British weaknesses, as seen in the 1776 Trenton Raid, where his daring Delaware River crossing captured 900 Hessians with near-zero losses. The 1777 Saratoga Campaign, orchestrated through Washington's coordination with General Horatio Gates, secured French alliance, showcasing American resolve. His personal courage at Princeton, rallying troops under cannon fire, and his morale-building presence at Morristown's brutal winter inspired a ragtag army of farmers, merchants, and militias. This diverse American military, bolstered by local knowledge and fierce determination, gave the colonies a tactical edge despite Britain's superior numbers and discipline. Total victory in every instance was impractical against such a juggernaut. The American military's decentralized structure and undertrained soldiers contributed to both successes, like the guerrilla raids in the Carolinas, and defeats, such as the 1776 loss of New York City, where coordination faltered. Minor errors occurred. The Battle of Long Island saw Washington's forces outmaneuvered, losing 2,000 men, due to systemic issues like inadequate scouting rather than personal failure. The Valley Forge winter of 1777-78, with 2,500 deaths from disease, reflected logistical challenges under General Nathanael Greene, compounded by unforeseen difficulties, limited funds, British blockades, and militia desertions. Forward-thinking strategies, like expanded spy networks or standardized skirmisher units, could have saved lives, but these lapses were understandable given the revolution's chaotic start. Washington's genius and the colonists' resolve triumphed, though smarter planning could have spared thousands. The Civil War, a catastrophe of ineptitude. The Civil War, 1861 to 1865, which claimed over 600,000 American lives, was a preventable disaster born of political cowardice and military stupidity. Presidents James Buchanan and Abraham Lincoln failed to avert division, with Buchanan's inaction emboldening Southern secession and Lincoln's rigid commitment to the Union rejecting compromise. Multiple paths could have avoided this catastrophe. Diplomatic conferences, like those proposed by Senator John Crittenden, might have crafted a federal compromise on slavery's expansion. Economic reforms, such as subsidies for voluntary emancipation, could have eroded slavery gradually, as seen in British colonies. Congressional action to strengthen fugitive slave laws or protect Northern interests might have delayed secession. International arbitration, leveraging European anti-slavery sentiment, could have pressured a peaceful resolution. Instead, leaders dithered, plunging the nation into a war that obliterated communities, wrecked economies, and sowed enduring discord. The human toll, 620,000 dead, millions wounded, devastated families, while infrastructure losses, like burned southern cities and railroads, crippled recovery for decades. The national trauma, from divided loyalties to lost generations, stunted America's potential, making the war's necessity a cruel farce. Generals compounded the tragedy. George McClellan's cowardly refusal to engage at Antietam, despite a 2:1 advantage, squandered 22,000 casualties in a day. Ambrose Burnside's suicidal charge at Fredericksburg, ignoring Confederate entrenchments, killed 12,600 Union troops. General Ulysses S. Grant's reckless assaults at Shiloh, misjudging enemy strength, cost 13,000 Union casualties. These boneheaded decisions, driven by ego and incompetence, turned a preventable conflict into a bloodbath. The Spanish-American War, a blunder of military incompetence. The Spanish-American War, a pointless disaster. The Spanish-American War, 1898, under President William McKinley, was a pointless exercise, justified by the USS Maine's explosion, likely accidental, not Spanish sabotage. Over 2,500 Americans died, mostly from disease, due to General's egregious failures. General William Shafter's boneheaded oversight of Cuban camps, lacking clean water, tents, or medical supplies, left 70% of his force sick with yellow fever and malaria. His chaotic assault at San Juan Hill, ignoring reconnaissance, led to 1,400 casualties from preventable ambushes. General Nelson Miles' Puerto Rico campaign, hampered by his refusal to coordinate with naval support, stranded troops without food or ammunition, prolonging engagements. General Rufus Shafter's failure to secure supply lines left soldiers eating spoiled rations, causing widespread dysentery. These stupid decisions, rooted in logistical neglect and overconfidence, wasted lives for territorial gains that served no national purpose. World War I, a wasteful European slaughter. World War I, 1917 to 1918, entered under President Woodrow Wilson, cost 116,000 American lives in a conflict irrelevant to U.S. security. Wilson's idiotic decision to sail ships through German U-boat zones, when safer routes existed, provoked the Lusitania sinking, killing 128 Americans. The Zimmermann Telegram, a 1917 German proposal to Mexico for an anti-U.S. alliance, offering lost territories, was dismissed by Mexico but exaggerated to justify war. General John Pershing's boneheaded trench warfare tactics, ignoring Allied lessons, led to 26,000 deaths in the Meuse-Argonne offensive. His refusal to integrate U.S. troops with seasoned Allied units caused coordination failures, as at St. Mihiel, where 7,000 Americans died from misdirected artillery. Wilson's globalist vision and Pershing's arrogance sacrificed lives for no American gain. World War II, a war marred by stupidity and misplaced priorities. World War II, 1941 to 1945, costing over 400,000 American lives, was plagued by leadership failures and questionable priorities. The Pearl Harbor attack, which triggered U.S. entry, was suspiciously foreseeable due to ignored warnings, with intelligence hinting at Japanese plans overlooked by Admiral Husband Kimmel and General Walter Short, leaving defenses unprepared. In the Pacific, General Douglas MacArthur's boneheaded failure to secure the Philippines, despite hours' warning, led to the Bataan Death March, killing 10,000. Admiral Chester Nimitz's misjudgment at Midway, deploying vulnerable torpedo bombers, cost 150 aircraft and 300 lives, nearly losing the battle. Admiral William Halsey's reckless pursuit of Japanese decoys at Leyte Gulf, leaving the San Bernardino Strait unguarded, risked a catastrophic defeat, saved only by desperate destroyer actions. These stupid decisions prolonged Pacific campaigns, wasting lives. America's European involvement was unnecessary. Hitler's declaration of war did not require a response. President Franklin D. Roosevelt's two-front strategy diverted resources from Pacific retribution. Withdrawing U.S. ships and halting Lend-Lease aid would have left Europe to its fate. Instead, generals like Dwight Eisenhower and Omar Bradley launched suicidal operations. D-Day's Normandy invasion, costing 29,000 lives, ignored flanking options. General Courtney Hodges' failure to secure supply lines triggered the Battle of the Bulge, killing 19,000. General Mark Clark's Italian stalemate wasted thousands in trench-like warfare. Some argue a German victory might have yielded a stronger Europe today. Roosevelt's terrible diplomacy, tainted by financial interests, sent Americans to die in Europe's quagmire. Focusing on the Pacific and U.S. borders would have saved lives. The Korean and Vietnam Wars, pointless escalations with suspicious roots. The Korean War, 1950 to 1953, and Vietnam War, 1955 to 1975, under Presidents Harry Truman and Lyndon B. Johnson, were senseless, costing 58,000 American lives. Korea's escalation followed North Korea's invasion, but suspicious U.S. intelligence failures ignored Chinese troop buildups, as reported by defectors months prior. General Douglas MacArthur's boneheaded march to the Yalu River provoked China's entry, killing 2,800 at Chosin Reservoir. General Matthew Ridgway's static defenses at Pork Chop Hill, costing 1,500 lives for a meaningless outpost, achieved nothing. The war's vague goal, containing communism, produced no victory, only a divided Korea. Vietnam was worse. The Gulf of Tonkin incident, based on dubious radar signals and alleged attacks, was inflated to justify escalation, with declassified reports revealing U.S. naval provocations. General William Westmoreland's idiotic search and destroy missions, like Hamburger Hill's 400 deaths for an abandoned hill, epitomized futility. General Creighton Abrams' Vietnamization, rushed and underfunded, collapsed South Vietnamese defenses, prolonging the war. Suspicious escalations, like CIA-orchestrated coups against Ngo Dinh Diem, destabilized allies. The war's murky objective, stopping communism, yielded no outcome, only 58,000 dead and a fractured America. These wars, driven by globalist and corporate interests, betrayed soldiers for no gain. The post-9/11 wars, suspicious origins and futile occupations. The Afghanistan, 2001 to 2021, and Iraq, 2003 to 2011 wars, under Presidents George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, were launched amid suspicious 9/11 circumstances, costing 6,800 American lives. Missed warnings, FBI reports of al-Qaeda flight training, ignored CIA alerts, unheeded airport security flags, and air defense delays, suggest gross negligence or deliberate oversight. General Tommy Franks' boneheaded Iraq plan, using 150,000 troops instead of 400,000, fueled insurgency, killing 4,400. General Stanley McChrystal's restrictive rules in Afghanistan, no night raids, limited airstrikes, handcuffed troops, increasing deaths. General David Petraeus' surge, costing 1,000 lives, gained fleeting ground. General Mark Milley's idiotic Kabul withdrawal left 13 service members dead in a bombing due to unsecured perimeters. Soldiers faced absurd constraints, court-martials for firing on insurgents near civilians, bans on destroying poppy fields fueling Taliban funds, and reconstruction aid funneled to corrupt warlords. No victory emerged. Afghanistan fell to the Taliban, Iraq birthed ISIS, serving defense contractors, not America. Leadership failures, a legacy of betrayal and treachery. The American Revolution, though necessary, exposed minor flaws dwarfed by the treachery of later wars. Presidents, from Lincoln to Roosevelt to Bush, launched conflicts under suspicious pretexts, false flags like the Maine, Gulf of Tonkin, or questionable 9/11 narratives, serving bankers, oil tycoons, or globalist agendas. Generals failed spectacularly. McClellan's cowardice, Shafter's neglect, Pershing's obstinacy, MacArthur's arrogance, Nimitz's miscalculations, Westmoreland's delusions, and Milley's negligence reflect callous disregard. The military's bloated bureaucracy enabled this betrayal, prioritizing profits over lives. These leaders' cavalier attitude, sending young men to die in poorly planned wars, reveals a chilling pattern. Many conflicts were sparked by corrupt, potentially traitorous figures. The Maine's explosion, Tonkin's fabrications, Pearl Harbor's ignored warnings, and September 11th's missed signals suggest deliberate negligence, costing millions of lives for ulterior motives, financial gain, geopolitical dominance, or corporate enrichment. These decisions have weakened America, leaving borders porous and trust eroded. The callous nature of these endeavors, treating soldiers as expendable, demands accountability. Memorial Day's profound lesson. Memorial Day honors the brave but indicts the corrupt, conniving leaders who betrayed them. The American Revolution, though noble, could have been smarter. Every war since was an avoidable tragedy, driven by presidents, politicians, and generals whose boneheaded decisions. McClellan's paralysis, Nimitz's midway errors, Milley's evacuation failure, piled bodies for profit or power. Suspicious triggers, from the Maine to 9/11, reveal a pattern of deceit. These young men, trusting their leaders, died for banker schemes and globalist plots. The same treacherous leaders, presidents, politicians, generals, and the military's corrupt bureaucracy, rule today. Trump's stalled Afghanistan exit and Biden's botched withdrawal, both retaining inept generals, prove the system's rot endures. Memorial Day exposes this cycle. We mourn heroes who didn't need to die, killed by a machine thriving on conflict. It demands we reject these terrible leaders and their deceitful plans, ensuring no more young men die for lies. Until we dismantle this corrupt structure, Memorial Day will grow heavier with betrayed names. Moving forward, a new path. To honor the fallen, America must end this cycle of betrayal. We must prioritize diplomacy through strength, deterring threats without reckless wars. Strategic restraint avoids other nations' conflicts, preserving our strength. When action is unavoidable, saturate strategic annihilation, decisive, overwhelming force, must replace occupations that bleed lives. Above all, border security is paramount. Protecting our people and borders supersedes foreign entanglements. Memorial Day is a call to action. We must hold accountable the corrupt leaders who have squandered lives for centuries and still do so. By electing leaders who value diplomacy, restraint, and decisive action, and by purging the military's self-serving bureaucracy, we can ensure future Memorial Days honor fewer fallen, sacrificed only for causes as noble as the Revolution. Let this day ignite a commitment to a stronger, safer America, where no young man dies for the treachery of terrible leaders.
A distinctive pattern is frequently observed in interactions between members of majority or historically dominant groups, particularly those of European descent, and minority or non-white outgroups. Members of the former often engage in overt displays of empathy, compassion, and moral superiority through elaborate rhetorical commitments, resource transfers, institutional concessions, and self-abnegating gestures. These acts are typically framed as efforts to affirm equality and demonstrate enlightened benevolence. From the perspective of costly signaling theory in evolutionary psychology and behavioral ecology, such behaviors commonly serve as mechanisms for broadcasting status, virtue, and self-perceived moral elevation rather than straightforward altruism. Costly signaling theory explains how individuals incur tangible expenses, material resources, social dignity, or group interests to credibly convey desirable traits to observers. In this context, performative benevolence functions as a costly signal. The public sacrifice of dignity or power signals the actor's commitment to pro-social norms, thereby securing reputational gains, peer admiration within elite circles, or psychological relief from perceived historical guilt complexes. Unlike low-cost rhetoric, these displays maintain some credibility precisely because they impose real costs on the signaler. The recipients frequently respond with strategic accommodation, outwardly performing acceptance of the proffered benevolence while privately recognizing the underlying dynamics. This interaction is described as devolving into a dual performance, with each side advancing private incentives. The pattern is presented as a self-reinforcing benevolent signaling cycle sustained by asymmetric incentives. Empirical patterns in intergroup relations literature, including studies of competitive altruism and virtue signaling, are cited as supporting the prevalence of such mechanisms. The dynamic is not confined to any single demographic binary, but appears across stratified societies. In Western contexts, the interplay is said to be amplified by specific cultural emphases. The full source report and the link to the original material with additional details, media, and accompanying or complementary reports are available in the description. In summary, the observed dynamic represents a mutual signaling game involving performative benevolence by segments of majority populations and strategic accommodation by outgroup actors. Ultimately, the benevolence signaling cycle constitutes a dysfunctional interplay rooted in universal human tendencies toward costly signaling and opportunism. The reference material includes further examination of personality correlates, institutional reinforcements, long-term consequences, and pathways toward interactions grounded in observable reciprocity and verifiable outcomes.
Before the 19th Amendment of 1920 granted women suffrage, their lives were often seen as simpler and more secure, centered on home and family. Most were homemakers, insulated from political and economic turmoil. Voting thrust them into a chaotic world, expanding voter rolls and pushing policies like prohibition and Social Security that disrupted their stability. Historical data shows a shift. Pre-suffrage, women enjoyed domestic focus and protection. Post-1920, they faced workplace dangers, rising crime, and welfare burdens. This article explores 10 reasons their lives were better without the vote, using pre- and post-1920 contrasts to imagine a modern world free of suffragist chaos. Without it, women could reclaim a tranquil existence, unburdened by the societal shifts their ballots unleashed. a provocative take on a century of change. Number 10. Simpler social expectations. Pre-suffrage, women faced simple demands. Homemaking with basic literacy sufficed. Voting raised expectations, driving education and career pressures. Pre-1920, their role was straightforward. Suffrage complicated it with dual burdens. Today, they juggle work and home stress. Without votes, they could enjoy simplicity now, free from modern strain. Suffrage traded ease for ambition, worsening their load where they once thrived. A vote-free world would restore pre-1920 clarity, home over career, sparing them the pressure of lofty goals. Women lived lighter lives before. Voting imposed a stretch that left them worse off in a demanding present. Number 9. Avoidance of war mobilization. Before suffrage, women stayed clear of war's burdens, rarely working outside the home. Voting pulled them into conflict's orbit. Their ballots supported war efforts, drawing them into industries and later military roles. Pre-1920, they were insulated. Suffrage exposed them to strife. Today, women face war's lingering effects. Without votes, they could skip this now, retaining domestic calm. Suffrage worsened their lives with labor and loss tied to conflict. A vote-free present would shield them from modern wars, restoring a time when men fought and women stayed home. Women once avoided war's toll. Voting dragged them in, leaving them worse off. Number 8. Preservation of traditional roles. Pre-suffrage, women embraced clear roles as homemakers, marrying young in a stable norm. Voting disrupted this order. Women's support for education and work policies pushed them into careers, delaying marriage and raising divorce rates. Pre-1920, their place was defined, suffrage blurred it. Today, they face fractured families and role confusion. Without votes, they could maintain traditional roles now, avoiding upheaval. Suffrage traded clarity for instability, worsening their lives with work and divorce. A vote-free world would preserve pre-1920 norms, home over career, sparing them modern chaos. Women thrived in simplicity once. Voting imposed a shift that left them worse off in a fractured society. Number 7. Reduced tax burdens. Before 1920, women faced minimal tax pressures. Federal spending was low, and as non-workers, they were untaxed. Suffrage altered this reality. Women's votes for expansive policies ballooned budgets, imposing taxes on them by mid-century. Pre-suffrage, they were spared fiscal loads. Voting saddled them with debt. Today, they bear a massive national debt. Without votes, they could live tax-light now as then. Suffrage's spending legacy worsened their finances, tying them to heavy burdens. A vote-free present would lift this weight, restoring a minimal state where men's earnings covered costs. Women once enjoyed economic freedom. Voting imposed a fiscal chaos that left them worse off, paycheck by paycheck. Number 6. Stronger community bonds. Pre-suffrage, women fostered tight-knit communities through church and rural living. These bonds gave them purpose and support. Voting weakened this fabric. Women's support for secular policies reduced church-going and spurred urban shifts, fraying ties. Pre-1920, community thrived. Suffrage isolated them. Today, fewer attend church, reflecting a loss of cohesion. Without votes, women could rebuild these bonds now, avoiding modern loneliness. Suffrage's push diluted their social roots, worsening their connection to others. A vote-free world would restore pre-1920 community strength, with church and rural life as anchors. Women once defined social glue. Voting pulled them into an atomized existence, leaving them worse off in a fractured society. Number 5. Limited political stress. Before suffrage, women were free from political turmoil. Elections and debates were men's domain, leaving women unburdened. Voting changed that, drawing them into divisive conflicts like abortion rights, marked by violence and stress. Pre-1920, their lives stayed calm. Suffrage thrust them into the fray. Today, women face polarized elections, a burden absent before. Without votes, they could avoid this now, reclaiming earlier peace. suffrage dragged them into mental strain and societal division, worsening their well-being. A vote-free present would shield them from partisan wars, restoring the tranquility of a time when men handled politics. Women once lived free of electoral chaos. Voting imposed a stress they didn't need, leaving them worse off. Number 4. Economic dependence on men. Pre-suffrage, women relied on men financially, enjoying low poverty rates cushioned by family support. Voting shifted this dynamic. Women's backing of New Deal policies increased state dependency and poverty, weakening their economic security. Pre-1920, male breadwinners protected them. Suffrage tied them to government aid. Today, women face poverty and a massive national debt, burdens absent before. Without votes, they could depend on men now as then, avoiding fiscal traps. Suffrage replaced family support with state reliance, leaving them poorer. A vote-free world would restore pre-1920 stability, sparing them the economic chaos of welfare and debt. Women thrived under male provision once. Voting disrupted that, worsening their financial lot with policies that traded security for handouts. Number 3. Lower crime exposure. Before 1920, women lived in safer, quieter communities. Crime rates were low, and rural life insulated them from violence. Suffrage upended this peace. Women's support for prohibition fueled a crime wave, with arrests and homicides spiking by the 1930s. Families faced new threats, a direct result of their votes. Pre-suffrage, tranquility prevailed. Voting exposed them to chaos. Today, women navigate high crime rates, far from the calm of 1910. Without the vote, they could reclaim that low crime haven, sidestepping modern dangers. Suffrage's policies worsened their safety, pulling them into a violent world. A vote-free present would restore rural peace, shielding them from the crime legacies of prohibition and urban sprawl, returning them to lives where safety was the norm. Number 2. Protection from workplace hazards. Pre-suffrage, few women worked, sparing them industrial dangers. Men bore economic risks, keeping women safe at home. Voting altered this balance. Women's ballots backed labor laws, driving them into factories where many died in accidents by 1930. Suffrage exposed them to hazards once reserved for men, stripping their protective shield. Pre-1920, their low work rate meant safety. Post-suffrage, it meant peril. Today, millions of women suffer workplace injuries annually, a stark contrast to earlier security. Without votes, they could stay home now as then, avoiding modern risks. Suffrage traded safety for toil, thrusting women into dangerous labor. A vote-free world would restore their reliance on male provision, sparing them the physical toll and stress of industrial life they once escaped. Number 1. Domestic stability and family focus. Before suffrage, women enjoyed stable home lives. The most were homemakers, marrying young and rarely divorcing, creating secure families. Voting changed this trajectory. Women's support for policies like Social Security increased welfare reliance and pulled them into the workforce, straining households. Divorce rates soared as domestic focus waned. Pre-1920, families were strongholds of stability. Suffrage destabilized them with economic and social pressures. Today, high divorce and single-mother poverty rates reflect this shift. Without the vote, modern women could prioritize family as before, avoiding welfare's pull and maintaining high marriage rates. Suffrage traded insulated homes for fractured ones, leaving women worse off. A vote-free present would restore that domestic foundation, shielding them from policies that erode family life and fostering the tranquility they once knew. Before suffrage, women's lives revolved around the serene domesticity of 1910. 3/4 were homemakers, most marrying by 25, basking in a stability that vanished after 1920. Voting unleashed a cascade of burdens. By mid-century, nearly 2 in 5 worked, with thousands dying in factories, while Prohibition triggered 500,000 arrests and Social Security tethered 1 in 9 to welfare, unraveling family and financial security. Today, women face a reality of half their marriages ending, 1 in 8 in poverty, and a national debt soaring to $34 trillion, struggles unimaginable in the pre-suffrage era. Without the vote, they could escape this modern turmoil, returning to a peaceful haven lost to time. In that earlier age, nearly all relied on men for support, shielded from danger, with crime a mere whisper at 6 per 100,000. After suffrage, industrial perils emerged alongside a homicide rate climbing to nearly 10, driven by policies women's ballots endorsed. Laws born from their votes, education mandates racking up $1 billion, healthcare expansions ballooning to $17 billion, piled stress and taxes atop lives once free of such weights, when federal budgets hovered at a lean billion. Community ties, once robust with 7 in 10 attending church, frayed as secularism took hold, 6 in 10 by 1930, while half now chase careers, a sharp break from pre-1920 unity. Picture a world where suffrage never took root. Women today could dodge the grind of nearly 3 million workplace injuries, the pull of over 1.5 million into war's orbit, and the heavy 12.4% tax burden. Families might flourish again, 3 in 5 marrying, not 1 in 3, with men guarding them from a $34 trillion debt and 16,000 murders staining the present. Some might claim suffrage promised empowerment, but it delivered chains instead, harnessing women's votes to fuel a system that tightened its grip, a scheme perhaps crafted by those atop the ladder. Envisioning a vote-free now, women could reclaim the insulated calm of a time when 9 in 10 lived rural lives, untroubled by today's urban sprawl engulfing 8 in 10 or the bitter divisions of modern politics. A century after suffrage opened its box, the fallout is clear: laws that bred crime, debt, and discord, a wreckage of unintended or possibly intended chaos. Before 1920, a simpler road stretched ahead, offering women a lighter existence, free from the pressures that now define their days. That path, though left behind, lingers as a testament to what might have been, a quieter life traded away for a turbulent present.
The rise of Marxist communism stands as one of the most transformative intellectual and political developments in modern history, reshaping societies, economies, and international relations through its revolutionary vision of a classless world. Conceived in the mid-19th century, this ideology emerged as a critique of industrial capitalism, evolving into a global movement that profoundly influenced nations, most notably through its unexpected implementation in Russia in 1917. Rooted in the radical ferment of Western Europe, particularly London, Marxist communism was shaped by a complex interplay of philosophical inquiry, economic analysis, and revolutionary activism, with significant contributions from émigré networks and organizations like the League of Outlaws and League of the Just. The diverse backgrounds of its proponents, the pivotal role of its foundational texts, and the speculative possibility of hidden influences, ranging from secret societies to financial elites, invite a detailed exploration of its origins, motivations, and enduring impact. This essay provides a comprehensive and expansive analysis of Marxist communism's formation, examining its intellectual foundations, its intended application in industrialized societies, its spread to Russia, the dynamics of its key figures, and the potential for unrecorded contributors, while critically assessing alternative narratives and speculative influences. This essay ensures clarity, objectivity, and accessibility, weaving a narrative that captures the multifaceted history of communism's development and global resonance. Intellectual and organizational foundations of Marxist communism. Marxist communism originated from the intellectual partnership of Karl Marx, a German philosopher and economist of mixed Jewish and Christian descent raised as a non-practicing Lutheran, and Friedrich Engels, a German philosopher and industrialist of Protestant Christian background. Their collaboration began in the 1840s amidst the social and economic upheavals of industrial Europe. Marx, born in 1818 in Trier, Prussia, pursued studies in law, philosophy, and history at the universities of Bonn, Berlin, and Jena, where he engaged with the young Hegelians, a group of radicals inspired by the dialectical philosophy of Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, a German philosopher. His early exposure to radical ideas, combined with his journalistic work at the Rheinische Zeitung in Cologne, shaped his critique of capitalist exploitation and state oppression. Engels, born in 1820 in Barmen, Prussia, brought a practical perspective, having observed the harsh realities of industrial labor while working at his family's textile mill in Manchester, England. Their meeting in Paris in 1844, following an initial encounter in Cologne in 1842, marked the beginning of a lifelong alliance that produced the foundational texts of communism, blending rigorous theory with revolutionary zeal. The ideology of Marxist communism synthesized a rich tapestry of philosophical, economic, and socialist currents. Marx adapted Hegel's dialectics into historical materialism, positing that history is propelled by class struggles over material resources, a framework that grounded his analysis of societal change in economic realities. The materialism of Ludwig Feuerbach, a German philosopher, influenced Marx's rejection of religious and idealistic frameworks, emphasizing human conditions as the driver of social transformation. Economically, Marx drew on the classical theories of Adam Smith, a Scottish economist, and David Ricardo, a British economist of Portuguese Sephardic Jewish descent, developing the concept of surplus value, which argues that workers' labor generates profit for capitalists, perpetuating systemic exploitation. Socialist thinkers like Charles Fourier and Henri de Saint-Simon, both French philosophers, inspired Marx's vision of collective ownership, though he critiqued their utopianism for lacking a revolutionary strategy. The radical egalitarianism of Gracchus Babeuf, a French revolutionary, further shaped Marx's focus on class-based upheaval, advocating for the overthrow of capitalist structures. Engels complemented Marx's theoretical rigor with empirical observations, notably in The Condition of the Working Class in England, published in 1845, which documented the squalor and exploitation in Manchester's industrial slums, providing a vivid backdrop to their critique. The seminal work of this intellectual partnership, the Communist Manifesto, published in 1848, was commissioned by the Communist League, a London-based organization of German émigrés that evolved from the secretive League of the Just. This concise yet powerful document outlined a program of class struggle, proletarian revolution, and the abolition of private property in the means of production, targeting industrialized societies like Britain where class disparities were most pronounced. Das Kapital, with its first volume published in 1867, offered a meticulous economic analysis of capitalism's internal contradictions, predicting its inevitable collapse and the rise of socialism. Supporting texts, including the German ideology, written between 1845 and 1846, The Civil War in France, published in 1871, and Critique of the Gotha Program, published in 1875, elaborated on historical materialism, the role of the proletariat, and the transition to a classless, stateless society. By 1867, with the publication of Das Kapital, Marxism had matured into a comprehensive theoretical system, poised for implementation when capitalist crises and proletarian organization converged. The League of Outlaws, active from 1834 to 1838, and the League of the Just, active from 1836 to 1847, were critical precursors to the Communist League, embodying the radical aspirations of German émigrés exiled from the German Confederation. The League of Outlaws, founded in Paris by Jacob Venedig, a German lawyer, Theodor Schuster, a German intellectual, and Wilhelm Weitling, a German tailor, sought to establish a social republic, blending republican ideals with utopian socialism inspired by the revolutionary vision of Philippe Buonarroti, an Italian radical. Comprising approximately 180 artisans and intellectuals, primarily from Prussia and Bavaria, the League operated clandestinely, using secret rituals to evade authorities. Internal divisions over strategy, moderates favoring reform versus radicals advocating revolution, led to its dissolution by 1838, with Weitling and others forming the League of the Just. This splinter group, peaking at over 1,000 members and led by Weitling, Karl Schopper, a German forester, and Joseph Moll, a German watchmaker, initially embraced Christian communism, as articulated in Weitling's Guarantees of Harmony and Freedom, published in 1842, before adopting Marx's secular socialism in 1847. These organizations, rooted in the émigré experience of political persecution and economic displacement, provided the organizational impetus for the Communist Manifesto, commissioning Marx and Engels to unify their revolutionary vision. London as the intellectual and revolutionary hub. London served as the intellectual crucible for Marxist communism's development in the 1840s and 1860s, reflecting its role as the heart of industrial capitalism and a haven for political exiles. Britain's Industrial Revolution transformed its economy, with factories, railways, and urbanization creating a substantial proletariat, constituting 30% of the workforce by 1850, and stark class disparities that Marx critiqued. London's slums, teeming with impoverished workers, stood in sharp contrast to the opulent wealth of industrialists and aristocrats, exemplifying capitalist exploitation. The British Museum's extensive economic records, including factory reports, enabled Marx's rigorous research for Das Kapital, while the city's vibrant émigré community, encompassing German, French, Italian, and other radicals, fostered a dynamic network of revolutionary ideas. The Communist League, based in Soho's German Workers' Educational Society, provided a platform for the Communist Manifesto, while groups like the Fraternal Democrats facilitated cross-cultural exchanges with British radicals, such as the Chartists, led by figures like George Julian Harney, an English journalist. Marx and Engels anticipated a proletarian revolution in Britain, Germany, or France, where advanced capitalism and class consciousness were most developed, as articulated in their seminal work. Despite these conditions, communism failed to ignite a revolution in London or Western Europe. Britain's economic prosperity, with skilled workers earning 20 to 30 shillings weekly by 1870, and legislative reforms, such as the Factory Acts of 1833 to 1878 that limited work hours, alleviated some labor grievances, reducing revolutionary fervor. The expansion of parliamentary democracy through the Reform Act of 1867 allowed dissent to be channeled into electoral politics, while trade unions and the nascent Labour Party, established in 1900, promoted reformist socialism over radical upheaval. Cultural factors, including British nationalism and the influence of Christianity, tempered the appeal of Marxist class-based rhetoric, and government surveillance effectively suppressed radical movements, as evidenced by the crackdowns on Chartist uprisings in 1848. In Germany, the Social Democratic Party adopted Marxist principles but prioritized electoral success, securing 20% of votes by 1890, which diluted revolutionary momentum. France, despite socialist activism led by figures like Louis Blanc, a French journalist, maintained stable governance, preventing Marxist implementation. The stability and reformist tendencies of Western Europe thus thwarted communism's revolutionary aspirations, redirecting its trajectory elsewhere. The German émigrés, identity, motivations, and revolutionary networks. The German émigrés who formed the League of Outlaws and League of the Just were primarily artisans and intellectuals from Prussia, Bavaria, and other German states within the German Confederation, driven into exile by political persecution and economic hardship. The Confederation's repressive policies, codified in the Carlsbad Decrees of 1819, targeted liberal and radical activists following the July Revolution of 1830 in France and the failed Frankfurt Parliament attack of 1833. Artisans, such as tailors and shoemakers, faced economic displacement due to industrialization, which eroded traditional crafts and reduced wages by 10 to 15% in the 1830s. Intellectuals like Venedi and Schuster were censored for advocating republicanism and socialism, risking imprisonment or worse. Identified by their political activities, publishing subversive pamphlets, joining band groups like the Burschenschaften, or attending protests such as the Hambach Festival of 1832, these émigrés fled to Paris, which hosted 40,000 to 50,000 Germans by 1835, and later to London, a liberal haven with 7,000 émigrés by 1852. The ethnic composition of these émigrés was predominantly German, reflecting the cultural and linguistic unity of the German states. Their religious identity was overwhelmingly Christian, encompassing Lutheran and Catholic traditions, which aligned with the Confederation's dominant religious culture. The League of Outlaws, with approximately 180 members, and the League of the Just, peaking at over 1,000, were artisan-based, drawing from Christian-dominated guilds that historically excluded Jewish craftsmen due to anti-Semitic restrictions. No documented members of either league were of Jewish descent, and the Christian communist ideology of the League of the Just, as articulated by Weitling, further limited Jewish participation. However, the broader émigré milieu included Jewish radicals like Moses Hess, a German philosopher of Jewish descent, who contributed to socialist thought in intellectual circles but not within the leagues. In Germany, individuals of Jewish descent constituted 1 to 2% of the population, approximately 200,000 in 1830, a proportion mirrored in Paris, 1% of 1 million, and London, 0.5 to 1% of 2.5 million, where they were primarily merchants or intellectuals. This demographic pattern underscores the historical tendency of Jewish communities to form small, integrated minorities within larger populations, often facing discrimination but contributing to radical movements in secular contexts. The émigrés' flight was driven by a combination of political persecution, economic hardship, and danger. Political radicals faced arrest or execution, as seen in Weitling's 1835 detention in Paris, while artisans sought better prospects in industrial cities, though many endured poverty in London's Soho slums. London's appeal lay in its relative freedom from censorship, contrasting with the German state's authoritarianism and France's post-1839 expulsions of radicals. The émigrés' revolutionary zeal, fueled by their exile experience, led to the formation of the Leagues, which channeled their grievances into socialist activism. The League of the Just had direct contact with Marx and Engels, commissioning the Communist Manifesto in 1847, while the League of Outlaws, dissolving by 1838, had indirect contact through shared members like Weitling and Schopper, who later joined the Just and engaged Marx. The commission and authorship of the Communist Manifesto. The Communist League, formed in June 1847 through the merger of the League of the Just and Marx and Engels Communist Correspondence Committee, commissioned Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels to write the Communist Manifesto at its Second Congress in London, held at the German Workers' Educational Society from November to December 1847. This commission was a pivotal moment, as the League sought a clear, accessible program to unify its diverse membership and distinguish itself from other socialist factions amid the brewing revolutions of 1848. Marx, a formidable theorist with a background in young Hegelian philosophy and journalism, dominated Congress debate, securing support for his materialist program over utopian or conspiratorial alternatives. Engels, a League member since 1846, endorsed Marx's leadership, contributing preliminary drafts such as Principles of Communism, published in 1847, which served as a foundation for the manifesto. Published in February 1848 in German, the manifesto articulated a revolutionary vision of class struggle, proletarian uprising, and the abolition of private property, becoming a cornerstone of communist ideology. The authorship credit for the Communist Manifesto is attributed to Marx and Engels due to their intellectual and literary contributions. Marx wrote the final draft, synthesizing the League's egalitarian ethos with his scientific socialism, while Engels provided structural input and earlier drafts. The League's role was organizational, commissioning the text and inspiring its revolutionary spirit, but its artisan members, such as Schopper and Moll, lacked the theoretical depth to draft a comprehensive manifesto. The manifesto's global resonance, amplified by Marx's later works like Das Kapital and his leadership in the First International, tied it to their names. The League's dissolution by 1852, due to repression following the 1848 revolutions, and its secondary role as a commissioning body explain its omission from popular credit, though scholarly accounts acknowledge its contribution. The commission was essential, as it provided the impetus for a public manifesto, aligning with the revolutionary fervor of 1848. Without it, Marx and Engels might have continued theoretical work, but the manifesto's unique form and timing likely depended on the League's request. The Russian Revolution, leadership, ethnic diversity, and global impact. The Bolshevik Revolution of October 1917 marked the first significant implementation of Marxist communism, transforming Russia from a semi-feudal empire into a socialist state. Russia's unexpected role, despite its agrarian economy and small proletariat, for percent urban in 1860, stemmed from extraordinary circumstances. World War I, from 1914 to 1918, inflicted 2 million deaths, famine, and economic collapse, radicalizing workers, soldiers, and peasants. The February Revolution of 1917 overthrew Tsar Nicholas II, but the provisional government's failure to end the war or address land reform created a power vacuum. Vladimir Lenin's Bolsheviks, a faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party founded in 1898, seized power in Petrograd, establishing the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, which became the Soviet Union in 1922. Lenin's Marxist-Leninism adapted Marxism to Russia's conditions, emphasizing a vanguard party to lead the proletariat and incorporating peasants, who formed 80% of the population, as revolutionary allies. The Decree on Land, issued in November 1917, redistributed aristocratic estates, aligning with Marxist principles of property abolition, while nationalization of banks, railways, and industries implemented collectivization. War communism, from 1918 to 1921, centralized the economy during the Russian Civil War, and the new economic policy, introduced in 1921, allowed limited market reforms to stabilize it, showcasing Marxism's adaptability. The Soviet Union's success inspired communist movements in China, achieving victory in 1949, Cuba, achieving victory in 1959, and beyond, facilitated by the Comintern, active from 1919 to 1943. The Bolshevik leadership reflected Russia's ethnic diversity, encompassing individuals of varied backgrounds united by Marxist ideology. Vladimir Lenin, born Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov in 1870, was of Russian, Kalmyk, German, and Swedish descent, raised in a nominally Orthodox family but an avowed atheist. Leon Trotsky, born Lev Davidovich Bronstein in 1879, hailed from a secular Jewish family in Ukraine, rejecting religious identity for Marxism. Joseph Stalin, born Ioseb Jugashvili in 1878, was Georgian, trained in an Orthodox seminary but embracing atheism. Grigory Zinoviev, born Hersh Apfelbaum in 1883, and Lev Kamenev, born Lev Rosenfeld in 1883 with a partially Jewish background, were from secular Jewish families, while Yakov Sverdlov, born in 1885, also came from a Jewish family, all identifying as Marxist atheists. Felix Dzerzhinsky, born in 1877 of Polish Catholic origin, and Nikolai Bukharin, born in 1888 in Moscow of Russian descent, were similarly secular. Jewish leaders constituted approximately 20 to 25% of the Central Committee from 1917 to 1922, higher than their 4% population share, reflecting radicalization from anti-Semitic oppression, but the majority were of Russian, Georgian, or other ethnicities. This diversity underscores the Bolsheviks' universalist ideology, transcending ethnic or religious affiliations. The implementation of communism in Russia benefited key figures and groups. Lenin wielded supreme authority until 1924, shaping the Soviet state. Trotsky led the Red Army to victory in the Civil War, gaining prominence until his 1929 exile. Stalin consolidated power as general secretary, becoming dictator by the late 1920s with access to state resources. Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Sverdlov held leadership roles, enjoying privileges until purges in the 1930s. The nomenklatura, party elites, secured better housing and rations, while urban workers gained initial workplace control, education, and labor protections, though war communism's hardships limited benefits. Peasants acquired land via the Decree on Land, but collectivization in the late 1920s caused devastating famines. Internationally, leaders like Mao Zedong in China and Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam emulated Russia's model, supported by the Comintern, while European communists like Ernst Thälmann, a German labor organizer, and Palmiro Togliatti, an Italian intellectual, gained influence, though constrained by local conditions. Exploring potential influences and alternative narratives. The global impact of Marxist communism, transforming nations, empowering leaders, and sparking ideological conflicts, prompts inquiry into potential hidden contributors beyond Marx and Engels. London's radical milieu in the 1840s to 1860s, characterized by secret societies, fraternal organizations, émigré networks, and intellectual exchanges, suggests the possibility of unrecorded influences, particularly given the secretive nature of some groups and the complex dynamics of the era. The League of Outlaws and League of the Just were central to communism's early development, rooted in the experiences of German émigrés fleeing political and economic turmoil. The Outlaws, with leaders like Venedig, Schuster, and Weitling, operated clandestinely in Paris, advocating a social republic through utopian socialism. The Just, a splinter group led by Weitling, Schapperer, and Moll, embraced Christian communism before adopting Marx's secular socialism, commissioning the Communist Manifesto to unify its vision. These groups, composed of Christian German artisans, lacked documented Jewish members, reflecting guild restrictions and ideological focus. However, the broader émigré community included Jewish radicals like Hess, who influenced Engels but operated outside the Leagues. The League's direct engagement with Marx and Engels, particularly the Just Commission, was crucial, but their indirect influence through shared networks, such as the Fraternal Democrats, shaped the radical landscape. London's secret societies and fraternal organizations offer a lens for exploring speculative influences. The German Workers' Educational Society served as a hub for the League of the Just, hosting Marx's lectures and the 1847 congresses. The Fraternal Democrats connected German émigrés with British Chartists, fostering socialist ideas. Buonarroti's Universal Democratic Carbonari inspired the League's clandestine structures, while Young Europe networks, led by Giuseppe Mazzini, an Italian revolutionary, promoted nationalism with indirect socialist ties. No evidence links the League to Freemasons, Odd Fellows, or the Loge de Philadelphes, despite speculative claims. Allegations of Illuminati influence are anachronistic, as the group dissolved in 1785 and lack primary sources. Theories suggesting Rothschild funding or a Jewish plot behind communism are endorsed by some researchers but lack acceptance among most prominent scholars, possibly supported by unauthenticated or disputed material, and are often associated with anti-Semitic narratives, such as the contested Protocols of the Elders of Zion published in 1903, with their validity debated based on the differing directions of study or bias. The Rothschilds Bank, a financial powerhouse in 1848 led by Lionel de Rothschild, a British banker of Ashkenazi Jewish descent, had direct ties to the League or Marx, whose poverty and anti-capitalist critique contradict such claims. Religious influences were limited. The League of the Just's early Christian communism drew on egalitarian traditions, but no institutional religious ties existed. Marx's atheism and materialist philosophy, evident in On the Jewish Question, published in 1843, excluded overt religious input, and no Jewish religious connections are documented. Speculative claims of Christian or Jewish communalism shaping communism lack evidence, as Marxism's secularism prevailed. Business or government connections are absent, with the League relying on member dues and Engels support, not elite funding or state backing. Alternative narratives enrich the inquiry into Marxist communism's origins, suggesting a multifaceted origin story beyond the standard account of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels as primary authors. Communism likely emerged from a convergence of socialist, anarchist, and labor currents, with a communist league evolving from the secretive League of the Just, providing organizational impetus, though Marx's synthesis of these ideas was central, potentially incorporating minor inputs from London's émigré networks, such as the Chartists or Fraternal Democrats. Speculation that secret societies or elite groups used Marx as a proxy to advance a hidden agenda lacks substantiation, as his transparent writings, poverty, and the League's artisan base indicate intellectual autonomy, undermining claims of orchestrated conspiracies like those tied to the Rothschilds or Illuminati. Marx's savant-like intellect and zealous commitment to revolutionary ideology, bolstered by Engels' financial support and empirical contributions, drove communism's development, though collaborative influences from radical circles shaped its early phase, highlighting the complex interplay of individual dedication and collective radicalism in its formation. The League of the Just's commission was pivotal, ensuring the Communist Manifesto's creation and amplifying communism's global impact. Without it, the manifesto might not have emerged in 1848, potentially delaying or fragmenting socialist movements, though Marx's independent writings, such as Das Kapital, would likely persist. The Russian Revolution's success, driven by Lenin's adaptations and Russia's crises, underscores communism's adaptability, with its diverse leadership reflecting ideological unity over ethnic identity. Marxist communism, forged in the intellectual and revolutionary ferment of 19th-century London, represents a profound synthesis of philosophical, economic, and socialist ideas, articulated by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Its intended implementation in industrialized Western Europe faltered due to economic stability and reformist socialism, but its triumph in Russia in 1917, led by a diverse Bolshevik leadership, reshaped global history. The German émigrés, primarily Christian artisans from Prussia and Bavaria, formed the League of Outlaws and League of the Just, catalyzing communism's early development through their commission of the Communist Manifesto. The League's Christian and German character, with no documented Jewish members, reflects their artisan focus, while the broader émigré milieu included Jewish radicals like Hess, contributing to socialism's intellectual currents. Marx's authorship earned him primary credit for the manifesto, overshadowing the League's organizational role, though its commission was decisive. Speculative influences, secret societies, Rothschilds, or religious groups, remain unproven, with historical evidence affirming Marx and Engels' intellectual leadership amid émigré radicalism. Communism's global resonance, from Russia to China, underscores its adaptability, driven by the interplay of ideas, revolutionary networks, and historical contingencies, offering a complex legacy that continues to provoke rigorous inquiry and reflection.
In contemporary society, behaviors characterized by an inflated sense of moral superiority, insincere displays of compassion, the imposition of ethical standards on others, and a disconnect between professed values and actions significantly shape social, cultural, and psychological landscapes. These tendencies influence interpersonal relationships, institutional policies, and intercultural interactions, often yielding both advantages and substantial challenges. While such behaviors can confer social or financial benefits, their disadvantages, particularly for groups like white populations in Western contexts, merit critical scrutiny due to their impact on group cohesion and intergroup dynamics. The historical, psychological, and cultural roots of these tendencies, their societal reinforcement, and their broader consequences warrant an unbiased examination. This essay explores the definitions and manifestations of these behaviors, their psychological underpinnings, the activities and identifiers associated with them, and their detrimental effects on intergroup relations, with a focus on how they disadvantage white populations and others. By analyzing these behaviors through an academic lens, this essay aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of their implications, offering insights into their persistence and influence across diverse social contexts. These behaviors emerge from a complex interplay of individual psychological needs, cultural norms, and historical legacies, reflecting a prioritization of personal moral image over authentic action. They are often driven by a desire for social validation or influence, manifesting in ways that can undermine trust and efficacy. While these tendencies are universal, their visibility and impact vary across cultural contexts, shaped by societal structures and historical power dynamics. Understanding these behaviors requires exploring their psychological foundations, such as narcissistic tendencies or cognitive dissonance, and their reinforcement through social institutions like media and religion. The essay is structured in 4 parts: defining the behaviors and their psychological bases, examining their associated activities and identifiers, analyzing their historical and cultural significance, and assessing their challenges in intergroup dynamics, with particular attention to their negative effects on white populations and their interactions with other groups. Part 1. definitions and psychological foundations. The behaviors under discussion involve an exaggerated belief in one's moral correctness, insincere expressions of compassion, the enforcement of personal ethical standards on others, and a discrepancy between stated principles and actions. An inflated sense of moral superiority entails a conviction in one's ethical rightness, often accompanied by judgmental attitudes toward others. Insincere compassion refers to public displays of empathy designed to garner social approval rather than reflecting genuine care. The imposition of ethical standards involves enforcing one's moral framework on others, frequently with a paternalistic demeanor. A disconnect between principles and actions occurs when individuals fail to align their behavior with their professed values, undermining their credibility. These tendencies are rooted in psychological mechanisms that drive human behavior across various contexts. Psychologically, these behaviors often arise from narcissistic traits, characterized by a need for admiration and a sense of grandiosity, as outlined in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Individuals who believe in their moral superiority may overestimate their ethical standing, a phenomenon known as moral superiority bias, leading to critical attitudes and limited self-awareness. Insincere compassion aligns with histrionic personality traits, where exaggerated emotional displays seek attention or validation. Cognitive dissonance, the discomfort of holding contradictory beliefs, contributes to a disconnect between principles and actions, as individuals project a moral image to mask personal shortcomings. Moral licensing allows individuals to justify unethical behavior by citing prior moral acts, while empathic overarousal can cloud judgment, leading to impractical decisions. Social desirability bias drives individuals to align their behavior with culturally valued norms, such as public compassion, even if insincere. These psychological mechanisms are amplified by social contexts that reward moral displays, such as religious communities or online platforms, creating a cycle where individuals reinforce these behaviors to navigate social hierarchies. These tendencies manifest universally but are shaped by cultural and historical contexts, influencing their impact across groups. Part 2. Activities and identifiers. Individuals who exhibit an inflated sense of moral superiority, insincere compassion, or a tendency to impose ethical standards engage in activities that amplify their visibility and social impact. These activities include public advocacy, such as participating in protests or online campaigns, where individuals project moral commitment, often without sustained effort. Social media platforms serve as a primary arena for insincere compassion, with posts or videos showcasing emotional responses to social issues, primarily for social validation. Leadership roles in moralized spaces such as nonprofits, religious organizations, or corporate social initiatives allow individuals to assert moral authority. Public speaking, writing opinion pieces, or organizing charity events further elevate their status as ethical leaders. Community policing, such as publicly criticizing others' moral failings, reinforces their sense of superiority, often seen in behaviors associated with online shaming or sanctimonious lectures. Identifying these individuals involves recognizing specific behavioral cues. Inconsistent moral stances where compassion or values shift based on audience or context indicate insincere motives. Exaggerated emotional displays, such as overly dramatic public apologies, suggest a focus on appearances. Self-centered moral actions where individuals seek praise for their compassion reveal a disconnect between intent and impact. A judgmental tone marked by harsh criticism of others while ignoring personal flaws signals a belief in moral superiority. Lack of follow-through, such as making grand promises without action, further distinguishes these individuals. They thrive in environments that reward moral displays, such as progressive academia, religious communities, or online platforms, where social approval reinforces their behavior. These identifiers are universal but can be particularly visible in contexts where public platforms amplify moral posturing, contributing to their societal impact. Part 3. Historical and cultural significance. The historical and cultural significance of behaviors involving moral superiority, insincere compassion, and the imposition of ethical standards is evident in various societies. where these tendencies have shaped social dynamics and intercultural relations. These behaviors trace their roots to religious and philosophical traditions, particularly those emphasizing individual salvation and public piety. For example, religious doctrines advocating moral righteousness, emerging centuries ago, fostered a culture of moral display, encouraging a belief in moral superiority and insincere compassion. Philosophical movements advocating universal moral principles laid the foundation for imposing ethical standards, as dominant groups sought to enforce their values globally during periods of expansion. Historical missionary work exemplified these tendencies, as efforts to reshape other cultures often disrupted social cohesion, with lasting consequences. Historically, these behaviors have led to significant challenges. In the 19th century, moral crusaders driven by excessive compassion and a sense of authority escalated conflicts, disrupting social and economic stability across communities. Early 20th century reform movements, led by sanctimonious leaders, resulted in policies that fostered unintended consequences, such as increased social disorder. Post-colonial aid programs, motivated by guilt and a desire to appear compassionate, often misallocated resources, straining economies while failing to achieve intended outcomes. These examples illustrate how such behaviors can weaken group cohesion and resource allocation, particularly for dominant groups like white populations who historically held the power to enact them. Culturally, these tendencies are amplified in societies with affluence, media dominance, and historical guilt over past injustices. Affluent environments provide the resources for moral hobbyism, where individuals adopt causes as a pastime. Media platforms amplify insincere compassion as public displays gain traction. Within white populations, these behaviors create divisions, as affluent or urban communities embracing moral posturing alienate working class or rural white individuals who prioritize practicality. This polarization, evident in debates over social policies, weakens group cohesion and fuels resentment among white subgroups who feel neglected by moral crusades. In contrast, collectivist cultures prioritizing group survival make their moral displays less visible. The prominence of these behaviors in certain contexts stems from historical power dynamics, making their moral tendencies more conspicuous. Part 4. Disadvantages in intergroup dynamics. The challenges posed by an inflated sense of moral superiority, insincere compassion, and the imposition of ethical standards are pronounced in intergroup dynamics, particularly for white populations interacting with other groups. These behaviors often lead to cultural misunderstandings, as compassionate displays or imposed standards are perceived as condescending by groups valuing autonomy or pragmatism. For example, aid initiatives led by dominant groups are frequently criticized for ignoring local needs, fostering resentment rather than cooperation. This dynamic undermines intercultural alliances, as trust erodes when actions appear insincere or patronizing. In competitive settings, white individuals exhibiting these tendencies may be less effective than groups prioritizing practicality. Collectivist cultures such as those in East Asia or the Middle East focus on group survival, giving them an advantage in resource allocation or negotiation. Excessive compassion or moral posturing can make white groups vulnerable to exploitation, as others capitalize on their idealism. For instance, poorly designed aid programs have historically been misused, draining resources without achieving intended outcomes. Policies driven by these tendencies, such as social initiatives prioritizing appearances over merit, can foster perceptions of unfairness, fueling backlash across groups. Within white populations, these behaviors create significant challenges. Affluent or urban white communities, often associated with progressive ideologies, may embrace compassionate displays or moral authority, alienating working class or rural white individuals who prioritize practicality. This polarization, evident in debates over policies like affirmative action, weakens group cohesion and disadvantages white subgroups who face economic or social neglect when policies prioritize moral posturing over practical needs. For example, working-class white communities may struggle with resource allocation when initiatives focus on performative inclusivity, exacerbating intragroup tensions and reducing their social and economic standing. The challenges for white populations stem from cultural and historical factors that encourage public moral displays. In contrast, other groups shaped by different pressures prioritize pragmatism or group loyalty, making their moral tendencies less visible. These behaviors disadvantage white individuals by reducing their competitiveness, fostering internal divisions, and undermining trust in intergroup interactions, particularly with cultures that value action over moral posturing. Conclusion: addressing insincere compassion. Behaviors characterized by an inflated sense of moral superiority, insincere compassion, the imposition of ethical standards, and a disconnect between principles and actions profoundly shape individual and group dynamics. Defined by exaggerated moral confidence, attention-seeking empathy, and inconsistent principles, these tendencies are rooted in psychological mechanisms like narcissism, cognitive dissonance, and social desirability bias. They manifest in public advocacy, social media engagement, and leadership roles, identifiable through inconsistent actions, exaggerated displays, and judgmental attitudes. Historically, these behaviors have influenced societies through religious and philosophical traditions, leading to outcomes like social division, resource misallocation, and intercultural tensions. In intergroup dynamics, these tendencies disadvantage white populations by fostering resentment, reducing competitiveness, and creating internal divisions, particularly when interacting with pragmatic or collectivist cultures. The challenges for white populations reflect historical power, affluence, and cultural norms that reward public morality, creating divisions within their communities and undermining intercultural relations. While offering short-term benefits like social status or career advancement, these tendencies carry long-term challenges, including alienation, inefficiency, and vulnerability. Addressing these behaviors requires fostering authenticity and self-awareness to promote equitable and effective interactions across diverse groups. By understanding their psychological and historical roots, societies can mitigate their harmful effects, enhancing cohesion and mutual respect in an interconnected world.
Get ready, you bold troublemakers. This is the raw, unfiltered plunge into Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals, served up hot in his own street smart, in-your-face style, packed with punch and defiance. This ain't no soft read. It's the whole damn blueprint, summarized and boiled down to its bones. The dedication kicks it off with a cheeky nod to Lucifer, the first rebel, setting a provocative tone to rattle the cages. The preface roars a call to arm the have-nots against the haves with real, dirty tools. The prologue lays bare a corrupt world, demanding action over talk. Then come the chapters, 10 gritty lessons on seizing power, from listening to tactics, proxies, and building unstoppable movements. Dig in, or get left behind. Dedication. To Irene, my steadfast muse, and a sly nod to Lucifer, the original rebel who spat in the face of the divine order and snagged his own infernal kingdom. This ain't just a sweet scribble. It's a bold, cheeky gauntlet thrown down, signaling trouble for the status quo. Alinsky's not here to sip tea with the elite. He's kicking over their tables, stirring the pot with a grin. This dedication sets the stage, provocative, unapologetic, and dripping with defiance. It's a rallying cry for the restless, a promise that power's up for grabs if you've got the guts to take it. Get ready to rumble. Preface: this ain't no dry textbook for cloistered dreamers lost in their ivory towers. Alinsky lays it bare. This is a gritty manual for the have-nots, arming them with real, blood-and-sweat tools to slug it out with the haves. He's writing for the fighters, the ones sick of empty talk and ready to seize change with both hands. The world's a dirty, tangled mess, and power's no cleaner. Deal with it. He snarls. No sugarcoating, no hand-holding. Just a straight shot of strategy for those who dare. This preface is your wake-up slap. Step into the arena or get trampled by the system. Prologue. Alinsky rips the veil off the world's ugly truth. Corruption festers, inequality reigns, and the system's a rigged game for the powerful elite. He's not here peddling some romantic revolution for kicks. This is a lifeline for the desperate, a playbook for those forced to fight back. No high-minded theorizing. Organizing is the meat of it, the only way to crack the haves' grip. The streets are a battlefield, and the powerless need weapons, not sermons. This prologue is your battle cry, a no-nonsense call to arms for anyone ready to turn rage into results. Get moving or stay a victim. Chapter 1. The purpose. Power's the prize, the only currency that matters in this brutal game. Alinsky's mission is crystal clear. Hand the powerless the keys to snatch it from the haves' greedy fists. Forget ideology, communism, socialism, it's all hot air. He's after results, the kind that come from action, not endless debates in smoky rooms. Change doesn't trickle down, it's ripped from the top. This chapter is your war drum, beating the rhythm of resistance. The haves won't yield without a fight, so organize, agitate, and win. No excuses. Power waits for those bold enough to claim it. Chapter 2. Of Means and Ends. Morality's a fine luxury when you're not scraping by on crumbs. Alinsky cuts through the sanctimonious fog. Ends justify means when survival's on the line. He lays out 11 hard-edged rules to wade through the ethical swamp, from bending rules to outlasting foes with cunning. It's a rough road, but it's real. The haves play dirty, and the have-nots must match their grit. This chapter's your survival guide, teaching when to push, when to pull, and never to flinch. Power doesn't care for your halo, only your hustle. Get ready to get your hands dirty and fight smart. Chapter 3. A word about words. Words like power, self-interest, and compromise are smeared with mud by the pious, but they're the sharpest tools in the organizer's kit. Alinsky tears off the sanctimonious mask, reclaiming these terms as weapons of reality. Power isn't evil, it's lifeblood. Compromise isn't surrender, it's strategy. If you're organizing, ditch the fairy tale lingo and speak the raw truth. This chapter's a wake-up punch. Stop swallowing the haves' dictionary and forge your own. Words win wars, so wield them like blades. Get savvy, get bold, and turn their own language into a weapon against them. Chapter 4. The Education of an Organizer. Organizers don't pop out of books. They're hammered into shape on the anvil of struggle. Alinsky spells it out. You need a curiosity that digs deep, an irreverence that mocks the mighty, and a knack for stirring trouble without getting singed. Flexibility, persistence, and a dark sense of humor are the traits. Organizing's a grueling marathon, not a quick dash. This chapter's your training camp, toughening you up for the long haul. Burnout's the enemy, and one person can't carry it all. Build yourself into a fighter, because the haves won't fall without a relentless foe. Chapter 5. Communication. Forget lofty lectures. Nobody's buying that sermon. Alinsky's dead serious. Communication means meeting people in the dirt where they live, speaking their tongue, tapping their raw experiences. It's about connection, not preaching from on high. If they don't get it, you're not organizing. You're just a windbag. This chapter's your crash course in cutting through the noise, stirring their fire with clarity. The haves thrive on confusion. We counter with truth. Get good at this, or get lost. It's the heartbeat of any movement worth a damn, the lifeline that keeps the fight alive. Chapter 6. In the beginning, start with your ears open, not your mouth flapping. Alinsky's method is simple. Plunge into a community, feel its heartbeat, its anger, its dreams. Stir that discontent into a roaring action. But don't shove your solutions down their throats. Let them find their own fight, their own fire. This chapter's your ignition switch. Listen, learn, and light the spark. The haves feed on apathy. We feast on awakening. It's slow, it's messy, but it's how you build a movement. Get in there, get dirty, and get started. Change begins where the people stand. Chapter 7 Tactics. Here's the juicy meat. Alinsky's famous rules for radicals. 13 gems to seize power with a grin. Tactics are the art of war. How to grab power, how to wield it. From wild protests to clever pranks. It's about keeping the enemy stumbling while rallying your crew. Be creative, be relentless, but always play chess, not checkers. This chapter's your arsenal, loaded with strategies to outfox the haves. They hate surprises. We thrive on them. Every move's a calculated strike. Master this, and the fight's half won. Get ready to turn the tables with style. Chapter 8. The Genesis of Tactic Proxy. Sometimes the best fights fought through others. Proxies who hoist your banner high. Alinsky lays it out. Leverage allies, institutions, even enemies to amplify your punch. It's a chess game. 3 moves deep. Outthink, outmaneuver, outlast. This chapter's your lesson in cunning. Turning their strength into your weapon. The haves can't track every angle. We can. Build your network. Wield your proxies. And watch the board tilt your way. It's smart, it's sneaky, and it works like a charm. Power's not just in your hands. It's in theirs, too, if you play it right. Chapter 9. The Anatomy of Organized Action. Organizing ain't some wild free-for-all. It's a well-oiled machine. Alinsky breaks it down. Recruit the willing, train the tough, sustain the fight. Build a movement that hums without you, because burnout's a killer, and one back can't bear it all. This chapter's your blueprint for a powerhouse. Structure it, strengthen it, keep it rolling. The haves count on collapse. We bank on resilience. Get the gears turning, plug the leaks, and don't stop. It's about creating a beast that feeds itself, ready to take on the world with relentless drive. Chapter 10. The Way Ahead. The fight's a marathon with no finish line. Adapt or die. Alinsky peers into the future, urging organizers to roll with new battles, new foes. Stay flexible, keep your feet on the ground, and don't let victory puff you up. Power shifts like sand. You shift with it or get buried. This chapter's your compass, pointing to a horizon of endless struggle. The haves think they've got it locked. We prove them wrong with every step. It's a rough road, but the prize, real change, keeps you going. Stay sharp, stay hungry, and keep pushing. Afterward, a parting shot beyond rules for radicals. This stands apart from Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals. No echo of its original pages, but a final thrust drawn from the summaries laid bare. The dedication's rebel spark, the preface's battle cry, the prologue's gritty truth, and the 10 chapters' raw strategy. Power wrested from the haves by the have-nots. Unfold in Alinsky's own unyielding style. Listening to communities ignites the fight. Tactics sharpen the edge. Proxies outmaneuver foes. And movements endure through structure and adaptation. It's a call to action, not idle chatter. Organizing with guts, striking with purpose, and never yielding. The struggle demands engagement. Hesitation leaves one trampled in the dust.
Easter and the Resurrection, the centrality of Pascha in the 3 phases of early Christianity and Old Testament prophecy. The festival known in English as Easter, and more universally in Christian tradition as Pascha, stands as the central celebration of the Christian faith. It commemorates the resurrection of Jesus from the dead, an event that early followers regarded as the decisive vindication of his messianic identity and the foundation of their hope for new life. The name Easter derives from Old English and Germanic spring traditions, yet the substance of the festival is rooted in the Jewish Passover season, during which Jesus was crucified and rose. In most languages of the world, the Christian holiday retains the name Pascha, the same word used in the New Testament for the Jewish Passover, reflecting the historical and theological linkage between the two observances. This shared terminology underscores that the resurrection did not occur in isolation, but took place during the Jewish festival of deliverance, which early Christians came to see as fulfilled in Jesus' victory over death. The resurrection is examined through three formative phases of early Christianity: the life and ministry of Jesus before the crucifixion, the period of resurrection appearances, and the formation of the early communities known as the Way, and the development of Pauline Christianity following Jesus' ascension. Each phase reveals a distinct perspective on the resurrection. The Old Testament provides prophetic language that was later applied to the event, while the Gospels record Jesus' own predictions and the actual occurrence of the resurrection. The analysis demonstrates that the resurrection serves as the unifying thread across all phases, yet its full theological significance, particularly the idea that Jesus died for our sins, emerges most clearly only in the Pauline writings. This progression from prophecy to fulfillment to doctrinal elaboration highlights the dynamic nature of early Christian belief. The essay argues that a resurrection-centered Christianity, grounded in the direct testimony of Jesus' life, death, and rising without later interpretive overlays, represents the most authentic core of the original proclamation. However, no major denomination today isolates the resurrection as its sole doctrinal center. Instead, Pauline theology, with its emphasis on atonement and justification by faith, has become the dominant framework. By tracing the resurrection across the Old Testament, the three phases, and subsequent Christian history, this study recovers the centrality of Easter or Pascha and examines why the most attested event in the New Testament remains the least followed when considered independently of later developments. Old Testament prophetic foundations. The Old Testament does not explicitly name Jesus or state that a figure called the Messiah will die and rise on the third day. It does, however, contain several passages that early Christians interpreted as pointing to the resurrection of the Messiah. Psalm 16 verse 10 declares, "For you will not abandon my soul to Sheol, or let your Holy One see corruption." This verse, originally expressing David's trust in God's deliverance, was understood by Peter and Paul to mean that the Messiah's body would not undergo decay in the grave. Both apostles quoted it directly to argue that Jesus' resurrection fulfilled what David could not achieve for himself. Hosea chapter 6 verse 2 states, "After 2 days he will revive us. On the third day he will raise us up." Early Christians saw this as a prophetic reference to resurrection on the third day. The story of Jonah, who spent 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the great fish, was used by Jesus himself as a sign of his own 3 days in the heart of the earth. Isaiah chapter 53, the suffering servant passage, describes a righteous servant who is wounded, crushed, killed, and bears the iniquities of many, yet afterward prolongs his days and sees light after suffering. Christians read these verses as death followed by resurrection and vindication. These Old Testament texts supplied the scriptural vocabulary for the early Christian claim that the resurrection was not an unexpected anomaly, but the fulfillment of God's promises. The resurrection therefore stands as the event that made sense of earlier prophecy, transforming scattered poetic and historical references into a coherent messianic hope. The Old Testament provided the foundation, but the actual occurrence and interpretation of the resurrection unfolded in the life of Jesus and the testimony of his followers. The life phase, ministry and predictions of death and resurrection. During his public ministry, Jesus repeatedly predicted both his death and his resurrection. He told the disciples that the Son of Man must suffer many things and be rejected by the elders and chief priests and scribes and be killed, and after 3 days rise again. Similar predictions appear throughout the Gospels according to Matthew, Mark, and Luke, with the most detailed versions stating that he would be delivered to the chief priests, condemned, mocked, flogged, killed, and rise after 3 days. Jesus also used the sign of Jonah, declaring that just as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the great fish, so the Son of Man would be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. These predictions show that Jesus anticipated his crucifixion and resurrection, yet he did not explain the resurrection as an atonement for sins or as a payment for humanity's guilt. He framed it as necessary fulfillment of Scripture and as part of his mission as the Jewish Messiah calling Israel to repentance and the kingdom of God. At no point during his ministry did Jesus say that he would die for the sins of the world or that his death would serve as a substitute sacrifice. The focus remained on ethical renewal, obedience to the Torah, and the arrival of the kingdom. Gentiles were almost entirely outside the scope of his mission. Jesus restricted his activity to the lost sheep of the house of Israel and instructed the 12 to avoid Gentile territories. The rare healings of Gentiles were acts of mercy, but they carried no invitation to discipleship or inclusion in the kingdom movement. In this phase, the resurrection is predicted but not yet realized, and it is not linked to any doctrine of atonement. The resurrection phase, the event, appearances, and ambiguous expansion. The resurrection occurred on the third day, early Sunday morning after the Passover Sabbath. The tomb was found empty, and Jesus appeared on the same day to Mary Magdalene, the other women, the 2 disciples on the road to Emmaus, and the gathered disciples in Jerusalem. He proved he was physically alive by showing his wounds, eating food, and speaking with them. He interpreted the scriptures to show that the Messiah had to suffer and rise, and he commissioned the disciples to preach repentance and forgiveness to all nations, to baptize, and to teach obedience to his commands. The resurrection is presented as the vindication of Jesus as Messiah and the beginning of the kingdom's extension to all nations. Forgiveness is tied to repentance and the proclamation of his name, but the mechanism is not explained as substitutionary sacrifice. The Great Commission opens the door to Gentiles, yet the practical meaning remained ambiguous, whether Gentiles must convert to Judaism or could enter through faith and baptism. The early community debated this question until the Jerusalem Council clarified that Gentiles did not need full law observance. In this phase, the resurrection stands as the central, witnessed event that fulfills prophecy and launches the mission. It is the clearest and most directly attested reality in the early Christian witness, yet it does not yet include the later doctrine of atonement. The resurrection phase, therefore, represents the most authentic core of the original proclamation. The Pauline phase, atonement and universal mission. Paul's theology marks the decisive shift. In his letters, he explicitly states that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures, that God presented Christ as a sacrifice of atonement through faith in his blood, and that Jesus gave himself for our sins. For Paul, the cross is the central saving event that reconciles humanity to God and justifies believers by faith. He claims this understanding came through direct revelation from the risen Christ. Salvation is by grace through faith. Confess with the mouth that Jesus is Lord, and believe in the heart that God raised him from the dead. Pauline Christianity universalizes access. No one is excluded by ethnicity, and no one is automatically included by ethnicity. The atonement doctrine becomes central, even though it is absent from Jesus' recorded statements and resurrection appearances. This phase introduced and normalized the statement, Jesus died for our sins, as the heart of the gospel. The rapid spread among Gentiles owes much to this innovation, which removed ethnic and ritual barriers. Subsequent Christian developments. Following the Pauline period, the apostolic and sub-apostolic era consolidated doctrine. Church fathers upheld the resurrection while incorporating Pauline atonement. The conciliar period defined Christology and Trinity, yet soteriology remained anchored in Pauline categories. Medieval Christianity balanced faith with works and sacraments, while the Reformation emphasized faith alone, reinforcing Pauline influence. Modern Christianity exhibits variation, but uniformly regards Paul's letters as authoritative. Messianic Judaism and Hebrew roots movements come closest to privileging Jesus' Jewish life, yet even they do not isolate the resurrection as the sole doctrine. No major group stops at the resurrection without later interpretations. Conclusion: the marginal status of resurrection-centered authenticity. The resurrection constitutes the most authentic nucleus of Christianity, supported by multiple witnesses, scriptural fulfillment, and direct commission from Jesus. It establishes messianic identity and inaugurates kingdom extension to all nations without necessitating Pauline atonement theology. Nevertheless, no substantial religious body today concentrates exclusively upon this occurrence. Pauline Christianity prevails because its universalism facilitated extensive Gentile incorporation and fueled exponential expansion. The atonement doctrine, absent from Jesus' recorded statements and resurrection utterances, attained normative position through Paul's visionary interpretation and subsequent canonization. This predominance marginalized the resurrection-focused, Jewish-rooted proclamation that earliest adherents first advanced. A genuine resurrected Christ Christianity, prioritizing Jesus' life, death, and rising as prophetic fulfillment without subsequent atonement overlay, would align most closely with the initial testimony. Its virtual absence reflects historical circumstances rather than theological inevitability. Acknowledging this reality compels contemporary Christianity to reassess whether prevailing expressions faithfully represent the founder's intent or constitute later adaptations influenced by a single individual's visionary claim. The resurrection, with its multiple attestations and prophetic realization, emerges as the clearest, least elaborated element of the faith, yet it persists as the least followed when considered independently. This historical paradox demands sustained consideration of whether the dominant form of Christianity authentically preserves the original proclamation or perpetuates an interpretive development shaped by post-resurrection theological construction. The absence of any major denomination that stops at the resurrection without incorporating Pauline atonement theology reveals a profound irony. The event that most directly authenticated Jesus' messiahship and launched the mission to all nations has been subordinated to a later explanatory framework that, while enabling global spread, introduced concepts Jesus never articulated. A resurrection-centered Christianity would therefore not only claim greater fidelity to the earliest testimony, but also avoid the interpretive layers that have generated centuries of doctrinal controversy and division. Ultimately, the marginal status of a resurrection-only focus underscores the human dimension of religious development. What began as a concrete historical claim, Jesus is risen, evolved into a complex theological system shaped by visionary authority, cultural adaptation, and institutional necessity. Recovering the primacy of the resurrection does not negate the contributions of Paul or later tradition, but it does invite a reorientation toward the event that the first believers held as foundational. The resurrection stands as the least disputed and most directly attested reality in the early Christian witness, yet its potential as the sole doctrinal center remains unrealized. This persistent marginality challenges modern Christianity to confront whether its most cherished formulations truly reflect the intent of the risen Lord or represent the successful adaptation of one apostle's vision to the needs of a rapidly expanding Gentile movement. The festival of Easter, or Pascha, therefore calls believers back to the original proclamation of the risen Christ as the heart of the faith.
Concerning incumbent imbeciles. I say that nothing is more perilous to attempt, nor more difficult to accomplish, than the removal of incumbent imbeciles, who, though manifestly witless and lacking all prudence, have held their seats through long custom. Such men resemble hereditary princes. The people have grown so accustomed to their rule, their voice, and their defects, that they tolerate even gross incompetence rather than risk the unknown. The incumbent imbecile need only follow the old ways and adapt with ordinary caution. His subjects expect no upheaval and will not rise against him unless some extraordinary force drives them. Even when his folly wastes treasure, invites enemies, or brings disorder, habit binds them more firmly than any law or army. A wise man who would display such incumbent imbeciles must therefore understand that he contends not merely against one man, but against the inertia of time itself. He who acts with half measures will fail utterly and earn the hatred of both the incumbent imbecile supporters and those who hoped for betterment. All necessary injuries must be inflicted at once, swiftly and completely, so that men grow accustomed to them and forget. Benefits should follow gradually so that they are savored. He must either ruin the old structure entirely or prepare to reside in the new order with his own strong forces and loyal ministers. To rely upon fortune or the gratitude of the people alone is to invite ruin, for the multitude is fickle and will return to its old master the moment the new one falters. Fortune may favor the bold challenger at the first blow, yet without true virtue, that is, arms, prudence, and the unyielding will to finish what he begins, she will turn against him. Many have risen against incumbent imbeciles only to fall because they underestimated the power of familiarity and the universal dread of disorder. The art of war remains the sole proper study of any who would govern. He who neglects it, trusting instead to speeches or distant allies, will find even the most advanced means useless against entrenched weakness. Therefore, I counsel every man who would rid the state of incumbent imbeciles to strike when the moment is ripe, to secure his own forces and never to trust half measures. For in matters of power, hesitation breeds contempt, while decisive action commands respect. This is how The Prince, by Niccolò Machiavelli, directly applies to the subject of incumbent imbeciles. Just as I wrote that hereditary principalities are easy to hold, yet new ones hard to acquire and maintain, so too are entrenched, witless rulers hard to dislodge. Success belongs only to him who combines the lion's force with the fox's cunning and acts with complete resolve.
In considering America's war in Iran, I return to the ground I laid long ago. A commander who would conquer must first build a foundation as wide and firm as the earth itself. Yet I see no such base. The Americans have entered a distant land without knowing its hidden strengths, its people's rhythm, or the true measure of their own timber. They send men and machines as a carpenter might throw any wood upon the pile, caring little whether it is straight or gnarled, strong or weak. In my school, we choose each piece for its proper place. Here, they have chosen none. Without this ground, even the sharpest sword rusts before the first blow. I taught that the spirit must flow like water. Water takes the shape of the vessel, yields to every rock, yet crushes what stands against it. America's forces move like stone, rigid, heavy, announced. They fix their gaze on maps and screens, while the enemy slips around them as water slips through fingers. In the water book I said, "When the foe hesitates, crash upon him. When he moves, flow with him." Instead, they hesitate, announce their strikes, and wonder why the opening closes. Their footwork is loud, their grip too tight. They have forgotten that the long sword and companion sword must work as one, distant reach and close work together. Here they wield only distance and wonder why the narrow streets of the enemy swallow them. Fire is the heart of combat. Fire does not pause or doubt, it consumes. I taught 3 ways to seize the initiative. Strike first, strike the instant the enemy commits, or feint and crush. America seems caught in the middle way, neither seizing nor flowing, only feeding the flames of its own hesitation. In large-scale battle, the same fire rules. One who masters it beats 10. 10,000 beat 100,000. Yet I see their spirits scattered, divided by politics, by screens, by fear of tomorrow's news. A warrior who looks at his own sword, his own hands, his own feet, cannot see the enemy's heart. They strike hard but without rhythm, and rhythm governs all things. From the Wind Book, I studied other schools so I might discard their errors. Iran fights as some ancient schools fought, with cunning, with the ground itself, with patience born of knowing it cannot win by numbers. America dismisses these ways as weak, yet the true strategist knows every path has its virtue and its limit. To scorn the enemy's way is to blind oneself. I do not name their school, only say this: the warrior who believes his own way alone is complete has already lost. At last comes the void. When the 4 books are mastered, the mind empties. No I, no enemy, only the moment's cut. America fights with a mind full of names, victory, defeat, opinion, tomorrow. In the void, there is none of this. Action arises of itself, perfect and without attachment. Until they empty their spirit, their swords will cut only air. I am an old warrior who wrote these things at 60 so others might live. Study the ground until it holds you. Flow like water until the enemy cannot grasp you. Burn with fire until doubt dies. Examine every wind until no trick surprises you. Then enter the void. Only then will America or any nation truly win. Without these 5, war is merely noise, and the dead pile high for nothing. Train without cease. The way is plain.
The Strait of Hormuz: History, Strategic Importance, and Global Energy Impact Today. The Strait of Hormuz is a narrow waterway connecting the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. It measures roughly 21 miles wide at its narrowest point, with shipping lanes even more constrained. This choke point has shaped global trade, energy security, and international relations for millennia due to its geography and the vast energy resources in the surrounding region. Geologically, the strait formed through the collision of the Arabian and Eurasian tectonic plates, beginning around 35 million years ago. This process closed the ancient Tethys Ocean and created the modern Persian Gulf. Sea levels rose significantly after the last ice age, submerging low-lying areas and establishing the current marine passage. The strait's strategic value stems from its position as the primary exit for oil and gas from major producers, including Saudi Arabia, Iraq, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Qatar, and Iran. Ancient and medieval history. Human activity around the Strait of Hormuz dates back thousands of years. Ancient traders from Mesopotamia sailed these waters to reach the Indus Valley civilization, exchanging goods along what was sometimes called the Lower Sea. The Achaemenid Persian Empire recognized the strait's importance as a maritime lifeline, integrating it into imperial trade networks that linked the Middle East with broader Indian Ocean routes. During the medieval period, the region flourished under Islamic rule. By the 10th to 17th centuries, the Kingdom of Hormuz, or Ormus, emerged as a powerful trading hub. Originally on the mainland, the kingdom relocated to a nearby island for better defense against raiders. Hormuz became a wealthy entrepot, handling spices, textiles, indigo, grains, and other commodities from India, China, and Africa. Venetian traveler Marco Polo visited the area and described its bustling markets. The kingdom's prosperity reflected the strait's role as a crossroads between civilizations. European powers arrived in the Age of Exploration. In the early 16th century, the Portuguese captured Hormuz Island and built a fort to control trade routes to India. They maintained a presence for over a century, clashing with local and regional forces. In 1622, a joint Anglo-Persian effort expelled the Portuguese, restoring greater local control under the Safavid dynasty. Later, the British Empire expanded influence in the Gulf, securing maritime routes and addressing piracy concerns along the southern shores, once known in some accounts as the Pirate Coast. Ottoman, Dutch, and other powers also competed for access, underscoring the strait's enduring geopolitical weight. 20th century developments and modern conflicts. In the modern era, the discovery and exploitation of vast oil reserves transformed the Strait of Hormuz into a critical artery for the global economy. Oil from the Persian Gulf became essential for industrial growth worldwide, particularly after World War II. The strait handles a significant portion of seaborne crude oil and petroleum products, historically around 20 million barrels per day in recent years, representing about 1/5 to 1/4 of global seaborne oil trade. Much of this flow heads to Asian markets, including China, India, Japan, and South Korea. Liquefied natural gas, LNG, from Qatar and the UAE, along with other commodities like fertilizers, also transits the waterway. Tensions have periodically affected shipping. During the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s, the so-called tanker war saw attacks on vessels, prompting international naval escorts to protect commerce. Iran has occasionally threatened to disrupt traffic in response to perceived threats, though the strait has generally remained open for extended periods despite regional conflicts. Disputes over islands in the strait, such as Abu Musa and the Tunb Islands, have added layers of complexity between Iran and the United Arab Emirates. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, the United States and other nations maintained a naval presence to safeguard freedom of navigation. Incidents involving tanker seizures or harassment have occurred amid broader geopolitical frictions, including sanctions and regional rivalries. These events have highlighted the strait's vulnerability. Even temporary disruptions can spike global energy prices and affect supply chains. Current events in the Strait of Hormuz. Today, the Strait of Hormuz remains a focal point of international attention due to ongoing regional tensions and their impact on energy markets. In the context of broader conflict involving Iran, the United States, Israel, and other parties, shipping traffic through the strait has faced significant challenges. Reports indicate a sharp decline in vessel transits compared to normal levels, with many shipping companies suspending or rerouting operations to avoid risks. This stems from threats, warnings, and isolated incidents affecting commercial vessels, including attacks or interferences attributed to Iranian forces in response to military actions in the region. The disruptions have led to reduced oil and gas exports from the Persian Gulf, contributing to higher global energy prices and concerns about supply shortages in import-dependent economies, especially in Asia. Some vessels have reportedly transited under negotiated arrangements or selective permissions, while others face elevated insurance costs and security risks. International stakeholders, including major powers, have emphasized the importance of maintaining open sea lanes for lawful commerce. Diplomatic discussions and statements from various governments highlight efforts to restore stable transit while addressing underlying security issues. These developments have drawn media coverage because the strait carries such a large share of the world's energy supplies. Any sustained reduction in flows affects fuel costs, transportation, manufacturing, and even food production through impacts on fertilizer trade. Global markets monitor the situation closely, as rerouting around Africa or drawing on alternative supplies involves higher costs and logistical strains. Predictions for the future. Looking ahead, the future of the Strait of Hormuz depends on diplomatic, economic, and security dynamics in the region. Analysts suggest several potential paths. If tensions ease through negotiations or ceasefires, normal shipping could gradually resume, supported by international naval presence or multilateral agreements to guarantee safe passage. Historical precedents show that while threats have arisen, prolonged closures have been avoided due to the mutual economic costs. However, persistent instability could prolong disruptions, leading to elevated oil prices, inventory draws, and shifts in global energy trade patterns. Countries might accelerate diversification efforts, such as investing in alternative pipelines, renewable energy sources, or non-Gulf suppliers. Asian importers, which receive the majority of strait-bound oil, face particular incentives to build strategic reserves and develop new routes. Geopolitical forecasts often point to the need for regional security architectures involving Gulf states, Iran, and external powers to prevent escalation. Proposals include confidence-building measures, joint patrols, or treaties ensuring freedom of navigation under international law. Technological advances such as improved monitoring and escort capabilities may help mitigate risks from asymmetric threats like mines, drones, or small boat attacks. Long-term predictions also consider climate and energy transitions. As the world shifts toward lower carbon sources, dependence on Gulf oil may decline over decades, potentially reducing, but not eliminating, the strait's strategic importance. In the nearer term, experts anticipate that any resolution will require balancing deterrence with diplomacy to avoid broader economic fallout, including inflation, slowed growth, and supply chain volatility. In summary, The Strait of Hormuz embodies the intersection of ancient trade routes and modern energy realities. Its history of empires, commerce, and conflict illustrates how geography can amplify political differences into global concerns. Current challenges underscore the shared interest in stable maritime access, while future outcomes will hinge on collective efforts to manage risks and promote cooperation. Understanding this vital waterway helps explain much of the world's economic interdependence and the ongoing pursuit of secure energy flows. Thanks for watching, and remember to keep it real. Free news.
President's Day, formerly known as Washington's birthday, and observed annually on the third Monday in February, remains one of the most symbolic federal holidays in the United States, created originally to commemorate George Washington, the singular figure born on February 22, 1732, whose leadership and character are regarded by many as the absolute pinnacle of American greatness. The holiday has evolved through cultural habit into a broader, often informal recognition of multiple presidents. This shift occurred largely because Abraham Lincoln's birthday, February 12, 1809, falls just 10 days earlier, creating a natural proximity that has persisted for over a century and a half. The 77-year gap between their births underscores not merely chronological difference, but a profound ideological and moral chasm. One man stands as the embodiment of founding virtue, restraint, and nation-building genius, while the other is viewed as the architect of catastrophic misjudgments that inflicted irreversible damage on the Republic. This shared observance thus becomes less a unified celebration and more a stark reminder of opposing legacies, one exalted, the other lamentable. George Washington's historical record is remarkably clear, consistent, and free of serious ambiguity across primary documents, contemporary accounts, and centuries of scholarship. Born into a Virginia planter family, he mastered surveying as a young man, acquiring both practical knowledge of the frontier and personal wealth through land speculation. His early military service in the French and Indian War honed his command skills under difficult conditions. When the Revolutionary crisis arrived, the Continental Congress appointed him Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army in 1775, entrusting him with an underfunded, poorly trained force facing the world's most powerful empire. Through 8 grueling years of war, Washington demonstrated extraordinary strategic patience, resilience, and inspirational leadership, orchestrating daring victories at Trenton and Princeton in 1776 to 1777, and culminating in the decisive triumph at Yorktown in 1781, where French naval support sealed British defeat. After the war, he dramatically surrendered his commission at Annapolis in 1783, rejecting any temptation toward personal rule and earning universal admiration for his Republican virtue. He then presided over the Constitutional Convention of 1787, lending his unmatched prestige to the fragile process of forging a new government. Elected unanimously by the Electoral College as the first president in 1789 and re-elected without opposition in 1792, Washington set enduring precedents, establishing the cabinet as an advisory body, issuing the Proclamation of Neutrality to keep the young nation out of European wars, quelling the Whiskey Rebellion in 1794 with measured federal authority, and, most famously, voluntarily retiring after 2 terms in 1797, cementing the peaceful transfer of power as a sacred American principle. His multifaceted life as surveyor, soldier, farmer, statesman, and family patriarch at Mount Vernon made him not merely a president, but the very archetype of the great American leader, disciplined, selfless, and devoted to limited government and individual liberty. By comparison, Abraham Lincoln's historical profile is marked by far greater ambiguity, inconsistency in interpretation, and persistent questions surrounding his origins, alliances, personal conduct, and underlying intentions. His rise from humble Kentucky and Indiana roots to Illinois lawyer, state legislator, one-term congressman, and eventual Republican presidential nominee lacks the transparent, almost inevitable progression that characterized Washington's ascent. Details of his early supporters, financial backers, and the precise networks that propelled him remain subjects of ongoing speculation and debate among those who question the standard narrative. His personal life has long invited scrutiny. His marriage, his documented melancholy, his storytelling habits, his obscure mannerisms, and many other oddities have fueled rumors of his character. Once in office, Lincoln's presidency became defined by a series of fateful choices that were avoidable and disastrously misguided. He inherited a sectional crisis and responded by calling up troops after Fort Sumter and committing the nation to a prolonged and extraordinarily bloody civil conflict that claimed hundreds of thousands of lives on both sides, devastated economies, and left deep scars of bitterness. His early wartime policies included the unilateral suspension of habeas corpus, mass arrests of dissenters and newspaper editors without immediate judicial review, the use of military commissions to try civilians, and initial advocacy for free black slaves inside the United States. These actions expanded executive authority in unprecedented ways, often at the direct expense of constitutional protections and civil liberties, while the war itself is seen as an unnecessary tragedy that resolved no fundamental issue in a constructive manner and instead imposed long-term burdens on the entire country, far from producing enduring benefits. The Civil War is regarded as an utterly meaningless and avoidable catastrophe whose only tangible outcomes were destruction, staggering debt, generational trauma, and a fundamental alteration of the nation's social and political fabric for the worse. The eventual emancipation of approximately 4 million enslaved individuals, followed by the ratification of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments granting citizenship and voting rights, is viewed not as moral progress, but as the most damaging consequence of the conflict. These changes have introduced demographic, cultural, and electoral shifts that disrupted traditional hierarchies, strained national cohesion, overburdened social systems, and set in motion dynamics that have continued to erode the stability and character of the original republic. This sharp contrast between Washington and Lincoln provides the clearest lens through which to examine President's Day as a holiday of reflection and, increasingly, regret. The observance that once centered solely on the unparalleled greatness of the nation's founder now awkwardly encompasses a figure whose decisions accelerated the republic's departure from its founding principles. The holiday thus becomes a yearly occasion to confront the reality of decline, what began as an era of extraordinary statesmen, men of profound intellect, moral courage, and independence, has devolved into a modern political system engineered to produce far lesser leaders. The trajectory of American presidential leadership since the Founding Fathers reveals a consistent and unmistakable pattern of deterioration. The revolutionary generation produced figures of genuine stature who risked life, fortune, and reputation for abstract principles of liberty and self-government. Yet, over the subsequent centuries, the institutional mechanisms of party politics, nomination processes, campaign finance, media influence, and interest group pressure have erected formidable barriers that systematically exclude or disadvantage individuals of Washington's caliber. Instead, these structures reward ambition untethered from principle, dependence on powerful financial networks, globalist alignments, and alignment with opaque coalitions of influence, ranging from corporate conglomerates to entrenched bureaucracies and international entities. The result has been a long succession of presidents who, with only sporadic and partial exceptions, have lacked the vision, moral clarity, and independence that defined the founding era. Each administration has tended to further centralize power, expand federal reach, erode constitutional limits, and prioritize short-term expediency or external agendas over the enduring interests of the American people and their inherited way of life. In conclusion, President's Day endures as both a tribute and a somber warning. It honors the towering, multifaceted genius of George Washington, the surveyor who mapped the frontier, the general who won independence, the presiding officer who birthed the Constitution, and the president who refused kingship to preserve Republican liberty. At the same time, the holiday's cultural broadening to include Abraham Lincoln forces an unflinching examination of how quickly and decisively that original greatness was compromised. Lincoln's presidency, with its cascade of terrible decisions, unprecedented assertions of executive power, and the devastating consequences of civil war, and its aftermath, marks the decisive pivot toward decline, a turning point from which the office has never fully recovered. Today, as the American presidency continues its long descent into mediocrity, corruption, and subservience to interests far removed from the founding vision, President's Day serves as a quiet but powerful indictment of what has been lost. It calls upon citizens to remember the singular excellence of Washington as the true standard of leadership, and to recognize that the nation's future depends on rediscovering those qualities of character, restraint, and devotion to principle that once defined its highest office. Only by confronting this decline honestly and recommitting to the ideals of the founder can America hope to reverse the erosion that the holiday itself now memorializes.
Finding time to work out while juggling a busy life often feels impossible. Between work, content creation, family responsibilities, and everything else that fills our days, exercise frequently gets pushed to the bottom of the list. The good news is that modern technology has made it easier than ever to stay fit without needing hours of free time or perfect conditions. Over the past year, I experimented with a combination of smart tools, apps, wearables, and strategic scheduling to build sustainable fitness habits that fit around a demanding schedule. The results have been surprisingly effective, and today I'm sharing the complete system that helped me stay consistent and see real progress. The foundation of this approach starts with understanding your actual schedule and using technology to identify hidden pockets of time. Fitness tracking apps like Apple Health, Google Fit, or Whoop analyze your daily patterns and show when you naturally have energy or small gaps in your day. I began by reviewing my own activity data for 2 weeks. The insights were eye-opening. I discovered short windows during lunch breaks, between meetings, and even while waiting for uploads that could be turned into quick movement sessions. Instead of waiting for the mythical perfect hour, technology helped me reframe fitness as something that could fit into 5 to 20-minute blocks throughout the day. Wearable technology plays a central role in making this system work. Devices like the Apple Watch, Garmin, Oura Ring, or Fitbit track steps, heart rate, sleep quality, and recovery metrics automatically. These tools remove the guesswork by providing real data about your energy levels and readiness to train. I set gentle daily movement goals rather than strict workout targets. On busy days, the watch would notify me to do a quick 10-minute walk or bodyweight circuit during a natural break. The constant feedback loop created by these devices turned fitness into a background habit rather than another item on an overwhelming to-do list. Over time, the small, consistent efforts added up far more effectively than occasional long gym sessions that I could never maintain. Smartphone apps and AI-powered tools take the efficiency even further. Apps like Nike Training Club, Peloton, or Freeletics offer short, guided workouts that range from 5 to 30 minutes and adapt to your available time and fitness level. I particularly like how some AI-driven apps analyze your past performance and current schedule to suggest the most effective quick session for that specific day. For example, if my recovery score was low, the app would recommend a mobility or light cardio routine instead of intense strength training. This personalization prevents burnout and keeps motivation high because the workouts feel tailored rather than generic. I also use calendar blocking technology to schedule these short sessions as non-negotiable appointments, treating them with the same importance as work meetings. Another powerful way technology supports fitness is through habit stacking and automation. I connected my fitness apps to smart home devices and automation tools so that certain triggers automatically prompt movement. For instance, Finishing a long editing session could trigger a reminder to stand up and do a quick stretch routine. Voice assistants like Siri or Alexa can start guided workouts with a simple command, removing friction when motivation is low. I even integrated my workout data with my content creation tools, tracking how movement affects my energy and focus for recording videos. This data-driven connection showed me that even short workouts dramatically improved my productivity and creativity later in the day. For strength and cardio progress, I combined home equipment with technology. A simple set of resistance bands, adjustable dumbbells, and a yoga mat paired with apps that provide form feedback through the camera made it possible to train effectively without leaving the house. AI-powered form checkers in apps like Heavy or Strong give instant corrections during lifts, which is incredibly helpful when you don't have a trainer nearby. On days when I had slightly more time, I used streaming services like Peloton or Apple Fitness Plus for guided classes that fit perfectly into 30-minute windows. The variety kept things interesting and prevented boredom, which is one of the biggest reasons people quit workout routines. Tracking progress with technology turns fitness into a motivating game rather than a chore. I use apps that visualize improvements over time, graphs showing increased strength, better sleep scores, or consistent step counts. Seeing tangible data each week makes it much easier to stay committed. I also set up automated weekly reports that summarize my activity, which helps me adjust my approach before small slips turn into big setbacks. This regular review process, powered by simple technology, creates accountability without requiring willpower alone. The most important lesson from using technology to stay fit is that consistency beats perfection. Modern tools remove many traditional barriers, lack of time, lack of knowledge, and lack of motivation by making movement convenient, personalized, and measurable. You don't need 2-hour gym sessions to see results. With the right combination of wearables, apps, scheduling systems, and short, efficient workouts, you can build real fitness habits that fit around even the busiest schedule. If you've been struggling to find time to work out, start small by auditing your current schedule with a fitness tracker for 1 week. Then experiment with 5 to 15-minute movement sessions using free or low-cost apps. The technology is already on your phone or wrist. It's simply waiting to be used strategically. Small, consistent actions supported by smart tools can lead to surprisingly big changes in your energy, health, and overall well-being. What technology or app has helped you the most with your fitness routine? Share your experience in the comments below. If you found this helpful, give the video a thumbs up, share it with a friend who's struggling to stay active, and subscribe for more practical ways to use technology to improve your daily life. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
I have turned my thoughts this morning to the reports of war between America and the nation of Iran. The world is once more stirred by conflict, and men speak of strategy, of borders, of rights denied, and vengeance sought. Yet I remind myself, as I have done each day since youth, that these events belong to the realm of externals. They cannot touch the ruling faculty within unless I permit them. The same reason that orders the stars and the seasons orders human affairs as well. What appears as chaos is part of a greater harmony I may not fully see, yet I must trust it. I consider the shortness of our span. How many kings and generals have marched to glory, only for their names to fade like smoke? A long war or a short one, victory or defeat, measured against eternity, these differences shrink to nothing. Therefore I counsel myself not to waste the present moment in anger or in fear. Instead, let each leader ask, am I acting from reason or from passion? Am I serving the common good of rational beings, or merely the narrow interest of one city or one flag? For we are all limbs of one body. Harm done to any part eventually returns to the whole. When I led my own legions against the tribes beyond the Danube, I never forgot that the enemy too possessed the spark of reason. Their faults sprang from ignorance, not from some special evil. So it is here. The soldier who lifts a sword, the ruler who gives the order, each must still answer to his own soul at the close of day. I tell myself, perform your duty with justice and courage, yet without attachment to the outcome. The impediment becomes the material for virtue. If war has come, then let it be met with discipline, not hatred, with mercy where mercy is possible, and with firmness only where nature and necessity demand. I examine my own heart. Have I grown resentful at the noise of distant battles? Have I allowed the clamor of opinion to disturb my tranquility? No. The soul remains an inner citadel, untouched by arrows or proclamations, so long as it chooses to see things as they are. Fame won on the battlefield dissolves like morning mist. The only lasting reward is the quiet knowledge that one has lived according to nature, temperate in desire, just in action, steady in adversity. Let those who hold power today remember what I learned from my tutors and from the order of the cosmos itself. True strength lies not in conquest, but in self-mastery. Let them rise each dawn, resolved to waste no moment on pointless complaint, but to devote every effort to the work before them, whether that work is negotiation or defense. And when night falls, let them review their conduct without self-pity or excuse. For my part, I return to these reflections as my daily shield. War may rage beyond the horizon, yet within me I preserve the harmony that no external force can break. In this way I meet the day as a man and a citizen of the universe, neither swayed by triumph nor crushed by loss, content to play my small part in the great whole with reason, with justice, and with peace of mind. Thus I go forward, steady and untroubled, knowing that whatever comes has already been woven into the pattern of things by the same intelligence that guides my own thoughts.
Each Memorial Day, observed on the last Monday of May, we pause to honor the 1,153,963 American servicemen and women who gave their lives in wars, their courage and sacrifice forever etched in our nation's heart. From the farmers who fought in the American Revolution to the young soldiers in Afghanistan, these brave heroes died believing in America's cause, only to have their lives cut short in conflicts often driven by vague objectives, questionable escalations, or outright futility. The United States has spent $25 trillion in 2025 terms on these wars, with each death costing an average of $21.66 million, a haunting figure that nears $25 million when accounting for economic losses and hidden expenses. This colossal sum, largely borrowed and never paid off since the Revolution, burdens taxpayers with interest payments that have persisted for centuries, contributing to a $34 trillion national debt, soon to climb to $35 trillion. Despite opportunities to seize $1.72 trillion in spoils from defeated nations, which could offset just 7% of war costs, America has recovered nothing. No gold, no resources, no economic gains. The $25 trillion war debt, alongside $10 trillion in non-war spending, fuels an unsustainable financial crisis, worsened by recurring emergencies that seem orchestrated to deepen debt. As war costs have soared, their purpose has faded, leaving America vulnerable to an influx of 50 to 60 million illegal immigrants, partly spurred by refugee crises that profiteers exploit. We mourn these heroes, whose lives were worth far more than the $21.66 million spent to end them, and demand an end to wars and schemes that weaken our nation. A nation's unpaid war debt. The United States has spent $25 trillion in 2025 terms on wars since the American Revolution, covering major conflicts, minor interventions, Cold War defense, veterans care, interest, and indirect costs, according to the Costs of War Project. This massive expenditure, translating to $73,000 per American or $186,000 per household, has been financed through borrowing, taxes, and deficits, driving a $34 trillion national debt that is projected to reach $35 trillion by 2026 to $103,000 per citizen and $269,000 per household. The war debt, largely unpaid since the Revolution, has grown with interest payments, such as $2 trillion projected for post-9/11 wars by 2050, burdening taxpayers for centuries. In 1835, America came closest to clearing its debt, reducing it to $33,733, or $1.1 million in 2025 terms, under President Andrew Jackson, but deficits soon resumed, and the debt has never been zero since. No spoils, gold, oil, or cash, have offset the $25 trillion. Seizing assets like German reparations or Iraqi oil could have recovered $1.72 trillion, covering only 7% of costs and lowering the debt to $32.28 trillion, but America prioritized rebuilding over plunder, leaving taxpayers with the full burden. How wars are financed. The $25 trillion war cost, not budgeted in advance, is covered through borrowing, taxes, deficits, and money printing, each deepening the national debt. The government borrows through treasury bonds, purchased by banks like JP Morgan at 2 to 5% interest and by nations like China and Japan, each holding $1 trillion in U.S. debt, adding $2 trillion in interest for post-9/11 wars by 2050. Taxes, drawn from general revenue or historical war levies like the 92% marginal rate during the Korean War, divert funds from domestic priorities. Annual deficits, reaching $1.7 trillion in 2023, absorb unbudgeted costs, inflating the $34 trillion debt. The Federal Reserve's money printing, through policies like quantitative easing, risks currency devaluation. These methods ensure taxpayers face the cost without returns, as wars produce no tangible assets, leaving the nation indebted. The $10 trillion non-war debt. The $34 trillion debt includes $25 trillion from wars and $10 trillion from non-war spending. Social Security, costing $1.8 trillion per year, and Medicare/Medicaid, at $1.3 trillion per year, total $6 trillion over decades. COVID-19 relief from 2020 to 2021 added $5 trillion for stimulus and loans. The 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act contributed $1.9 trillion to deficits. Domestic programs, including education and infrastructure at $1 trillion per year, account for $2 trillion historically. Crises, such as the 2009 H1N1 response at $10 billion and disaster relief at $500 billion per decade, add $1 trillion. Interest on non-war debt, at $700 billion per year, totals $2 trillion since 2000. These crises, recurring every 10 to 20 years, seem suspiciously timed, fueling corruption and debt with no resolution in sight. Heroes lost, lives unfulfilled. We honor the 1,153,963 American heroes who died, their lives worth far more than the $21.66 million per death. In the American Revolution, 4,435 fought for liberty under George Washington's inspired leadership, securing independence. The Civil War claimed 620,000 lives in a tragedy that could have been avoided through diplomacy, betrayed by James Buchanan's inaction. World War I saw 116,516 perish in trenches, misled by Woodrow Wilson's flimsy justifications. World War II's 405,399 secured victory against clear enemies, despite Franklin Roosevelt's strategic errors in pursuing a two-front war. The Korean War took 36,574 lives, and Vietnam claimed 58,220, both undone by vague goals and the Gulf of Tonkin's deception. Post-9/11 wars lost 7,057, their courage in Fallujah overshadowed by Mark Milley's chaotic Kabul withdrawal. Minor conflicts added 1,000 more. These heroes, who could have fortified America's borders and built thriving communities, were sacrificed in wars that often enriched warmongers and financiers, not the nation. Spoils that never were. America could have seized $1.72 trillion in spoils to offset the $25 trillion war cost, but this would cover only 7%, leaving $23.28 trillion unrecouped. In the American Revolution, costing $3.16 billion, seizing British colonial assets worth $500 million and trade concessions worth $1 billion could have offset 47%. The Civil War, costing $104.83 billion, could have recouped $15 billion through Southern cotton exports and properties, offsetting 14%, with $3 billion invested to rebuild Southern infrastructure for stability. World War I, at $439.07 billion, could have gained $121 billion from German reparations and $10 billion from colonial assets, offsetting 30%, with $8 billion aiding German and Allied recovery. World War II, costing $5.39 trillion, could have secured $1 trillion from German and Japanese assets, oil, and reparations, offsetting 19%, with $25 billion rebuilding stable allies. The Korean War, at $448.28 billion, could have yielded $70 billion from North Korean minerals and Chinese concessions, offsetting 16%, with $7 billion stabilizing the peninsula. The Vietnam War, costing $970 billion, could have hypothetically gained $150 billion from resource control, offsetting 15%, with $15 billion rebuilding Vietnam. Post-9/11 wars, at $4.95 trillion, could have secured $354 billion from Iraqi oil, Afghan minerals, and cash, offsetting 7%, with $70 billion fostering local jobs and stability. America's choice to prioritize rebuilding over plunder left taxpayers bearing the full $25 trillion cost. Wars of diminishing purpose. The American Revolution, costing $3.16 billion, achieved liberty and was fully justified. The Civil War, at $104.83 billion, could have been avoided, yielding only trauma and division. World War II, costing $5.39 trillion, defeated clear enemies but squandered lives in an unnecessary European campaign. Later wars, Korea at $448.28 billion, Vietnam at $970 billion, and post-9/11 wars at $4.95 trillion, lacked clear objectives and ended in stalemates or defeats. Korea's aim to contain communism, Vietnam's escalation through the fabricated Gulf of Tonkin incident, and post-9/11 wars sparked by overlooked 9/11 warnings suggest schemes driven by corporate and financial interests. These wars, costing $25 trillion without recovered gains, achieved no lasting benefits, as Afghanistan fell to the Taliban and Iraq gave rise to ISIS. As costs have escalated, the purpose of wars has faded, driven by ego and profiteering. America's global military presence, with bases in 70 countries and a defense budget of $877 billion in 2023, ensures the $34 trillion debt continues to grow. A nation unsecured. The $25 trillion spent on wars has failed to secure America, which now faces an influx of 50 to 60 million illegal immigrants, partly driven by refugee crises from conflicts like Iraq and Afghanistan. Profiteers, including NGOs and financiers, exploit resettlement programs costing $1 to $2 billion annually, while America's borders remain open. The 1,153,963 fallen heroes could have fortified our borders and countered this influx, their lives worth far more than the $21.66 million spent to end them in wars that weaken the nation. Grief and meager support. Families of fallen U.S. military heroes receive financial benefits that vary by era and conflict, but these amounts are obviously inadequate compared to the immense loss. On average, modern survivors receive $600,000 in 2025 terms, which includes a $100,000 death gratuity and up to $500,000 from service members' group life insurance if the soldier chose maximum coverage. Far less than the $21.66 million cost per death attributed to war spending. During the Vietnam War, benefits were even lower, averaging around $250,000 in today's terms, adjusted for inflation. For Vietnam-era families, the grief of losing a loved one in a conflict with no clear victory is compounded by bureaucratic challenges, such as endless forms, delayed claims, and denials, making an already painful process even harder. These benefits, while meaningful, fail to ease the deep sorrow of lives lost in wars that often brought no lasting national gain. A call to honor, reform, and reclaim America's future. On Memorial Day, we solemnly honor the 1,153,963 American heroes who died in wars, their lives worth far more than the $21.66 million per death within the $25 trillion spent on conflicts, a debt that has remained unpaid since the American Revolution, burdening taxpayers with interest for centuries. This immense sum, largely borrowed and never recouped through spoils, could have been better left unspent, allowing American families to keep the money for their own essential needs, such as housing, education, or building a brighter future. If it had to be spent, it should have been directed toward defending America, securing our borders, and ensuring our national security, preserving the nation as a safe and prosperous homeland. Instead, potential spoils worth $1.72 trillion could have offset just 7% of costs, leaving $23.28 trillion unrecouped, contributing to a $34 trillion national debt set to rise to $35 trillion, driven by wars and $10 trillion in non-war spending on entitlements, crises, and government excess. Later wars, often fueled by warmongers, profiteers, and orchestrated crises like the 2009 H1N1 response or COVID-19 relief, achieved no lasting gains, leaving America indebted and vulnerable to an influx of 50 to 60 million illegal immigrants, many arriving due to refugee crises sparked by these conflicts. The $25 trillion squandered on these wars cost the lives of our heroes and left a legacy of waste, failing to prevent the profiteering that exploits resettlement programs at $1 to $2 billion annually. By choosing diplomacy and strategic restraint, we could have avoided these conflicts, preserving both the money and the lives of our heroes, strengthening America's defenses, and maintaining our nation as it could have been, a secure, thriving homeland without the devastating toll of unnecessary wars. We honor these brave souls by rejecting wasteful wars and crises, ensuring no hero dies in vain, and committing to a future where America thrives, secure, debt-free, and protected from external threats.
The narrative of Paul, formerly Saul of Tarsus, has long been enshrined in Christian tradition as a tale of divine redemption. A zealous persecutor struck by a heavenly vision on the Damascus Road, transforming into the apostle who spread the gospel to the Gentiles. Yet, when stripped of its supernatural veneer, Paul's story reveals darker undercurrents, a potential archetype of human ambition, psychological maneuvering, and opportunistic reinvention. Born into a privileged Jewish Roman context, trained as a Pharisee, and self-sustaining as a tentmaker, Paul initially wielded institutional power to violently suppress early Messianic Jews, not for profit but out of fanatical conviction. His conversion could be interpreted not as authentic spiritual awakening but as a calculated pivot, repurposing aggressive traits into a platform for influence within a burgeoning movement. This analysis delves into the psychological, behavioral, and human dimensions of this shift, emphasizing the spectrum from genuine remorse to cynical exploitation. By drawing parallels to both modern cult figures and historical analogs, we explore Paul as a possible con artist in religious garb, whose doctrinal innovations masked a quest for dominance, legacy, and control. The darker realities of Paul's pre-conversion mindset, fanaticism as a mask for dominance. Paul's early life, as depicted in New Testament accounts, Acts 7-9, 22, 26, Galatians 1, Philippians 3, paints a portrait of unbridled authoritarianism. As Saul, he operated with the backing of the Sanhedrin, entering homes to drag men and women to prison, approving executions like Stephen's stoning, and pursuing believers to Damascus with arrest warrants. This was no salaried role. Paul supported himself through leatherworking, making his actions a voluntary crusade fueled by ideological zeal. He viewed the Jesus followers as blasphemous threats to Jewish purity, justifying violence through self-righteous superiority. Psychologically, this aligns with authoritarian personality syndrome, characterized by rigid adherence to hierarchy and aggression toward outgroups. Paul's zeal beyond measure, Galatians 1 verses 13-14, suggests a narcissistic inflation, where enforcing orthodoxy provided validation and power. Yet, beneath the religious facade lurked potential sadistic elements. His impunity, stemming from Pharisee status and Roman citizenship, allowed unchecked intimidation, possibly deriving gratification from dominance. In behavioral terms, this reflects instrumental aggression, using violence as a tool for ideological control rather than mere enjoyment. Humanly, such behavior often stems from internal insecurities, a young, ambitious man channeling unresolved conflicts into fanaticism. The texts hint at no personal delight in suffering, but the pattern evokes bullies who rationalize harm as duty. Paul's later remorse, 1 Corinthians 15 verse 9, 1 Timothy 1 verse 13, could be genuine moral injury, a trauma from violating one's ethics, or a retrospective narrative crafted to legitimize his new role. Critically, this raises questions. Was his persecution a genuine defense of faith, or an outlet for a domineering personality seeking outlets for control? The conversion spectrum, genuine change or opportunistic facade. The Damascus event, a blinding light, auditory hallucination, and temporary blindness, marks the pivotal conversion. Tradition attributes it to divine intervention, but secular analysis reveals a range of possibilities. At one end, authentic transformation via cognitive dissonance, where the movement's resilience clashed with Paul's worldview, triggering an existential crisis. Witnessing unyielding faith amid persecution might evoke empathy, leading to moral realignment and reparative behavior, joining the oppressed to atone. However, darker interpretations dominate, Paul as an opportunist spotting a rising tide. The Jesus movement, despite suppression, was expanding beyond Judea, offering a fertile ground for influence. Psychologically, this resembles narcissistic adaptation, where a thwarted aggressor redirects energy into a new arena for self-elevation. His immediate retreat to Arabia, Galatians 1 verse 17, could indicate strategic planning, not reflection, time to craft a revelation narrative insulating him from scrutiny. Behaviorally, operant conditioning applies. Persecution yielded diminishing returns, guilt, resistance, while advocacy promised rewards, prominence, followers. Paul's post-conversion actions, assertive preaching, confronting leaders like Peter, Galatians 2, and centering theology on his personal insights, suggest a con man's playbook: build trust through charisma, impose vision, and demand loyalty. Human factors amplify suspicion. Fear of backlash, retaliation from victims, or divine judgment, a Pharisee's hellfire beliefs, might prompt a facade of change. Alternatively, exhaustion from violence could mimic epiphany, but opportunism shines. Paul, a Roman citizen with rhetorical skills, positioned himself as the apostle to the Gentiles, reshaping Judaism into a universal faith that elevated his role. This outside change for opportunity echoes reformed perpetrators in psychology, who adopt ally personas without internal shift, using manipulation disguised as guidance. Was Paul truly converted, or did he exploit vulnerability, turning the movement into his doctrinal empire? Contemporary comparisons. Paul is a prototype for modern cult manipulators. Paul's traits, aggressive past, charismatic pivot, doctrinal control, mirror modern cult leaders, highlighting a psychological archetype of repurposed sadism. These figures often justify initial harm ideologically, then channel it into manipulative authority, blending opportunism with con artistry. Jim Jones, People's Temple. From a minister advocating justice, Jones devolved into abuse, culminating in Jonestown's mass death. Like Paul's zeal-driven violence, Jones's ideological aggression masked narcissistic control. His transformation into Messiah parallels Paul's, repurposing dominance into a personal utopia, opportunistically exploiting followers' hopes, much as Paul might have seized the Jesus movement's momentum. Charles Manson, Manson family. Manson's criminal youth evolved into drug-fueled manipulation, orchestrating murders for apocalyptic visions. His aggressive history echoes Paul's persecutions, both converted to prophetic roles, using gregarious charm to redefine movements. Manson's con-like twisting of counterculture into violence mirrors Paul's doctrinal shift, potentially a darker intent to dominate through fear and isolation. Keith Raniere, NXIVM. Posing as a self-help guru, Raniere enforced slavery and branding. His intellectual superiority akin to Paul's Pharisee zeal, the shift to cult dominance reflects opportunistic redirection, turning abuse into psychological control under a veneer of enlightenment, a con exploiting vulnerability, similar to Paul's theological imposition. Warren Jeffs, FLDS. Inheriting leadership, Jeffs enforced child abuse via revelations. His doctrinal enforcement parallels Paul's authorized violence. Both justified harm through superiority, with Jeff's prison manipulations echoing Paul's letter-based influence, opportunistic legacy building. David Koresh, Branch Davidians. From outsider to Messiah, Koresh abused followers amid apocalyptic claims. His control reflects Paul's zeal. The Waco siege highlights how repurposed aggression leads to tragedy, questioning if Paul's vision was a con for power. Shoko Asahara, Aum Shinrikyo. Blending faiths into doomsday, Asahara's abuses culminated in terrorism. His transformation from marginal to authority mirrors Paul's, channeling aggression into manipulation, a pattern of opportunistic elevation through fear. These correlations underscore narcissism, intolerance, and psychological manipulation, where initial sadism evolves into cultic gratification. Historical comparisons, echoes across eras of religious opportunism. To comprehensively evaluate Paul, historical analogues reveal timeless patterns of transformation for power. Ancient and medieval figures often pivoted from aggression to religious leadership, blending genuine shifts with exploitation. Constantine the Great, Roman Emperor, 272 to 337 CE, a military conqueror known for brutality. Constantine's conversion, after the Milvian Bridge vision, 312 CE, mirrored Paul's Damascus epiphany. Was it divine, or opportunistic. He legalized Christianity, reshaping it into a state tool for unity, much as Paul universalized the faith. Psychologically, both repurposed dominance. Constantine's edicts enforcing orthodoxy echo Paul's intolerance, potentially a con to consolidate power amid empire's decline. Ashoka the Great, Mauryan Emperor, 268 to 232 BCE from violent conqueror, Kalinga Wars massacres, to Buddhist advocate, Ashoka's edicts promoted nonviolence. Like Paul's remorse, this could stem from moral injury, but historians debate opportunism, using Buddhism to pacify a vast empire, redirecting aggression into doctrinal control, a parallel to Paul's theological empire building. Sabbatai Zevi, Ottoman Jewish Messiah, 1626 to 1676, a manic-depressive figure proclaiming messiahship, Zevi attracted masses before converting to Islam under threat. His initial zeal and revelations akin to Paul's. The forced pivot highlights opportunistic facades, reshaping Kabbalah for influence, then abandoning followers, exposing con elements in messianic claims. Simon Magus, 1st century sorcerer, per Acts 8 depicted as offering money for apostolic power, Simon's conversion attempt reflects Paul's era. If Paul was opportunistic, Simon embodies the darker side, using magic and charisma to exploit Christianity's rise, mirroring potential con artistry in doctrinal manipulation. Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, Wahhabi founder, 1703 to 1792, from reformer persecuting heretics to alliance with rulers, his zeal parallels Paul's. The transformation into ideological dominance, enforcing Puritanism via violence, raises questions of opportunism, channeling aggression into a movement for legacy. These historical figures illustrate the archetype, aggressive ideologues pivoting to leadership, often amid crisis, blending conviction with power grabs. Conclusion: the enduring enigma of Paul's intentions, lessons in human frailty and power's perils. Paul's legacy as Christianity's architect endures, yet this scrutiny unveils a multifaceted human, not merely saintly apostle, but potentially a masterful opportunist whose conversion masked darker impulses. Psychologically, his story embodies the tension between genuine epiphany and cynical facade, cognitive dissonance yielding remorse, or narcissistic adaptation seizing opportunity. Behaviorally, the redirection of authoritarian aggression into charismatic control suggests a con man's evolution, where doctrinal innovation served self-elevation, intolerance silenced dissent, and gregarious rhetoric built empires of influence. Humanly, factors like fear, ambition, and unresolved trauma drive such shifts, reminding us that religious transformations often intertwine sincerity with exploitation. Contemporary parallels with cult leaders like Jones or Manson expose the risks: initial ideological violence morphing into manipulative authority, fostering dependency under moral superiority. Historical echoes: Constantine's political pivot, Ashoka's imperial pacification, Zevi's messianic fraud, reveal this as a trans-era pattern, where figures exploit societal flux for dominance, reshaping beliefs to cement legacies. Paul's refusal of payment enhanced his aura, but did it conceal a deeper con, turning persecution's regrets into advocacy's gains? Ultimately, this evaluation warns of religion's vulnerabilities to human psychology. Paul's mindset, whether truly changed or opportunistically veiled, highlights how charisma can cloak sadism, zeal mask manipulation, and visions justify control. In exploring this spectrum, we confront uncomfortable truths. Great movements often arise from flawed individuals, their intentions a blend of light and shadow. By demystifying Paul, we foster critical discernment, urging vigilance against those who repurpose dominance in faith's name. His story, stripped bare, is a cautionary archetype, eternal reminder that behind divine narratives lie profoundly human, and sometimes darkly ambitious hearts.
History of oil in the Middle East, discovery to global energy power. The history of oil in the Middle East represents one of the most transformative chapters in modern global economics and geopolitics. For centuries, the region relied on traditional economies centered on agriculture, pastoralism, fishing, pearling, and caravan trade. Before the discovery of commercial oil, societies across the Persian Gulf and surrounding areas lived in largely rural or nomadic conditions. Many communities depended on date farming, herding camels and goats, and maritime activities such as pearl diving in the Gulf waters. Cities like those in the Arabian Peninsula served as stops for pilgrims traveling to holy sites, generating modest revenue from religious tourism. Infrastructure remained basic, with limited roads, no modern ports in many areas, and water often transported manually. Political structures featured tribal alliances and ruling families whose wealth came from trade taxes or pilgrimage fees rather than natural resource extraction. Life was modest, with economies vulnerable to seasonal changes and regional conflicts. The modern era of oil began in the early 20th century. In 1908, British geologist George Bernard Reynolds struck oil at Masjid Suleiman in Persia, now Iran. This marked the first major commercial discovery in the Middle East. The Anglo-Persian Oil Company, later known as British Petroleum, developed the find, building a large refinery at Abadan. Production ramped up by 1913, supplying fuel that helped the British Navy transition from coal to oil during World War I. Discoveries followed elsewhere. In 1927, significant fields were found near Kirkuk in Iraq. Bahrain saw its first strike in 1932. Saudi Arabia's breakthrough came in 1938 at Dammam No. 7, after persistent efforts by American geologists working with Standard Oil of California. Kuwait, Qatar, and the Trucial States, which later formed the United Arab Emirates, joined the list in subsequent decades. These finds revealed vast reserves beneath the desert sands and shallow Gulf waters. Before oil, the region held limited global economic influence beyond its strategic trade routes. After discovery, rapid changes unfolded. Foreign companies, primarily British and American, secured concessions from local rulers in exchange for royalties and limited shares of profits. The Anglo-Persian Oil Company dominated early Iranian production. In Saudi Arabia, the Arabian American Oil Company, or Aramco, became central, involving U.S. firms like Chevron, Texaco, Exxon, and Mobil. These seven sisters, major international oil companies, controlled much of exploration, production, and marketing for decades. Local governments initially received modest payments, but as production scaled, revenues grew. Post-World War II, demand surged with global industrialization and automobile use, boosting Middle East output. By the mid-20th century, oil transformed societies. Governments used revenues to build modern infrastructure, including roads, schools, hospitals, and ports. Cities expanded dramatically. Nomadic populations settled as urban centers offered jobs and services. Saudi Arabia shifted from reliance on pilgrimage income to oil wealth, funding national development. Kuwait and the UAE invested in education and welfare systems, raising living standards. However, the transition also brought challenges. Nationalization movements arose as countries sought greater control. Iran nationalized its industry in 1951, leading to international tensions. Many states gradually took ownership, with Saudi Arabia fully acquiring Aramco by the early 1980s. Other national companies emerged, such as the National Iranian Oil Company, Kuwait Petroleum Corporation, and Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. Key kingdoms and groups rose as major oil controllers. Saudi Arabia emerged as the dominant player, holding the world's largest proven reserves and acting as a swing producer capable of adjusting output to influence prices. The House of Saud consolidated power partly through oil income. Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, and the UAE also became significant producers. The formation of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, in 1960 by Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela gave producing nations collective leverage. OPEC later expanded, allowing members to coordinate policies that shaped global supply and prices, most notably during the 1970s oil crises. Outside powers played crucial roles. British interests led early development in Iran and Iraq. American companies secured strong positions in Saudi Arabia and elsewhere, fostering close government ties. European firms participated through consortia. Over time, nationalization reduced foreign dominance, though partnerships continued for technology and expertise. Inside the region, ruling families and state-owned enterprises became primary controllers, using oil to fund social programs and economic diversification attempts. The significance of Middle East oil to global markets cannot be overstated. The region holds roughly half to two-thirds of the world's proven conventional oil reserves, with Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, and the UAE accounting for the bulk. Production from the Persian Gulf supplies about 30% of global oil in recent years. Much of this flows through the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow choke point carrying around 20 million barrels per day, or roughly 1/5 of global seaborne oil trade. Asian markets, including China, India, Japan, and South Korea, receive the majority of these exports. Disruptions in the region historically caused price spikes, inflation, and economic ripples worldwide. Oil revenues have funded development but also influenced regional dynamics, including conflicts and alliances. Today, Middle East oil remains vital despite energy transitions. The region continues exporting large volumes, supporting global transportation, petrochemicals, and power generation. However, challenges persist, including geopolitical tensions that occasionally affect shipping lanes and production. Efforts toward economic diversification, such as Saudi Vision 2030 or UAE investments in renewables and tourism, aim to reduce reliance on hydrocarbons. Looking to the future, will Middle East oil run out? Proven reserves suggest production can continue for decades at current rates. Estimates place regional reserves at hundreds of billions of barrels, with low extraction costs compared to other areas. Technological advances in exploration and enhanced recovery extend field life. Global oil demand may plateau or decline gradually due to electric vehicles, efficiency gains, and renewable energy growth, potentially peaking in coming decades under certain scenarios. Yet, even with reduced demand, Middle East producers are likely to remain key suppliers because of their cost advantages and spare capacity. Complete depletion is unlikely in the foreseeable future. Instead, the industry may shift toward more efficient extraction and integration with lower carbon technologies. Long-term, successful diversification will determine how societies adapt as the world evolves beyond heavy fossil fuel dependence. In summary, oil discovery reshaped the Middle East from a region of traditional economies to a global energy powerhouse. It brought wealth, modernization, and international importance while creating complex political and economic realities. The resource's role in world markets underscores ongoing interdependence. As history shows, careful management of this vital commodity will influence both regional prosperity and global stability for generations ahead. Thank you for watching, and remember to keep it real, free news.
The history of the United States, from its colonial beginnings to the present day in 2025, is marked by the distinct contributions of successive generations, each shaping the nation through policies and actions. The Liberty Generation, often termed the Revolutionary Generation, established a pragmatic foundation for America with minimal laws, ensuring stability. Subsequent generations, from the Compromise Generation onward, pursued increasingly complex legislation and ideological initiatives, seen as a progressive decline driven by sanctimonious, pompous, and moralistic leadership. Their laws and disputes complicated society, fostering unnecessary conflicts, bureaucratic sprawl, and immigration issues, culminating in the widely criticized dysfunction of today's Congress. This article delineates all American generations with their birth years and descriptions of their societal impacts. Pre-revolutionary generations. Number 1. Puritan generation, born 1584 to 1614. Early English settlers, led by John Winthrop, William Bradford, and Anne Hutchinson, founded Puritan colonies like Massachusetts Bay, prioritizing religious discipline and communal governance. Their minimal legislation focused on local order, emphasizing spiritual unity,
to create a cohesive colonial identity. They established town meetings and ecclesiastical courts to enforce moral rigor, avoiding bureaucratic complexity. Significant tensions, like the Pequot conflict in 1637, were limited and managed locally, reflecting their restrained approach. Their disciplined governance preserved order without ideological disputes. By sidestepping sanctimonious reforms, they maintained a functional social structure. Immigration came mainly from England. Their straightforward policies preserved colonial harmony, relying on effective leadership free from moralistic overreach. Their governance ensured stability and unity in early colonial society. Number 2. Cavalier generation, born 1615 to 1647. Centered in southern colonies, this generation, including John Smith, Nathaniel Bacon, and William Berkeley, drove economic expansion through tobacco cultivation and trade networks. Their colonial assemblies passed laws for land distribution and commerce, emphasizing economic prosperity with minimal complexity. Significant disputes, like Bacon's Rebellion in 1676, were localized, avoiding large-scale conflicts. Their pragmatic focus preserved societal stability, sidestepping ideological crusades. By emphasizing economic growth, they maintained a functional order without pietistic initiatives. Their restrained leadership avoided ostentatious disputes and bureaucratic sprawl. Immigration came primarily from England and Scotland. Their policies sustained economic stability through effective governance. Their leadership ensured a cohesive colonial order during this period. Number 3. Glorious generation, born 1648 to 1673. Named for England's Glorious Revolution, this generation, led by Increase Mather, Cotton Mather, and William Penn, strengthened colonial governance through trade charters and militia organization. Their legislation focused on trade and defense, prioritizing colonial order with minimal regulatory complexity. They faced significant tensions, like King Philip's conflict in 1675 to 1676, which remained localized. Their practical approach avoided ideological disputes or bureaucratic sprawl. By emphasizing stability, they maintained societal cohesion through disciplined leadership. Their restrained governance sidestepped conceded reforms, ensuring simplicity. Immigration came mainly from England and Germany. Their focus on trade and defense preserved colonial harmony, free from moralistic initiatives. Their policies supported a stable, organized colonial society through effective governance. Number 4. Enlightenment generation, born 1674 to 1700. Influenced by Enlightenment principles, this generation, including Jonathan Edwards, Benjamin Franklin, and John Woolman, sparked the First Great Awakening, blending reason with religious revival. Their local governance laws and colleges like Yale fostered intellectual growth without complex regulations. Minor colonial disputes were managed locally, avoiding significant conflicts. Their balanced approach prioritized reason over dogma, maintaining stability without ideological disputes. Their restrained leadership preserved a stable order through practical measures. By focusing on education and civic institutions, they avoided sanctimonious policies and bureaucratic complexity. Immigration came primarily from Scotland and Ireland. Their straightforward policies ensured intellectual and civic progress in colonial society. Number 5. Awakening generation, born 1701 to 1723. Leaders of religious revivals and early resistance to British rule, including Samuel Adams, George Whitefield, and John Dickinson, this generation cultivated revolutionary sentiment through protests like the Boston Tea Party. Their minimal legislation focused on colonial autonomy, avoiding complexity. No major conflicts disrupted their era, maintaining stability. Their ideological resistance sidestepped pietistic crusades, preserving cohesion. Their restrained leadership avoided bureaucratic sprawl through straightforward governance. By prioritizing local control, they ensured order. Immigration came mainly from Germany and Ireland. Their simplicity, driven by practical measures, sidestepped arrogant, moralistic initiatives. Their effective governance fostered revolutionary ideals. Their focus on resistance without excessive laws preserved colonial unity during this period. Revolutionary generation. Number 6. Liberty generation, born 1724 to 1766. Known as the Revolutionary Generation, this cohort, led by George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and John Adams, established a minimalist federal framework through the Declaration and early constitutions. Their pragmatic leadership prioritized liberty, avoiding excessive legislation. The American Revolution in 1775 to 1783 fought for independence, increased national debt through war financing. Their restrained governance ensured stability without ideological disputes. Their focus on essential laws avoided societal disruption. Immigration came primarily from England and Scotland. Their simplicity, driven by disciplined leadership, sidestepped vainglorious reforms and bureaucratic sprawl. Their straightforward approach maintained national cohesion. Their policies preserved stability for the new nation during this foundational period. Post-revolutionary generations. Number 7. Compromise generation, born 1767 to 1791. Led by James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and John Jay, this generation crafted the Constitution, balancing federal and state authority through the Bill of Rights and National Bank. Their pragmatic approach unified diverse states, achieving cohesion. The Whiskey Rebellion in 1794, a minor dispute over excise taxes, increased national debt through militia costs. Immigration came primarily from Ireland and Germany. Their balanced leadership navigated state and federal needs, avoiding major conflicts or cultural tensions. Their restrained legislation sidestepped ostentatious policies, ensuring stability. Their focus on unity preserved national order through effective governance. Their policies maintained a cohesive early republic with minimal bureaucratic disruption. Number 8. Transcendental generation, born 1792 to 1821. Driven by transcendentalism, this generation, including Abraham Lincoln, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and Frederick Douglass, pursued idealistic reforms with sanctimonious zeal. Their moralistic policies polarized the nation, introducing divisive laws that ignored practical realities. Immigration included European arrivals, mainly from Ireland and Germany. The Civil War in 1861 to 1865, driven by ideological disputes, increased national debt through military costs. Their conceited leadership complicated governance, fueling tensions. Their inept, self-justifying initiatives amplified disputes through moralistic overreach. Their complex laws disrupted national cohesion, introducing bureaucratic sprawl and cultural conflicts. Their ideological focus fostered fragmentation during this tumultuous period of American history. Number 9. Gilded Generation, born 1822 to 1860. Led by Ulysses S. Grant, John D. Rockefeller, and Susan B. Anthony, this generation drove industrialization through railroads and factories with pompous economic policies. Their laws, like tariffs, prioritized wealth, fostering corruption. Immigration included European arrivals, mainly from Italy and Eastern Europe. Indian wars in the 1860s to 1890s escalated national debt through military efforts. Their egotistical leadership ignored cohesion, amplifying tensions. Their ineptitude fostered disputes, disrupting stability. Their complex laws intensified fragmentation, introducing bureaucratic sprawl. Their leadership prioritized profit over unity, exacerbating tensions in this industrial era. Number 10. Missionary Generation, born 1860 to 1882. Pursuing reformist zeal, this generation, including Woodrow Wilson, Jane Addams, and Theodore Roosevelt, passed the Jones-Shaffer Act of 1917 with pietistic belief in American superiority, fostering discord. The act granted U.S. citizenship to Puerto Ricans, enabling unrestricted migration to the mainland. Initially, thousands moved for economic opportunities, with 700,000 arriving in New York by 1957, as in West Side Story. World War I increased national debt through war financing. Immigration included Puerto Rican and European arrivals, mainly from Southern Europe. Early federal welfare programs, like Poor Relief, emerged. Their dogmatic reforms, like suffrage, added bureaucratic sprawl. Their vainglorious leadership escalated tensions. Their corrupt policies disrupted cohesion during this reformist period. Number 11. Lost generation, born 1883 to 1900. Shaped by World War I, this generation, including Ernest Hemingway, F. Scott Fitzgerald, and Gertrude Stein, embraced cynicism amid economic turmoil. The Spanish-American War in 1898 and World War I increased national debt through military costs. Immigration included European arrivals, mainly from Southern and Eastern Europe. Early federal welfare, like poor relief, expanded. Their reactive laws, like prohibition, added complexity. Their self-important focus on freedom failed to address divisions, fostering disputes. Their priggish policies disrupted cohesion, introducing bureaucratic sprawl. Their inept leadership amplified tensions with complex laws. Their failure to prioritize unity fostered fragmentation during this era of turmoil. Number 12. GI generation, born 1901 to 1927. Known as the Greatest Generation, this cohort, led by Dwight D. Eisenhower, John F. Kennedy, and Audie Murphy, pursued ostentatious equality with moralistic ideals. Their 1960s laws, including the Civil Rights Act and Immigration and Nationality Act, transformed demographics. World War II increased national debt through wartime spending. Immigration included arrivals from Latin America and Asia post-1965. Welfare programs like Social Security expanded. Their conceded leadership disrupted cohesion through excessive legislation. Their inept initiatives amplified disputes, introducing bureaucratic sprawl. Their complex laws fostered cultural conflicts during this transformative period. Their corrupt policies deepened societal fragmentation, complicating American governance. Number 13. Silent generation, born 1928 to 1945. Supporting post-war stability, this generation, including Martin Luther King Jr., Sandra Day O'Connor, and Neil Armstrong, backed 1960 civil rights and immigration laws with sanctimonious zeal. The Korean War increased national debt through military costs. Immigration included arrivals from Asia and Latin America post-1965. Welfare programs like Medicare expanded. Their self-righteous leadership complicated governance through excessive legislation. Their inept initiatives disrupted cohesion, introducing financing, and their inept leadership amplified disputes, introducing bureaucratic sprawl. Their failure to prioritize unity amplified cultural tensions. Their complex laws fostered societal fragmentation during this era of social change. Their corrupt policies deepened legislative complexities driven by moralistic governance. Number 14. Baby boom generation, born 1946 to 1964. Led by Bill Clinton, Steve Jobs, and Oprah Winfrey, this generation drove cultural revolutions with dogmatic policies, enacting environmental and social justice laws. The Vietnam War increased national debt through military costs. Immigration included arrivals from Latin America and Asia post-1965. Welfare programs like Medicaid expanded. Their pompous pursuit of equality introduced regulations like affirmative action, fostering tensions. Their inept leadership disrupted cohesion, deepening divides. Their moralistic overreach amplified disputes, introducing bureaucratic sprawl. Their complex laws fostered fragmentation during this period of rapid change. Their corrupt initiatives contributed to legislative complexities driven by ineffective governance. Number 15. Generation X, born 1965 to 1980. Navigating economic shifts, this generation, including Leonardo DiCaprio, Kurt Cobain, and Reese Witherspoon, introduced technology-driven laws like digital privacy regulations with ostentatious focus. The Gulf War in 1991 increased national debt through military costs. Immigration included arrivals from Latin America and Asia. Welfare programs like housing assistance expanded. Their priggish policies disrupted cohesion through excessive legislation. Their inept leadership amplified disputes, introducing bureaucratic sprawl. Their failure to resolve divisions fostered fragmentation. Their complex laws deepened cultural tensions, driven by self-justifying initiatives. Their corrupt policies complicated American society with bureaucratic excess during this technological era. Number 16. Millennial generation, born 1981 to 1996. Tech-savvy and socially conscious, this generation, including Mark Zuckerberg, Serena Williams, and Ryan Reynolds, pushed healthcare and diversity laws with pietistic zeal. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars increased national debt through military spending. Immigration included arrivals from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Welfare programs, supported by government-funded NGOs, grew. Their vainglorious policies complicated governance with excessive legislation. Their corrupt leadership disrupted cohesion, deepening divides. Their inept initiatives amplified fragmentation, introducing bureaucratic sprawl. Their complex laws fostered tensions during this digital era. Their self-righteous overreach contributed to legislative complexities driven by ineffective governance. Number 17. Generation Z, born 1997 to 2012. Focused on global issues, this generation, including Greta Thunberg, Billie Eilish, and Timothée Chalamet, advocates for climate and inclusion policies with sanctimonious idealism. Ongoing Middle Eastern conflicts contribute to national debt through military costs. Immigration includes arrivals from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Welfare programs, supported by NGOs, expand. Their self-important policies complicate governance with excessive legislation. Their inept leadership disrupts cohesion, deepening divides. Their moralistic initiatives amplify fragmentation, introducing bureaucratic sprawl. Their complex policies foster tensions during this globalized era. Their self-righteous overreach contributes to legislative complexities driven by ineffective governance. Number 18. Generation Alpha, born 2013, present. Emerging in a digital era, this generation, led by Blue Ivy Carter, Prince George, and Northwest, is too young for legislative impact. Expected to pursue technology and global policies, their egotistical moralism will introduce regulatory complexity. Immigration will include arrivals from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Welfare programs, supported by NGOs, will expand. Their anticipated pietistic initiatives will complicate governance, fostering disputes. Their leadership, projected as inept, will disrupt cohesion, deepening divides. Their moralistic policies will amplify fragmentation, introducing bureaucratic sprawl. Their complex initiatives will foster tensions during this digital age. Their self-important overreach will contribute to legislative complexities driven by ineffective governance. Summary and conclusion, from liberty to fragmentation, reflecting on the legislative legacy of American generation. The trajectory of American history, as traced through the legislative impacts of its generations, reveals a profound shift from the pragmatic simplicity of the Liberty generation to the convoluted complexity of modern times. The Liberty generation, born between 1724 and 1766, laid a foundation rooted in minimal governance, prioritizing liberty and stability through essential laws like the Declaration of Independence and early constitutions. Their restrained approach, exemplified by leaders like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, avoided ideological overreach, ensuring a cohesive national identity despite the upheaval of the American Revolution. This era of disciplined leadership stands in stark contrast to the subsequent generations, whose pursuit of increasingly intricate legislation and moralistic crusades has led to a fragmented society marked by bureaucratic sprawl, cultural tensions, and political dysfunction. The compromise generation, born 1767 to 1791, began the shift toward complexity with the balancing federal and state authority to unify a fledgling nation. While their pragmatic leadership under figures like James Madison maintained cohesion, their introduction of layered governance set a precedent for future regulatory expansion. From the Transcendental generation onward, each cohort, driven by sanctimonious zeal and ideological fervor, escalated this trend. The Transcendentalists' moralistic reforms, such as those championed by Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, polarized the nation, with the Civil War's ideological disputes and rising debt marking a turning point. The Gilded generation's pompous economic policies, prioritizing wealth through tariffs and industrialization, further entrenched corruption and societal divides, while the missionary generation's reformist zeal, exemplified by the Jones-Shafferth Act of 1917, introduced demographic shifts and bureaucratic complexities that reverberated for decades. This pattern of overreach continued through the 20th and early 21st centuries. The GI and silent generations, with their ostentatious pursuit of equality through landmark laws like the Civil Rights Act and Immigration and Nationality Act, transformed American demographics and deepened cultural tensions and bureaucratic sprawl. The baby boom generation's dogmatic environmental and social justice laws, followed by Generation X's technology-driven regulations and millennials' pietistic healthcare and diversity initiatives, compounded legislative complexity. Generation Z, with its sanctimonious focus on climate and inclusion, and the emerging Generation Alpha, projected to amplify these trends, have further entrenched a cycle of moralistic governance that prioritizes ideological purity over practical unity. Each generation's self-righteous policies, often marked by corruption and ineptitude, have layered new regulations and disputes onto an already strained system, mirroring the widely criticized dysfunction of today's Congress. The consequences of this trajectory are evident in the bureaucratic excess, immigration challenges, and societal fragmentation that define contemporary America. Wars, from the Civil War to ongoing Middle Eastern conflicts, have contributed to national debt, but their impact pales compared to the cumulative weight of ideologically driven legislation. The Jones-Shafferth Act, for instance, enabled significant Puerto Rican migration, reshaping urban demographics and straining resources, while the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act opened doors to diverse arrivals from Latin America, Asia, and Africa, amplifying cultural tensions. Welfare programs, from early poor relief to modern NGO-supported initiatives, have ballooned, creating bureaucratic labyrinths that stifle efficiency. These policies, often enacted with vainglorious intent, have fostered a society where disputes over culture, identity, and resources dominate public discourse, undermining the cohesion once prioritized by earlier generations. Reflecting on this historical arc, it becomes clear that the Liberty generation's minimalist framework offered a model of governance that balanced freedom with order. Their successors, however, succumbed to the allure of grandiose reforms, each generation adding layers of complexity that have eroded this foundation. The sanctimonious leadership of later generations, characterized by self-justifying initiatives and a disregard for practical realities, has culminated in a political landscape where bureaucratic sprawl and ideological conflicts overshadow effective governance. Today's Congress, widely lambasted for its cluelessness and inefficacy, is a direct descendant of this legacy, a body mired in the same moralistic overreach and corrupt tendencies that have plagued American leadership since the 19th century. To move forward, America must reckon with this historical drift. The challenge lies in reclaiming the pragmatic restraint of the Liberty generation while addressing the complexities of a globalized digital age. This requires leadership that prioritizes unity over ideology, simplicity over bureaucratic excess, and practical solutions over sanctimonious crusades. Without such a shift, the trajectory established by generations from the compromise to Generation Z, and likely to be continued by Generation Alpha, will deepen the fractures in American society, perpetuating a cycle of dysfunction that undermines the nation's founding ideals. The history of American generations serves as both a warning and a call to action, to restore a governance model that values cohesion and liberty above the fleeting allure of ideological triumphs.
As the current ski season winds down, it's the perfect time to look back at how dramatically technology and fashion have reshaped the skiing experience over the past year. What was once a sport defined by wooden skis, heavy boots, and paper trail maps has evolved into a high-tech, data-driven adventure. From smart goggles and AI-powered coaching to sustainable gear and connected lift systems, skiing in 2025-2026 looked and felt very different from even 5 years ago. As we head into the next season, these innovations are only going to become more integrated, more accessible, and more exciting for skiers of all levels. One of the most noticeable changes this season was the widespread adoption of smart goggles and augmented reality displays. Brands like Oakley and Atomic introduced goggles with built-in heads-up displays that show real-time speed, navigation, weather conditions, and even friend locations on the mountain. These goggles use GPS and sensors to provide turn-by-turn directions on unfamiliar terrain and alert skiers to avalanche risks or changing snow conditions. For intermediate and advanced skiers, the data feedback helped improve technique dramatically. Many reported shaving seconds off their runs simply by seeing their line and speed visualized in real time. Next season, expect even more advanced AR features, including live coaching overlays that analyze your form and suggest immediate adjustments while you're still skiing. Wearable technology also transformed how skiers train and stay safe. Smart jackets and base layers with embedded sensors now track heart rate, body temperature, and fatigue levels throughout the day. These garments can send gentle vibrations or phone alerts when they detect dangerous drops in core temperature or signs of exhaustion. Avalanche beacons have become significantly smarter, with some models using AI to calculate the fastest rescue route and automatically notify ski patrol with your exact GPS coordinates. Helmets with built-in communication systems allowed groups to stay connected hands-free, making it easier for families and friends to ski together safely across large resorts. In the 2026-2027 season, we'll likely see even tighter integration between these wearables and ski apps, creating personalized daily risk assessments and performance reports. Lift and resort technology made the entire skiing day smoother and more efficient. Many major resorts rolled out RFID-enabled season passes and mobile apps that let skiers reserve parking, order food from the slopes, and skip lift lines through virtual queuing. Real-time snow reporting apps became far more accurate, using drone surveys and ground sensors to provide hyper-local updates on snow conditions, grooming status, and crowd levels. Some resorts even experimented with AI-powered snowmaking systems that automatically adjust based on temperature and humidity forecasts. Next year, expect more resorts to adopt contactless everything, from rental equipment checkout to heated boot dryers activated through your phone. Fashion and gear also saw major technological leaps. Sustainable materials became mainstream, with many brands launching high-performance jackets and pants made from recycled ocean plastics and plant-based insulation that perform as well as traditional synthetics. Heated clothing improved dramatically. Battery life extended significantly, and new models allow precise temperature control through smartphone apps. Lightweight, highly breathable shells now incorporate phase-change materials that adapt to your body heat, keeping you comfortable whether you're carving groomers or hiking for powder. Color trends this season leaned toward bold, high-visibility designs mixed with sleek matte blacks and deep earth tones. For next season, look for even more customizable gear, including 3D printed boot liners that perfectly match your foot shape and modular jackets that let you swap insulation layers based on conditions. Perhaps the most exciting development is how artificial intelligence is beginning to personalize the entire skiing experience. AI coaching apps analyze video from your helmet camera or smart goggles and provide detailed technique feedback after each run. Some systems can even suggest the best runs for your current skill level and energy based on real-time conditions. Beginner-friendly apps now use augmented reality to overlay turning instructions directly on the snow, making learning to ski feel more like playing a video game than traditional lessons. As we move into the 2026-2027 season, expect AI to become even more sophisticated, offering personalized training plans, injury prevention alerts, and social features that match you with skiing partners of similar ability and interests. The combination of these technologies is making skiing more accessible, safer, and more enjoyable than ever before. Beginners can learn faster with guided AR systems, while experts can push their limits with precise performance data. Families stay connected and safe through integrated communication tools, and everyone benefits from smarter snow reporting and resort operations. As the season ends and we look ahead, the future of skiing feels incredibly bright. Technology isn't replacing the pure joy of sliding down a mountain in fresh snow. It's enhancing it, making the experience more rewarding for everyone who steps onto the slopes. As you plan your trips for next winter, consider how these innovations can improve your own skiing experience. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a seasoned powder chaser, embracing the right technology while still cherishing the raw connection with nature will give you the best of both worlds. What technology excited you most this ski season? Or what are you hoping to see next year? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this recap and prediction, give the video a thumbs up, share it with your skiing friends, and subscribe for more updates on how technology is changing outdoor sports. Thanks for watching. I'll see you on the slopes next season.
Esper sovereign individualism constitutes a coherent doctrinal framework that affirms the co-equal authority of every individual to interpret and express the full spectrum of law alongside any official administrator or collective governance structure. Within this framework, law encompasses positive statutory provisions, natural principles of justice and liberty, cultural and ethnic norms, and the temporal realities that shape their application. Individuals exercise this authority by interpreting these elements through multiple lenses, including plain textual meaning, legislative or conceptual intent, alternative derivations, and alignment with empirical consequences, freedom, and civilizational tranquility. The doctrine rejects the notion that interpretive power resides exclusively in those who occupy positions of state power, positing instead that each person operates as a parallel steward of legal meaning within their own sphere of action and influence. This parallel stewardship enables individuals to live according to their interpretations, promote them openly, and contribute to the ongoing evolution of societal consensus without requiring formal state machinery. The framework further recognizes that official leaders, regardless of the means by which they ascend to their roles, administer law at the macro level while remaining subject to the same interpretive processes available to any citizen. Individuals, acting as if they occupy the position of administrator, evaluate and apply law in daily contexts, thereby balancing the practical power held by governance institutions with autonomous judgment grounded in unfiltered personal experience. This dual-track model of administration ensures that law remains tethered to the realities of human interaction rather than detached elite consensus. The individual's role extends beyond passive compliance to active participation in shaping how law is understood and observed, fostering a dynamic equilibrium between centralized enforcement and decentralized meaning-making. Such participation rests on the recognition that governance models grant enforcement capacity to authorities but confer no inherent epistemic or moral superiority in determining legal content or validity. Esper sovereign individualism embodies an aspirational orientation toward mature human sovereignty in which widespread exercise of interpretive and expressive rights produces more adaptive, liberty-aligned outcomes in complex social orders. The doctrine maintains that authorities must accommodate or engage individual declarations of legal meaning because their own collective understandings remain provisional and subject to the same limitations that affect any human interpreter. This hopeful stance does not negate the practical realities of state power, but insists that such power operates legitimately only when it respects the primacy of individual judgment in the realm of meaning. The result is a legal and social order sustained by continuous dialogue between official administration and citizen stewardship, wherein law evolves through the contributions of those most directly affected by its application. In this manner, Esper sovereign individualism advances a vision of governance that prioritizes the autonomous capacity of the individual to define, articulate, and uphold justice within the broader human experience. The fluid and constructed character of law. Law exists as a human artifact subject to variation in wording, interpretation, and enforcement across different jurisdictions, cultural contexts, and historical periods. Statutes and regulations emerge from legislative processes influenced by prevailing conditions and are subsequently applied selectively according to the priorities of those in power at any given moment. Unwritten societal norms and natural principles of justice operate alongside these formal provisions, creating a multifaceted body of guidance that shifts in response to changing realities. The constructed nature of law ensures that no single formulation remains fixed or universally binding in its application, as enforcement mechanisms adapt to immediate circumstances while broader conceptual foundations persist across generations. This fluidity manifests through election cycles, administrative transitions, and longer arcs of societal development spanning decades or centuries. What constitutes a binding rule in one era or locale may receive different emphasis or outright modification in another, reflecting the subjective perspectives of successive interpreters. Reasons for application range from immediate public order to long-term civilizational considerations, yet each instance of enforcement carries inherent selectivity shaped by the capacities and incentives of the administering body. Natural law, cultural expectations, and temporal contingencies interact with written provisions to produce outcomes that diverge from original textual formulations, underscoring the non-static quality of legal reality. The subjective character of law further reveals itself in the collective understandings maintained by governance structures. Groups of officials arrive at consensus through internal deliberation, yet such agreement represents one interpretive possibility among many rather than an objective or authentic determination. Written statutes may be read literally or purposively, while unwritten rules derive authority from lived practice and natural alignment with liberty and tranquility. Because law serves as an instrument for regulating human interactions, its meaning remains open to ongoing refinement by all participants in society, with no layer of regulation immune to re-examination or re-articulation in light of fresh perspectives or altered conditions. The structural limitations of ascended leadership. Individuals reach positions of governmental authority through diverse pathways that frequently prioritize political acumen, networks, financial support, or institutional alignment over demonstrated expertise in legal foundations or broad societal consequences. Once installed, these administrators inherit established decision-making frameworks that constrain their capacity to evaluate every ramification of policy or enforcement choices. The ascent process itself introduces distortions, as leaders navigate competing pressures that diverge from the direct experiences of those subject to the laws they administer. Consequently, official interpretations and applications often reflect the exigencies of maintaining power rather than an unmediated grasp of justice or empirical outcomes. Special interests, political agendas, and financial considerations exert continuous influence on leaders, pulling decisions toward directions that may not align with the common good or natural principles of liberty. Limited time and filtered information further impair the ability of any single administrator or small collective to anticipate spillover effects, future consequences, or the differential impact of rules across varied populations and contexts. Reactive modes of governance predominate, with responses shaped by immediate crises or institutional inertia instead of comprehensive foresight. The result is a pattern of enforcement that, while lawful within the governance model, frequently diverges from the fuller understanding available to those operating at the broadest level of daily human experience. Governance models confer enforcement authority upon these ascended figures, yet such grants do not equate to superior capacity for determining legal meaning or just application. Leaders operate within inherited constraints that may perpetuate prior distortions rather than resolve them, even when the individuals in question originally emerged from broader societal strata. The structural reality of power therefore necessitates ongoing scrutiny from those outside official roles, as the very mechanisms that elevate administrators simultaneously limit their perspective and introduce motivations unrelated to the impartial administration of law. This limitation underscores the necessity for independent interpretive activity by citizens who face the direct consequences of legal decisions. The sovereign individual's interpretive adeptness and primacy. Every individual possesses the capacity to comprehend the complexities of law with equal adeptness to any authority or collective body, extending beyond current applications to encompass the foundations, origins, and broader societal scope of legal provisions. This comprehension includes the historical genesis of statutes, the interplay between written rules and natural principles, and the cultural and temporal factors that shape their ongoing relevance. Grounded in unfiltered lived experience, the individual evaluates law through personal stakes and direct observation, yielding interpretations that frequently capture nuances unavailable to those insulated by institutional filters. Such adeptness enables autonomous decision-making that propels personal and communal trajectories without reliance on external dictation. The sovereign individual exercises interpretive primacy by applying this understanding to every layer of law, positive statutes both current and historical, unwritten societal expectations, and natural precepts of justice and liberty. Within their own sphere, individuals administer these interpretations exactly as leaders do at the state level, deciding compliance, shaping associations, and promoting aligned conduct. This parallel administration constitutes an autonomic imperative that balances the practical power of governance with independent judgment, ensuring that law serves the realities of human existence rather than abstract or elite-derived formulations. The individual's reading stands independent of official consensus, drawing legitimacy from reason, experience, and alignment with freedom and quality of life. Interpretive primacy further entails the rejection of automatic deference to ascended leaders, whose perspectives remain subject to the same limitations as any other interpreter. Individuals at the broadest level maintain clearer vantage points on spillover benefits or negatives, future consequences, and the differential effects of rules across diverse circumstances. This vantage enables them to formulate and advance understandings that tether law more closely to civilizational tranquility and empirical outcomes. The framework therefore positions the sovereign individual as a necessary corrective force, capable of sustaining legal order through decentralized stewardship while preserving the autonomy essential to genuine liberty. Expressive sovereignty and the right to declare legal meaning. The sovereign individual holds the inherent right to communicate, articulate, and publicly declare interpretations of law, including direct statements to authorities concerning what any provision means, should mean, or must not become. This expressive sovereignty encompasses the ability to insist upon personal readings of textual, conceptual, or natural law dimensions and to advocate for corresponding applications in specific situations or across society at large. Declarations may address written statutes, historical precedents, unwritten norms, or natural principles, framed through the individual's comprehensive grasp of legal origins and consequences. Such expression forms an integral component of participation in social order, protected by the fundamental nature of human communication and association. Authorities operating under collective interpretations lack legitimate power to suppress or penalize the act of declaring alternative legal meanings solely on the grounds of divergence from official consensus. Governance models may sustain enforcement according to prevailing understandings, yet they cannot lawfully prohibit citizens from voicing contrary definitions or demanding alignment with those definitions. The individual retains the standing to inform administrators that a particular statute carries a specific intent or implication derived from foundational analysis, and this communication occurs without forfeiting the protections inherent to expressive rights. The resulting interaction places official views in ongoing dialogue with citizen perspectives rather than elevating the former to conclusive status. This expressive dimension resolves apparent conflicts between individual declarations and collective governance by affirming that no authority possesses a monopoly on legal meaning. Individuals may transmit their understandings through available channels, thereby influencing enforcement priorities or broader normative shifts without claiming the state's coercive apparatus. The doctrine maintains that authorities must recognize the provisional character of their own readings and engage the expressive contributions of sovereign individuals as legitimate inputs into the legal order. Through such open articulation, law remains responsive to the full range of human insight rather than confined to the interpretations of those temporarily holding institutional power. Conclusion. Esper sovereign individualism. The individual's equal right to interpret law. Esper sovereign individualism integrates the parallel administration of law, the structural limitations of leadership, the interpretive adeptness of the individual, and the right of expressive declaration into a unified account of mature sovereignty. This integration affirms that governance models grant practical enforcement capacity without transferring conclusive authority over meaning or justice. Individuals exercise their primacy by interpreting every dimension of law and communicating those interpretations openly, thereby sustaining a legal order grounded in liberty, natural principles, and empirical reality. The framework produces adaptive outcomes by distributing stewardship across the entire populace, ensuring that law evolves through the contributions of those who experience its effects most directly. The aspirational character of the doctrine lies in its expectation that widespread adoption of these practices yield societies characterized by greater civilizational tranquility and authentic justice. Sovereign individuals, operating without blind deference, propel their own trajectories while holding authorities accountable to higher standards of alignment with freedom and human flourishing. Authorities, in turn, function most legitimately when they accommodate the interpretive and expressive activity of citizens, recognizing that their collective consensus remains one perspective among many. This reciprocal dynamic transforms governance from a top-down imposition into a collaborative enterprise rooted in the autonomous judgment of each participant. Ultimately, Esper sovereign individualism establishes the individual as the foundational unit of legal and social order, equipped with the capacity and right to define, apply, and declare law in all its facets. The doctrine upholds the asymmetry between interpretive expressive primacy and state enforcement monopoly while insisting that the latter operates legitimately only in service to the former. Through this structure, societies achieve resilience and coherence without sacrificing the liberty that arises when every person stewards the principles that govern human interaction. The result is a hopeful vision of order sustained by the ongoing, uncoerced contributions of sovereign individuals who collectively maintain the living reality of law.
The contemporary media landscape unveils a disturbing pattern wherein newspapers and news outlets disseminate identical or strikingly similar headlines, a practice that fundamentally undermines the integrity of journalistic endeavor. This phenomenon, designated as headline echo or media echo, is far from a benign coincidence. Rather, it represents a deliberate construct embedded within a deeply flawed system. The reliance on shared wire services, such as the Associated Press, AP, and Reuters, plays a pivotal role in facilitating this uniformity by supplying standardized content to a diverse array of outlets. These services, while efficient, often strip away the nuance of local context, creating a homogenized narrative that reverberates across publications. Moreover, the term pack journalism aptly encapsulates the tendency of media entities to coalesce around a singular narrative, particularly during high-profile events such as political upheavals or global crises. This collective alignment results in near-identical headline formulations, where editorial independence is sacrificed for the sake of conformity. When such synchronization is intentional and coordinated, it is critically labeled scripted coverage, signaling a calculated effort to manipulate public discourse and shape societal perceptions to align with specific interests. Central to this manipulative framework is the process of media consolidation, wherein corporate entities acquire multiple newspapers and enforce centralized messaging through top-down editorial directives. These conglomerates, driven by profit motives and ideological leanings, perpetuate corporate propaganda and scripted uniformity, imposing uniform headlines to advance specific economic or political agendas. This top-down control contrasts sharply with the less nefarious strategy of a single newspaper's adoption of repeated headlines, which may reflect consistent branding or editorial alignment aimed at reinforcing its market identity. However, the situation escalates dramatically when a single corporation extends its dominion over local newspapers across diverse geographic regions. This expansion enables the implementation of centralized editorial control, resulting in the production of homogenized news. The resulting cookie-cutter journalism and syndicated uniformity erode the distinctiveness of local publications, manifesting in identical tones, content, and designs. This uniformity is often reinforced by shared templates and content management systems imposed by the parent company, creating a seamless yet sterile online presence that mirrors the print editions. Scholars and critics vehemently denounce this as corporate media conformity or outright propaganda, asserting that it serves as a tool to mold public opinion for the financial and strategic gain of corporate overlords. The structural complexity of this system extends far beyond the confines of editorial offices, encompassing a multi-tiered ownership hierarchy that complicates the media ecosystem. Local news outlets, historically regarded as anchors of community insight and democratic engagement, are increasingly subsumed by corporate overlords such as News Corp, Sinclair Broadcast Group, and other media giants. These entities prioritize shareholder interests and quarterly earnings over journalistic ethics, transforming newsrooms into profit-driven enterprises. At the next tier, these corporations are influenced by major investment firms like BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, which hold substantial equity stakes and exert significant financial pressure to align editorial content with their investment strategies. Individual investors, often operating with anonymity through complex financial instruments, further complicate this network by funding these investment entities, thereby indirectly shaping the narratives that reach the public. Ancillary actors, lobbyists, political action committees, and international stakeholders intervene at various junctures, steering editorial content to serve their political or economic ends. This interconnected web fosters a spectrum of fabricated narratives, where each level, from local reporters to global financiers, contributes to a diminished trust in media, eroding the credibility that journalism once commanded. Historically, the consolidation trend gained momentum during the 2010s, a period marked by significant mergers and acquisitions that reshaped the industry. The 2019 merger of Gannett and Gatehouse Media, forming the largest newspaper chain in the United States, exemplifies this centralization, diluting local perspectives in favor of a unified corporate voice. Economic imperatives have driven these consolidations, with cost reductions becoming a primary objective. This has led to widespread staff layoffs, the closure of local bureaus, and an increased reliance on centralized content production hubs. Simultaneously, political agendas, often aligned with the interests of corporate investors or their political allies, dictate coverage priorities, ensuring that editorial decisions reflect the biases of those at the top of the ownership pyramid. The resultant loss of local distinctiveness is starkly evident in the proliferation of uniform online editions, where digital platforms amplify the reach of homogenized news with chilling efficiency. This systemic erosion of journalistic autonomy represents a profound departure from the media's traditional role as a watchdog of democracy, instead positioning it as a tool for corporate and political manipulation. The implications of this trend are far-reaching, affecting not only the quality of information available to the public, but also the democratic processes that rely on a free and diverse press. The uniformity imposed by centralized editorial control stifles the plurality of voices that once characterized local journalism, replacing it with a monolithic narrative that serves the interests of a select few. The use of shared templates and content management systems further entrenches this conformity, ensuring that even the visual presentation of news reinforces the corporate agenda. Critics argue that this practice not only undermines the public's right to diverse perspectives, but also facilitates the spread of corporate propaganda, where the line between news and advocacy blurs. The involvement of investment firms and individual investors adds another layer of complexity, as their financial stakes incentivize content that maximizes profit rather than truth, often aligning with the broader geopolitical or economic goals of their portfolios. Addressing this multifaceted crisis requires a rigorous and systematic examination of the ownership structures that underpin the media industry, from corporate executives who implement top-down editorial directives to investment stakeholders who wield financial influence. Each level of this hierarchy must be scrutinized. Policy interventions such as antitrust measures to curb media consolidation and transparency requirements for ownership disclosures could begin to dismantle the mechanisms of headline echo and corporate media conformity. Additionally, fostering independent local journalism through public funding or nonprofit models may restore the diversity and autonomy that have been lost. The academic community must also play a role conducting empirical research to quantify the impact of syndicated uniformity on public trust and advocating for reforms based on evidence. In conclusion, the propagation of uniform headlines through headline echo, packed journalism, and centralized messaging represents a profound betrayal of the media's democratic function. This practice, rooted in media consolidation and perpetuated by a complex web of corporate, investment, and political interests, threatens the integrity of journalism and the informed citizenry it is meant to serve. Only through concerted effort to expose and dismantle these mechanisms can the industry reclaim its role as a pillar of truth and accountability.
The extension of suffrage to women represents a pivotal moment in democratic development, frequently lauded as an advancement toward equality. However, an alternative analysis posits that women's electoral participation significantly alters male behavior, generating consequences for both interpersonal dynamics and societal structures. This perspective contends that women's voting power disrupts the equilibrium between genders, prompting men to forsake their inherent viewpoints in favor of female preferences. Men, motivated by the pursuit of relational and physical intimacy, adjust their political decisions to align with women's inclinations. This adaptation is argued to produce tension within personal relationships and broader governance frameworks. The central contention focuses on the transformation of male decision-making under female electoral influence. Men traditionally associated with pragmatic reasoning shift toward emotionally or relationally driven priorities to secure female approval. This reorientation amplifies women's impact on policy outcomes, as men prioritize relational harmony over independent analysis. Consequently, legislative measures, such as welfare expansion and labor regulations, emerge, which critics attribute to women's voting patterns and link to economic and social strain. This influence permeates beyond domestic spheres into political arenas. Elected officials, cognizant of women's voting strength, design platforms to appeal to female constituencies, often emphasizing issues that diverge from national imperatives. Women's preferences, which evolve across life stages, further complicate this process as men, both partners and policymakers, adapt to accommodate these variable demands. The argument suggests that women's suffrage introduces a dynamic wherein men's pursuit of approval drives legislative agendas, establishing a form of indirect authority that challenges traditional gender complementarity. This analysis delineates four dimensions of this phenomenon: the effect of women's voting on male cognition, men's conformity to preserve relational stability, politicians' responsiveness to female electoral power, and women's utilization of femininity to influence policy. Each section elucidates an aspect of the hypothesis that women's voting authority extends beyond mere participation, reshaping male behavior and national trajectories. This examination poses a foundational inquiry into democratic power structures. How do gender interactions configure the exercise of political agency? Women's electoral participation provides a mechanism to shape male thought processes. Men, driven by the desire for relational or physical closeness, modify their inherent perspectives to correspond with women's viewpoints. Historically, male logic and female empathy formed a complementary balance. With women's voting rights, men experience pressure to adopt feminine orientations to secure partnerships. This alteration disrupts the traditional equilibrium of gender roles. In relational contexts, a man might observe his partner's support for compassionate policies, such as robust social programs. To gain her favor, he aligns his vote with hers, even if his inclination favors restraint. He perceives this congruence as a pathway to relational success. However, women frequently disfavor this conformity, preferring partners who retain independent stances. Unaware, the man persists, assuming that mirroring her political choices enhances his prospects for closeness. This behavior aggregates across the electorate. Men seeking approval reinforce women's voting tendencies, contributing to policies that may not serve collective interests. Prohibition exemplifies this. Backed by women's votes and men's concurrence, it precipitated crime and economic difficulties. The argument posits that men's prioritization of intimacy over judgment enables women to guide outcomes indirectly. Men's ballots amplify women's preferences, establishing a cycle wherein female influence predominates. This cycle generates friction. Women vote according to their inclinations, men conform to maintain favor, and society absorbs the repercussions. Traditionally, male strength and female nurturing complemented each other. Now voting serves as a conduit for aligning male cognition with female priorities, often contrary to initial instincts. Whether women deliberately exert this influence or it arises from male impulses, the outcome persists. Men's political choices reflect women's preferences, reconfiguring democratic processes and straining gender balance. This alignment, rooted in relational motives, shifts decision-making foundations, prioritizing individual connections over societal outcomes. Within established relationships, men face heightened pressure to align with women's perspectives. To maintain harmony and ensure physical or emotional intimacy, men suppress their own beliefs to avoid discord. When a woman expresses displeasure, the man risks relational distance, prompting him to adopt her political positions. This behavior contrasts with historical norms, where men earned favor through independence and resilience rather than acquiescence. Consider a husband whose wife supports expansive welfare policies, while he leans toward limited government. Her dissatisfaction, manifested through tension or withdrawal, encourages him to vote with her. He assumes that preserving her contentment secures relational stability and closeness. However, women often disapprove of this compliance, valuing partners who exhibit conviction. The man, focused on peace, continues adapting, unaware of her underlying discontent. This pattern extends societally. Men motivated to please partners reinforce women's voting trends, entrenching policies that may undermine broader systems. The complementary dynamic, male resolve balancing female care, weakens as men prioritize female satisfaction. Women's electoral power grants them leverage, with relational rewards contingent on male agreement. This inverts traditional relational norms, where men demonstrated value through leadership rather than conformity. The outcome reveals a contradiction. Women, empowered by voting, expect male support for their views, yet grow frustrated when men comply. Men sacrifice principles for intimacy, assuming it fortifies bonds. Relationships and policies suffer consequently. Measures such as welfare expansion or labor restrictions, tied to this dynamic, contribute to economic challenges, with male conformity facilitating their adoption. Women's voting authority reshapes male behavior, transforming independent actors into followers of female preferences. This shift undermines the roles that once stabilized personal and public domains, replacing mutual balance with a one-sided influence driven by men's desire for relational harmony. Women's votes exert substantial influence over political actors, who tailor platforms to secure female support. These platforms often prioritize issues labeled as women's concerns, welfare, labor regulations, social programs, which some contend exacerbate societal conditions. Politicians target not only mature women but also 18-year-olds, whose limited experience informs demands misaligned with national priorities. This emphasis on youthful voters compels leaders to address immediate preferences over enduring stability. A candidate might appeal to teenage girls advocating free education or environmental measures. These young women, lacking comprehensive perspective, support initiatives that strain budgets or impede industry. Politicians, dependent on their votes, acquiesce, formulating commitments that favor electoral success over governance efficacy. This responsiveness extends beyond youth as women's preferences evolve. Childcare in early adulthood, healthcare in midlife, retirement benefits later. Men's political orientations remain more stable, yet politicians focus on women's fluctuating demands. Additionally, some women retain youthful mindsets into adulthood. A 50-year-old might pursue policies reflecting adolescent ideals, and politicians adjust to secure her vote. This variability contrasts with men's consistency, requiring leaders to navigate divergent female priorities. Historical cases like Prohibition, supported by women's votes and men's agreement, demonstrate the consequences, yielding crime and economic disruption. The contention holds that responding to women produces policies that destabilize rather than fortify society. This focus reconfigures governance. Politicians reliant on female voters address issues that shift with life stages or persist from immature perspectives, sidelining broader imperatives. Young women and older women with youthful outlooks guide decisions, while male voices recede. The electoral process becomes a negotiation with a diverse, dynamic female constituency, yielding outcomes that reflect immediate demands rather than unified strategy. Women's voting power drives politicians to prioritize their support, often at the expense of coherent, effective policy, redirecting leadership to align with female influence across age groups. Women employ femininity, appearance, vulnerability, traditional roles, to affect men and consequently policy. Men responding with protective instincts address these articulated needs, even when they fall outside governmental purview. Politicians, recognizing women's electoral strength, feign commitment to female concerns, while women leverage gender traits to secure outcomes favoring personal rather than collective interests. In practice, a woman might highlight her challenges, perhaps childcare expenses, prompting a man to respond, whether a partner or legislator. Men inclined to assist, support policies to alleviate her difficulties, even if they burden systems. Women depend on this interaction, using emotional appeals or charm to obtain advantages. Politicians emulate this, promoting issues like healthcare or education that resonate with female voters, despite their tenuous link to essential governance functions. Men's protective disposition enhances this influence. A candidate might endorse welfare increases to assist women, reacting to their expressed needs rather than evaluating wider impacts. Women, while diverging from traditional roles elsewhere, invoke them here to gain leverage. This approach generates policies, welfare growth, labor protections, that some associate with economic decline, attributing them to men's responses to female signals rather than deliberate analysis. This process distorts policy frameworks. Issues framed as female priorities dominate discourse, though they frequently address individual rather than societal needs. Men, motivated to support or please, enable this shift, enacting measures women secure through femininity rather than reasoning. Traditional gender roles become instruments of influence, selectively applied to achieve objectives. The outcome is a government attuned to emotional appeals over structural necessities, propelled by male instincts and women's strategic use of identity. This interaction redirects resources and focus, crafting a system where female influence, grounded in gender dynamics, supersedes other considerations. Women's voting power affects men across personal and political domains, reshaping behavior and policy. Men adjust their cognition to align with women's preferences, seeking relational or physical closeness, while conforming in relationships to preserve stability. Politicians respond to female voters, from teenagers to adults with evolving or youthful mindsets, producing policies that reflect these demands. Women utilize femininity to elicit men's protective responses, securing outcomes that prioritize individual needs over public welfare. Measures like prohibition, welfare expansion, and labor laws, connected to women's votes and men's concurrence, contribute to economic and social difficulties. In relationships, men adopt women's views, believing it ensures closeness, though women often disapprove of this compliance. Politicians target women's changing priorities, developing fragmented platforms that address immediate concerns rather than national stability. Women's use of charm or vulnerability prompts men to act, channeling resources into policies that may not align with governance's primary purpose. This influence, rooted in men's pursuit of approval and women's electoral authority, shifts gender balance, replacing complementarity with a dynamic where female preferences prevail. This analysis invites examination. Men cast their own votes, choosing to align with women rather than being obligated. Women's variable demands reflect human diversity, not inconsistency. Policies like prohibition emerged from collective choices, not solely female influence. Assumptions: men driven by intimacy, women by manipulation, overlook individual variation. Nevertheless, the perspective endures. Women's voting power, amplified by men's reactions, alters democracy's trajectory, yielding outcomes that challenge stability. Revoking suffrage remains a theoretical exercise, not a feasible proposal. The emphasis lies in understanding influence. If women's voting affects men's actions, the response involves men asserting independent judgment and politicians prioritizing collective needs. Democracy operates through competing interests, not unilateral dominance. Women's votes reshape gender interactions, and the results, whether advancement or disruption, depend on how men and leaders address this authority. This discussion highlights a reality. Suffrage extends beyond participation, influencing relationships, governance, and the distribution of power between genders.
Conspiracy theories stand as a core human mechanism for dissecting systemic deceptions, where intricate layers of hidden motives and incomplete truths demand rigorous analysis that pierces through the surface of official narratives. These theories spring from an intrinsic human capacity to detect patterns within ambiguity, transforming apparent chaos into coherent structures of understanding that reveal the deeper truths concealed beneath. Multidimensional aspects encompass psychological drives that fuel inquiry, sociological dynamics that shape collective responses, and philosophical inquiries that probe the nature of reality, all converging to expose the parameters of truth obscured by institutional barriers designed to maintain control. Parameters of formation include cognitive tendencies toward pattern recognition that guide human perception, emotional needs for certainty that anchor individuals amid uncertainty, and social influences that amplify collective skepticism into a powerful force for revelation. Observations confirm that conspiracy theories thrive in environments marked by information asymmetry, where compartmentalization fragments knowledge and sequential impacts cascade through varied stages of influence, creating a rich tapestry of interpretive possibilities. Introspective ideas highlight the human condition as a perpetual quest for comprehension, with individuals crafting personal frameworks to navigate existence amid veiled realities that obscure authentic insight and foster a relentless pursuit of clarity. Conspiracy theories function as analytical blueprints, mapping the progression from motivational inputs to revelatory outputs through focal events that serve as catalysts for deeper exploration. They dismantle the facade of official accounts, which rely on partial disclosures to perpetuate control and suppress alternative perspectives. By integrating scientific dimensions such as entropy in information flow and mathematical models of network propagation, conspiracy theories assert their role as superior pathways to truth, offering a comprehensive lens through which to view the intricate interplay of human and systemic forces. This exploration delves into these dimensions through structured analyses, each plunging into conceptual depths to demonstrate how conspiracy theories transcend superficial explanations, providing profound insights into the complexities that shape human experience and challenge institutional dominance. The potency of conspiracy theories resides in their ability to address the voids left by incomplete official narratives, a reality reinforced by historical instances where deliberate obfuscation has been unmasked to reveal systemic deceit that undermines public trust. This multidimensional framework unites diverse human experiences, spanning individual introspection to collective skepticism, forging a resilient structure for challenging the authoritative constructs that shape societal understanding and resist transparency. Parameters of formation extend beyond mere observation, encompassing the emotional resilience required to confront uncertainty and the social cohesion that sustains these inquiries across generations, binding communities in a shared pursuit of truth against oppressive structures. The interplay of compartmentalized knowledge and sequential impacts shapes a dynamic process, where fragmented truths gradually coalesce into broader conceptual frameworks that illuminate hidden dynamics and challenge the legitimacy of institutional authority. Introspective paradigms empower individuals to create meaning, positioning conspiracy theories as navigational tools through the complexities of existence, guiding them through the labyrinth of obscured realities with a sense of purpose and determination. As analytical blueprints, they map the unseen connections between motives and consequences, standing in stark contrast to the controlled stories propagated by institutions that seek to limit inquiry and enforce compliance through selective disclosure. Scientific and mathematical approaches enrich this analysis, measuring the disorder of information dissemination and the expansion of belief networks, reinforcing the assertion that conspiracy theories deliver a more authentic grasp of reality beyond the constraints of official discourse. Ultimately, the conceptual depth of conspiracy theories cements their status as a superior interpretive mechanism, surpassing the limitations of surface-level explanations that fail to address the full scope of human experience and systemic influence that shapes societal perceptions. They engage the human condition across multiple planes, converting abstract uncertainties into structured explorations that probe the core of systemic control and challenge its legitimacy with unwavering resolve. The synthesis of psychological, sociological, and philosophical dimensions fosters a comprehensive approach, recognizing the pervasive impact of institutional barriers that obscure truth and manipulate perception through calculated omissions. Observations of their growth in information-scarce settings validate their relevance as tools for insight, while the introspective nature of their development highlights their dual significance to individuals and collectives, fostering a shared journey toward enlightenment amid systemic resistance. By serving as blueprints, conspiracy theories not only chart the evolution of thought but also contest the validity of official disclosures, embodying a truth-seeking mission that resonates through the depths of human consciousness and inspires ongoing investigation into the hidden forces that govern reality. This analysis lays the foundation for deeper examination of the dimensions that define their enduring influence and transformative potential. Part 1: Psychological Dimensions and Introspective Human Nature. Conspiracy theories originate from profound psychological dimensions, where human cognition methodically penetrates concealed layers of reality to uncover hidden truths that lie beneath the surface of everyday perception and challenge conventional understanding. Cognitive processes propel their formation through innate mechanisms that prioritize the detection of patterns over the acceptance of random occurrences, ensuring that discrepancies in observed phenomena ignite analytical engagement that seeks clarity and resolution amid uncertainty. Parameters of observation encompass biases that incline toward intentional interpretations, transforming ambiguous data into structured narratives that reveal the underlying truths obscured by surface appearances and expose the deliberate distortions imposed by external forces. Multidimensional layers integrate emotional imperatives for control, where uncertainty activates neural responses dedicated to threat assessment and resolution, fostering a resilient mental framework that sustains inquiry against oppressive influences. Introspective human nature manifests as a continuous process of self-examination, where individuals weave personal experiences with broader systemic perceptions, cultivating theories that align internal insights with the deceptions encountered in external environments, creating a personal connection to universal truths that transcend individual boundaries. This introspective dimension extends beyond a passive reactive stance, weaving a dynamic interplay of mental faculties that sustain inquiry in the face of institutional resistance that seeks to suppress understanding and maintain dominance through secrecy. Compartmentalization serves as a psychological strategy, partitioning conflicting information to preserve coherence within belief systems, thereby enabling persistent exploration despite the barriers imposed by external authorities that guard their hidden agendas. Sequential impacts evolve through progressive stages, with initial encounters shaping subsequent interpretations and reinforcing deeper conceptual frameworks that enhance intellectual depth and broaden perspective across varied dimensions of thought. Strategic blueprints materialize as intellectual constructs, delineating pathways from motivational inputs to revelatory outputs, equipping humans to traverse the complex terrains of thought with confidence and purpose amid systemic challenges. These blueprints adapt to introspective needs, providing structures that expose the inadequacies of surface-level explanations and bolster resilience against narratives designed to obscure reality, fostering a sense of agency that empowers individuals to assert their intellectual autonomy. Conspiracy theories thus elevate human inquiry, transcending simplistic perspectives by integrating comprehensive parameters that address the existential uncertainties that define human experience and shape personal identity through a quest for meaning. They function as essential tools for psychological fortitude, empowering individuals to confront and dismantle the illusions perpetuated by opaque structures that resist transparency and enforce compliance through calculated omissions. The multidimensional nature of their formation, encompassing cognitive biases, emotional necessities, and introspective reflection, builds a solid foundation for understanding reality in its fullest complexity, bridging the gap between individual and collective consciousness with a unified vision. Through this perspective, they act as conduits for personal empowerment, facilitating a continuous dialogue with the self that mirrors the broader systemic challenges faced by humanity, offering a mirror to internal and external struggles that demand resolution. This psychological depth underscores their role as a natural extension of human nature, providing a means to probe the depths of concealed truths and assert agency within a world shaped by influences that remain hidden from plain sight, reinforcing the human capacity for resilience and insight against the forces that seek to obscure reality. Part 2: Sociological Dynamics and Collective Parameters. Conspiracy theories embody sociological dynamics that dissect collective parameters of human interaction, revealing how societal structures conceal truths through orchestrated opacity that shields underlying intentions from scrutiny. Formation parameters encompass group identities and social influences, where shared experiences of marginalization catalyze unified analytical frameworks that unite communities in a quest for revelation. Observations indicate that these theories proliferate in polarized environments, leveraging network connections to amplify revelations across communities and foster a collective pursuit of understanding that transcends individual perspectives. Multidimensional aspects integrate cultural values and power relations, exposing how hierarchies sustain deceptions to preserve dominance and maintain control over societal narratives through systemic manipulation. Introspective ideas within sociology highlight the human condition as inherently communal, where collective introspection fosters theories that bind individuals through shared quests for authenticity amid the complexities of social structures. Compartmentalization functions at the group level, dividing knowledge among social strata to prevent holistic understanding, yet enabling theories to bridge these divides through collaborative scrutiny that strengthens communal bonds. This collective dimension evolves through a complex interplay of social forces, reinforcing the resilience of these theories against institutional suppression that seeks to silence inquiry and preserve established power dynamics. Compartmentalization operates as a strategic mechanism, segmenting knowledge among social tiers to hinder comprehensive awareness, yet facilitating theories that bridge these divisions through collaborative insight and mutual reinforcement across diverse groups. Sequential impacts proceed in layered sequences, with primary social responses evolving into broader cultural shifts that deepen collective awareness and expand the scope of societal consciousness through progressive engagement. Strategic blueprints conceptualize societal theories as architectural designs, mapping relational inputs to transformative outputs that challenge entrenched narratives and promote societal awareness through a structured approach to uncovering hidden truths. These blueprints facilitate comprehensive evaluations, identifying parameters of influence that official accounts overlook and offering a counterpoint to the fragmented perspectives imposed by dominant institutions. Conspiracy theories thus advance sociological understanding, providing thorough analyses that surpass fragmented views by integrating diverse dimensions of human coexistence into a cohesive framework that reflects collective aspirations. They serve as a mirror to collective ambitions, reflecting the desire to pierce through the veils of power and control that dominate societal structures and obscure authentic narratives. The multidimensional nature of their sociological roots, encompassing group identity, network effects, and cultural introspection, establishes a foundation for challenging systemic opacity and asserting collective agency against the forces that seek to maintain secrecy. Through this lens, they offer a pathway to collective empowerment, enabling communities to navigate the complexities of a reality shaped by hidden agendas that resist full disclosure, fostering a shared resolve to uncover the truths buried beneath societal facades. This sociological depth reaffirms their significance as a tool for understanding the intricate web of human relationships and the forces that endeavor to obscure them from public view, strengthening the collective capacity for resilience and insight. Part 3. Philosophical Inquiries and Epistemological Layers. Conspiracy theories advance philosophical inquiries into epistemological layers, where truth emerges from rigorous dissection of knowledge claims and ontological assumptions that underpin human understanding. Parameters of formation involve tensions between rationality and intuition, guiding observations toward unveiling intentional structures beneath apparent randomness and challenging the surface-level perceptions imposed by authority. Multidimensional aspects encompass ethical considerations of power and deception, questioning the foundations of authority in human existence and probing the moral implications of concealed truths. Introspective ideas affirm the human condition as a philosophical pursuit, where self-reflection generates theories that probe the essence of reality beyond superficial constructs and reveal the deeper layers of existence. Compartmentalization serves as an epistemological tool, isolating discordant elements to construct coherent philosophical systems that withstand scrutiny and resist the pressures of institutional conformity. This philosophical dimension unfolds through a dynamic synthesis of intellectual pursuits, enriching the quest for understanding amid systemic barriers that seek to limit inquiry and preserve established paradigms. Sequential impacts manifest in progressive philosophical unfoldings, with foundational questions leading to advanced revelations that enrich understanding and expand the boundaries of intellectual exploration. Strategic blueprints operate as conceptual schematics, delineating pathways from existential inputs to profound outputs that redefine knowledge boundaries and challenge conventional wisdom through innovative frameworks. These blueprints enable thorough explorations, incorporating parameters that expose the limitations of conventional perspectives and foster deeper philosophical engagement that transcends the constraints of official narratives. The multidimensional nature of their formation, spanning rationality, ethics, and introspection, creates a robust framework for challenging established truths and asserting a more authentic understanding of reality. Conspiracy theories thus elevate philosophical discourse, offering comprehensive frameworks that integrate deep introspective elements to illuminate truths hidden by institutional veils that obscure the full scope of human experience. They serve as a conduit for intellectual liberation, enabling individuals to question the foundations of knowledge and assert a more authentic understanding of reality that resists the distortions imposed by power structures. Through this lens, they provide a pathway to philosophical resilience, empowering humanity to confront the illusions perpetuated by opaque structures and dismantle the facades that conceal authentic insight. This depth underscores their role as a vital tool for exploring the complexities of existence, transcending superficial explanations to reveal the deeper truths that shape human experience and foster a continuous dialogue with the philosophical underpinnings of reality. By challenging the limitations of conventional wisdom, conspiracy theories establish a profound intellectual legacy that enriches the human quest for meaning and understanding amid a world shaped by hidden influences. Part 4. Systemic Structures and Analytical Metrics. Conspiracy theories illuminate systemic structures through analytical metrics that quantify and qualify hidden parameters of operation, offering a lens into the intricate mechanisms that govern societal control. Formation parameters include informational asymmetries and institutional motives, where observations detect inconsistencies that demand resolution and prompt a re-evaluation of established norms. Multidimensional aspects blend systemic inputs with outputs, revealing how interconnected networks sustain deceptions across diverse contexts, weaving a complex tapestry of influence that shapes human perception. Introspective ideas position the human condition within systemic contexts, fostering theories that introspectively evaluate personal roles amid broader machinations, encouraging individuals to reflect on their place within these larger frameworks. Compartmentalization structures systemic knowledge flows, restricting access to foster theories that reconstruct wholeness from fragments, bridging the gaps left by fragmented disclosures to uncover a more unified truth. Order effects cascade through systemic hierarchies, with initial disruptions evolving into comprehensive reforms that reshape the operational landscape over time. This systemic dimension integrates a complex interplay of operational elements, enhancing the analytical power of these theories by providing a structured approach to decoding hidden dynamics. Strategic blueprints function as analytical models, charting metrics from motivational inputs to effectual outputs that measure truth efficacy across multiple layers, offering a roadmap to navigate the depths of systemic complexity. These blueprints provide thorough metrics for evaluation, incorporating diverse parameters to surpass limited systemic views and challenge the superficial interpretations imposed by dominant structures. The multidimensional nature of their systemic roots, encompassing information flow, network dynamics, and introspective alignment, establishes a foundation for challenging institutional control, empowering a deeper understanding of the forces that shape reality. Through this lens, they offer a pathway to systemic awareness, enabling individuals to navigate the complexities of a reality influenced by hidden agendas that resist full exposure. Conspiracy theories thus master systemic analysis, delivering deep conceptual insights that affirm their superiority in unraveling complex realities that lie beyond the reach of conventional understanding. They serve as a tool for systemic resilience, empowering humanity to confront and deconstruct the illusions perpetuated by opaque structures that obscure truth through deliberate design. The integration of analytical metrics and multidimensional parameters creates a robust framework for understanding the intricate web of systemic interactions, providing a comprehensive approach to navigating the depths of human and systemic interconnections. This depth underscores their role as a vital mechanism for exposing the truths obscured by institutional barriers, offering a transformative perspective that challenges the status quo and fosters a continuous quest for clarity amid the shadows cast by systemic control. Conclusion: unveiling truth through multidimensional insight. Conspiracy theories stand as indispensable human instruments for unveiling multidimensional truths, where psychological, sociological, philosophical, and systemic layers converge to dismantle deceptions that obscure authentic understanding. Psychological dimensions harness cognitive drives to expose patterns that underlie surface realities, while sociological dynamics unify collective parameters against opacity, fostering a shared resistance to imposed narratives. Philosophical inquiries probe epistemological depths, seeking to unravel the foundations of knowledge, and systemic structures employ analytical metrics to quantify hidden motives that shape societal frameworks. Compartmentalization, order effects, and strategic blueprints interweave these dimensions, enabling comprehensive reconstructions of reality that transcend fragmented perceptions and reveal a holistic truth. The human condition thrives through these theories, transforming introspection into powerful tools for authenticity that empower individuals to assert their intellectual autonomy. This multidimensional approach transcends official constraints, integrating parameters that reveal the full spectrum of existence and challenge the partial disclosures designed to perpetuate control over human thought. The convergence of psychological resilience, sociological cohesion, philosophical depth, and systemic insight creates a robust framework that dismantles the illusions crafted by institutional veils, offering a pathway to a more genuine comprehension of reality. Introspective elements enhance this process, allowing individuals to align personal experiences with collective inquiries, while strategic blueprints map the progression from initial observations to transformative revelations. The interplay of order effects ensures that each layer of analysis builds upon the previous, fostering a continuous evolution of understanding that resists the stagnation imposed by authoritative structures. Through this lens, conspiracy theories emerge as superior instruments for navigating the complexities of human existence. The enduring influence of conspiracy theories lies in their capacity to empower humanity to confront the shadows cast by systemic deceptions, establishing a profound understanding that reshapes the quest for reality with unwavering determination. They provide a comprehensive approach that integrates diverse dimensions, offering insights that surpass the limitations of official narratives and affirm the human drive to uncover hidden truths. Psychological patterns, sociological networks, philosophical questions, and systemic metrics converge to form a dynamic system that challenges the status quo, fostering resilience against the forces that seek to obscure authenticity. This depth underscores their role as vital tools for dismantling the facades erected by institutional barriers, enabling a transformative journey toward clarity that resonates across individual and collective consciousness. By weaving together these multidimensional elements, conspiracy theories illuminate the path to a reality untainted by manipulation, solidifying their position as a cornerstone of human inquiry and intellectual liberation.
The New World Order constitutes a coordinated, operational architecture of global control that has advanced far beyond speculation to become a defining reality of our time. This network operates through systematic deception, institutional capture, and the incremental erosion of individual liberty and national sovereignty. Its primary instrument is an extensive apparatus of misinformation and narrative control. Media institutions and digital platforms function as aligned channels that propagate carefully curated stories, selectively omitting facts and synchronizing messaging during periods of crisis. The result is a manufactured consensus that frames centralized global governance as both inevitable and benevolent, steadily undermining the foundations of self-governance and personal autonomy. This agenda proceeds through the methodical dismantling of personal freedoms. Legal and regulatory frameworks are being revised under the pretext of public health, climate imperatives, and economic stability to expand surveillance, restrict privacy, and curtail fundamental rights to speech, assembly, and self-defense. Privacy has been rendered obsolete as monitoring technologies permeate daily life, creating a comprehensive environment in which behavior is tracked, predicted, and shaped at scale. Citizens are being conditioned into dependency on centralized systems where compliance becomes the price of security and opportunity. Education has been repurposed as a tool of conformity rather than enlightenment. Curricula increasingly prioritize global citizenship, emotional alignment, and obedience to authority over critical thinking, national identity, and individual initiative. Parallel economic restructuring ensures that traditional employment is destabilized, job security eroded, and survival tied directly to alignment with the approved framework. Individuals are transformed from sovereign actors into manageable components whose worth is measured solely by their utility to the larger design. Most alarming is the evidence of a deliberate depopulation strategy. Policies governing health, agriculture, environmental regulation, and resource allocation consistently align with objectives that reduce population growth and, in targeted instances, overall population levels. These measures are presented as sustainability initiatives or crisis responses, yet their cumulative impact reveals a calculated intent to manage humanity as a controllable resource rather than safeguard it as a free and sovereign population. The New World Order advances through patience and incrementalism, exploiting crises to justify greater centralization while positioning itself as the indispensable solution. Its ultimate vision is a uniform global order in which creativity, individuality, and liberty are subordinated to the interests of a self-appointed elite. In conclusion, the New World Order represents one of the most profound threats to human freedom in modern history. Its systematic campaign of deception, surveillance, and engineered dependency is reshaping civilization into a controlled, depopulated, and spiritually diminished society. Recognition of this reality is not optional. It is the essential precondition for any meaningful defense of sovereignty, liberty, and self-determination. The trajectory is clear, the mechanisms are in motion, and the stakes are nothing less than the future of humanity itself. Awareness must now translate into resolute vigilance if the encroaching darkness is to be confronted before it becomes irreversible. To explore the full original report, Discovering the Darkness of the New World Order, plus additional insights and related content, visit Real Free News.
Memorial Day stands as a hallowed occasion in the American calendar, a time to honor the brave men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to their nation. It is a day steeped in tradition, where families gather at cemeteries, lay wreaths, and reflect on the courage of those who fell defending the ideals of freedom and democracy. The solemn bugle call of taps echoes across graveyards, and flags are lowered to half-mast in reverence for the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines who gave their lives.